Aw, time already. Goodbye, music. And hello, sunless skies. Been tweaking out the volume a bit more since was being a bit weird yesterday, but it's fine now. All green, no high peaks in the yellows, so it's good. So where did I leave off yesterday? Was it Hybris? The Pernickety factor wants something in Hybris, I think. Song of Sky with Lost Legacy, can't do yet. Fastidious Inspector, oh right. Didn't have 6 open slots in my cargo hold, because I have barely any cargo hold. So she's still hostage. Retired filmmaker. Premiere soon, but not yet. Alright. To Hybris it is then. And that's right, we've also got the, whatchamacallit, the Acrobat. Okay, let's go then. And this time, Hybris the way of Agate's way, and not through Fate's fall. A little bit longer by Agate's way, but it's less dangerous. A few marauders, but no risk of double guests. Guests aren't too bad, but as you can see, starter engine, starter gun, starter hull. It's the first character even. Haven't died yet, got close once, but just once, getting better, despite like months of inactivity with this game. And this route should have loads and loads of marauders, so hopefully one of them might have the possibility of dropping, what is it, a Marauder Mangonel or something? Mangonel? I don't know medieval siege weaponry. There's a ballista, then what else do you need, really? Could you believe that winter of 2018, going up to Warwick Castle, and one of their claims to fame was having the ballista out there in the lawn or whatever. And by the time we get there, the ballista is retired. All they have is a sign saying, nope, no more ballista. Ballista is done. But they had the trebuchet. Come see the trebuchet. Who cares about the trebuchet? Trebuchet is old news. Stories, thank you. Terror drop, thank you. Who were they before they came here? Just people who want to leave someday, but they won't ever. Still good to stockpile tickets though, if going to or from Eleutheria. It's a pretty decent thing to have. Oh, that's right, speak it of. There's a new transit relay, isn't there? From Albion to Eleutheria. That only came out and went live after I finished doing the New Street line. Anywho, ooh, can accrue people. Failure. The obelisk has too tight a control on them. Reunite the Acrobat twins. You have brought the errant one back to the circus. I wondered when we'd see each other again, one twin remarks to the other. The other replies, how did you know I'd return? You always have before. I'm glad you're all right. They wander off, each catching the other up as to what has passed in the time apart. Aww. The Acrobat twins now. They sit across from each other in quiet conversation, sunk deep into their fat cushions. They smile awkwardly at you. It is good for us to be together again. And not so good. I do rather wish we free this place. Perhaps you'll have better success. Perhaps. They fall into a silence you cannot pull them out of. Just a quick sneeze, don't panic. Alright, Ringmaster, what's next? The cards haven't changed their minds, we're still helping them out. Magician's props could be either Scribe Spinster parts or Cantankery parts. So do clowns first, clowns is easy. The Two of Cats. The costumes are not for the clown, but for his pet geese, Cuddles, and Ruffles. He's not funny without them, he confides the Ringmaster. His best acts require them, the Ringmaster says, but they won't perform unless they're in costume. And unfortunately, the geese have a habit of destroying them after a few shows. We have a friend in Port Prosper who'll be happy to supply to the costumes. We have money, but not the transport. He hands you a small purse. Easy. And away we go. Gotta remember not to fall back into Crockery Cove. The cruelest trick of the game, out of so many cruel tricks, is putting this cove right here, right above the circus, when you know you want to go from the circus to Hybris, and you think, oh, here's a way up, here's a narrow path through, and no, it's a dead end. I think what I'll do is go by Van Zessen Waste, by way of Kenyon's Hand, chances, the negatives, that way. Get to maximize the amount of fights we get, and the possibility. Could I go behind this? Okay, good. Perspective does exist. What if there's a secret door? You know, I had to try. Ooh, we got the drill now too. Drill, but I have no space for it. That's okay. I don't need hours anymore, I think, do I? No, I don't. Just books, guns, souls, and nectar. Two friends to dance with. Cool. So no missing, really. Just upsetting my DPS. Not that, you know, I have anything resembling DPS. Aw, cute, they both... Are they stuck? No, they're not stuck. And 2 mangonel hits is not a good time. Alright then, parts it is. As fun as gossip can be. Ooh. That did barely anything that time. Okay. What's in you? Just gossip? Okay. Gossip is fine though. This is early game, so lots of things need gossip. It's not the most valuable thing, but it's necessary. Hey, more dancing partners. Aw. If that hit, would have been a cool shot. Nope. Stayed in his light far too long that time. If this fight was not taking place under a bridge, that'd be much appreciated. Unusual items, as in gossip again. How unusual. Nope, still nothing. That's okay though. Each one you kill gets you a little bit closer. Even if it takes a while. I'm sure I saw one more friend up here. Didn't somebody respawn? Nobody? Was that a trick in my imagination? I guess so. I still think it'd be cool if places like these, you see those like gun turrets all over the place. There's one here, one further on. If those are active. Like marauders, just marauders, even 2 or 3, is that really going to make it more dangerous to fight along here? No, not really. But if there was actual environmental hazards, say those gun turrets rising out and attacking you, or the other engines that just sit there as part of the environment, if they popped out periodically to reinforce, that would make it a fair bit more difficult, wouldn't it? Cause sure, 2, 3 marauders even, easy. But if you're passing by their home base and they start swarming out, you know, they're not chorister bees. A bunch of missiles out at once is gonna chip away at anybody. Oh, can't take a drink, can I? Ah, so close. Nope, nothing still. Teasing me with that Gatling gun in the picture, which isn't even one of their guns. What they have is more of a tube that you stuff junk into, then launch it out like grape shot. Well, not like grape shot really, but you know. Would it be? Would it count? Because grape shot kind of implies a shotgun-like effect, doesn't it? More so than the toss random junk into the cannon fire aspect. And I still maintain that what this game needs is more music. Silence is cool, but you can be creepy with ambient music too. And foreboding and lonely. Hey, Spinster. Could I survive him? Because if I can... Nope, nope, nope. And all he's gonna do is terror attack. His little correspondence thing. All that, then she's not even bleeding. Oh no, this is bad. Don't you drop. So, Scribe Spinsters, for now, are off the menu. Not even gonna bother with them. I do appreciate though that they have become a bit of a bigger target with the update from ages back, but still. But still... Hybris, deserted. The colonist houses are dark, and there's no sign of a soul about. Cool. The locomotive still exists. Where is everyone? The Pernickety Factor is alarmed. This is very disagreeable. I was expected to find people here. Disappearing like this is extremely rude. You split up and make a quick circuit of the village. You discover tables laid out for dinner. Cold tea stood in Fair Nancy's pot. The notes, in large print, half written for the mayor's council meeting laid out on his desk. A bat and bowls bob forlornly in the shallows of the marsh. You find the Pernickety Factor near the station. She holds up a muddy tarot card, the Ten of Cats. How peculiar. Let's keep looking. All the colonists on Hybris have vanished. Search the colony. There are clues, surely, to where the colonists might have gone, and mirrors are good, so 79% chance. Alright. Failure. The marshes are wild, the spores unswept. Laundry sits in piles in the wash house. Several shirts abandon the mangle. The town hall has been set up for a show. A broken mirror sits on the stage. You find an abandoned set of tarot cards before a gold-framed mirror. A playbill for the Marzipan and Hallow, wondrous wizards of glass have been discarded amidst the sloughs of pillows. The Pernickety Factor makes a face. I hate to suggest it, but Palmier and Plenty's might be able to shed some light here. They have a magician. As you turn to leave, you catch a glimpse of the reflection in the mirror. The face is not yours. Finger Kings, is it? Alright, well, I'm here. Port report. Everyone is gone. The station master professes ignorance. His manner has not improved in the absence of everyone else. There are new shades of the fungus. Indigo, crimson, jet. The trees have taken on new powdered hues. Spores cloud the air. The silence is almost restful. On the down locomotive, the bogs and marshes of Hybris are dense and obscured with rotting fungus. But somewhere, in the interior, a locomotive has gone down. You lead a small team to the slopesome marshes, and the growing fungal forests, where the drones of insect infected by fruiting spikes of fungus drowns out all of the sound. Hidden deep in the bogs, you'd have almost passed by the fallen engine. The Tackety engine rises on the marsh like a stick in the water, battered, smoking. Help 'em. Gotta be nice. A few Tacketies are attempting to rescue the lower quarters, while others are sending damping mushroom smoke signals up to the fungal canopy. You order your crew to pitch in, donning wetsuits and gathering cloths about your mouths. The leader of the Tacketies is Second Lieutenant. Captain went down when we hit off the right arches, who guides you through the creaking engine. The ramshackle locomotive is seeping with marsh water, and reeks of damp. Dragging out the unconscious crew and salvaging supplies takes hours, but the lieutenant refuses to leave a man behind. Well, I guess considering the country of origin to be left-handed, wouldn't it? As night draws in, she goes in with you one last time. At the bottom of the engine, all but sunk in the marsh, is a heavy box that takes 2 to carry out. We can get passage from here. Couldn't lose this. Ooh. Wonder, what if I help the Windward Company? And what would that box be? Bronzewood splinters? Why not? You are not far from Shasta's leg. Yes. Free Bronzewood. Most of the Bronzewood splinters are rotten and unusable, and the tree is too sturdy to topple without more equipment. Fortunately, searching uncovers a piece that is polished and pristine. The crew carries it back to the engine, leaving scraps behind. Sweet. And while I'm here, Bazaar. Just his seeds. Nah, man. Alright, the Scribe Spinster should still be up with Hybris, so going this way, straight through, should be safer. Nah? No. But the other way has guests. Could I lead you around the Bronzewood log then? Yes, maybe. Come on, come on. Oop. Alright, she's coming. Guess she had to go back to her home node in absence of chasing me around. It's cool though. It's safe. Safe until it turns out that one of the Marauder hits earlier caused critical damage, risking blowing up the engine. How's my monetary situation? 2,000 still? Okay. Not bad. Hey, more Marauders. Come here, buddy. Come here. Well, I gotta be somewhat careful. Only 4 fuel remains. No gun. Come on, gun, where are you hiding? Have we got to put up the wiki? Now, I know it's not quest related, because I caught it on my earlier captains before. Unless they changed it. There have been several updates since, so there's always a possibility. Which way do I want to go? If I go by way of Magdalene's, we could stop by well, I gotta stop by Palmyr's first. And finish off the circus thing, don't I? Well, not just the circus thing. Or, go by way of Magdalene's, Port Prosper, then Avon, then back and then Palmyr. And I do want to stop by Port Avon anyway. That's right. Nearly forgot that. Because Port Avon should still have the Ministry approved literature. For who wants books? For Traitor's Wood, which isn't too far away. Only issue is I haven't got much of hull space. 3 fuel, 3 supplies, and then just like 3 bits of cargo already gets me up to 9. Yeah, alright, circus first then. Circus, then New Winchester. Then from there to Port Avon, and Port Avon to Somerset Camp, and Somerset Camp to Magdalene's and Port Prosper, then back out. Good itinerary. And I gotta choose a plan anyway and stick with it and not waffle about when sitting on a mere whopping 2.5 barrels of fuel. Gun, no gun. I know already. Oh man, if this had locational damage, like that direct shot should have hit their gun. And maybe not cripple it, but decreases efficiency, longer to fire, more heat generated. Could be cool. And the same could apply to the player too. Damage guns decreasing R rate of fire, maybe giving more reason to carry 2 guns. Rear shots damaging how fast you could escape, side shots damaging your flanks, your jukes. And worst off, general hits limiting your ability to horn. That'd be the worst, wouldn't it? Hour of the Wolf, it is late and you are alone. Doubt preys on you. Is this the path you should have taken? You trespass upon the precincts of heaven. What price will be extracted of you? What price have you already paid? Endure. Success. Which is just what? 2 terror? Nothing. Questions worry at you, chasing away sleep. Later, there's a knock at your door. One of your officers outside. Madam, we need you. Duty calls. The doubts must wait. Just morning coughs, nothing major. No sick. Just wake up stuff. And the rock is still here. And is it a homestead? Haven't had a homestead yet. Gonna waste some fuel stopping by. Oh, we had it at the homestead, that's right. There was one that fired back at us. A homestead. Settlers who live so far beyond the edge of civilization relish the hardships of solitude. They will fiercely defend their small territories, but occasionally welcome company and trade. This homestead appears to be thriving. A family gathers outside to welcome you. Blue smoke coils from the chimney. Reduce terror? Nah. Sky storage for supplies? I'm good on supplies. Munitions for Bronzewood would be a good idea. It's a good trade, that. But first, ants. A few shovelfuls of dirt into a glass tank. I need thousands of the crawlers to bring him. That just leaves what? We got the Hybris Pus, we got ants. What was the last one? Chorister wings, I think? You have ants. You have Hybris Plus. Wings of a Chorister bee. Okay. Excuse me. Well, that's cool. Never noticed that the circus has ventilation stuff on top. Ventilation fans. Is that new? I don't know if that's new, or if my laptop was just so bad that it didn't actually bother spinning. Terror Fallen, only 63 now. Free tickets! Of course, you don't have to pay, you're part of the family. 17 tickets. Sweet. Ask the Humida Magician about Hybris. An abandoned magic show and a discarded playbill are all you have to go on. The Humida Magician sighs as he inspects your playbill. That pair of rogues. It would be an insult to chicanery anywhere to call them charlatans. His shoulders sink. I would know. He stands and walks over to a cabinet in the far corner of his caravan. He opens a small drawer and produces a slim, heart-shaped key. It was a locked suitcase in my old house in Port Prosper. It has a red door near the station. If you could fetch that for me, I should be able to help you. It is all my old paraphernalia. A suitcase from his house on Prosper. Okay. And that's right, Prosper is also where the clown costume is. While I'm here though, performance? Sure. Didn't drop any terror. Just gained sky stories, visions of heaven. Did anything change with the acrobats? The acrobat twins swing for their trapeze. Figures of perfect symmetry as they go back and forth. But everyone else is still garbage. Different garbage, albeit, but still garbage. Seeds. Does anybody even want seeds? I don't think anybody does, do they? No, they don't. Or if they did, I ignored them, because seeds are garbage. And at this point, I've been waffling back and forth between supporting the company and supporting the Tackities, and I think I'm going to have to go full on Tackity. I just can't not join the good side. Joke of her, and a bit, failure. I know what I saw, she mutters suddenly. Another speaks up for her. I see it too one time, they add. The stars are dying. It turns out, spoilers, they are. And check it, right? Those dreadnoughts are all full of loot. Big fat loot. How could you not pop them like piñatas? And those new mosquito ships that the company has. That's even better for loot. So many secrets in them. Secrets, sometimes permits, cryptic benefactors. It's like the game is perfectly designed so that you want to go against a company and London, if just for material and immaterial gain. And earlier on in this game's lifetime, all the Reddit posts were like, of course you side with London because attack kitty ships crash into everybody. But it turns out that these days attack kitties are rather good flyers, and it's the dreadnoughts crashing into everything. Skullduggery at Port Avon. The page of the Gazette are awash with scandal. Port Avon Parish Council complains of noises in the local ruins at night. The prudent secretary is eager for any confirmation of Tackity activity in the ruins. The endured veteran would also like someone to look into the matter, though not too hard, mind. Let's investigate. See, I got plenty of gossip, and it costs gossip to take it. What could somebody want with moldering old stones? The Gazette has a little of concrete use. Rumors of this or that, criminals spied on the ruins, particularly a lurid theory about sacrificing company officials to unmentionable powers. If you want to find out what's really going on, you'll have to go to Port Avon. But first, Port reports. How much favor to have now? 3 gratitude? That's enough for a secret. Sweet, new total 5. How much does it cost to recruit my aunt? Is it 1 secret or 10? I can't remember. Suffering from Plato's tenfold error already. Womp womp. Could I do more with the black box now? Consult with an academic, maybe. Pick the lock myself, nah. Sell it, nah. But what would an academic say? The academic is wild-haired and scatterbrained, but his expertise is undeniable. He provides a wild hypothesis. We know that judgments, the suns, have made laws that govern all things. Those laws are enforced most vigorously wherever the light can reach. But a container like this might thwart their sight. If I want to exclude something from certain laws of the heavens, I would hide it in a box like this. Cool. I could pick the lock myself, but it's worse than a coin flip. Not yet open the box. You have a severed secret. Alright, first repairs. Gotta lose that critical damage that I know that I have. Seeds for Avon. Psh, forget it. Who wants guns again? Lustrum, right? Yep, explosives for Lustrum. 3 souls for Prosper. And I am heading out that way. But that's not much room, is it? Already that's only, well... 2 fuel and 3 supplies is enough to get me the way to Port Avon, from which I can resupply, pick up some books, get down to Somerset Camp, then back up, then resupply. Okay, it's good. Except I would actually have to buy stuff, won't I? G, thank you. Let's go then. Probably shouldn't boost too much. You know, left and right boosting, since that's going to cost me some extra fuel. I say, and then immediately boost. But it's so fun to boost though, how could you not boost? UCE Deliverance, that's a cool name. Might even be cooler than Princess. The next station is Port Avon. A gloomy disquiet settles over your engine. Morale is fragile. Oh, they don't like the calm, quiet villages. A distant nebula shines on this place. Its light as mellow as melted butter. A new smell. Behind the coal and the oil. The green, unlikely scent of apples. Port Avon. Was there anything here that... Oh, that's right, there was. Cyclopean ruins. Excavation? Nah, it's just free souls. Investigate rumors of Tacides in the ruin. Tacity men have been seen entering the ruins of the night, armed with shovels and lanterns. You wait until the sky is dark and the distant stars have dimmed before making your way to the ruins. You go alone, bearing only a shuttered lantern. Dust rises underfoot as you tread along the shadowed halls, greater and gloomier than the manners of old London. Through gaps between stones, narrower than the inside of a coffin, voices grow near, voices, and a rich, resplendent light. The luminous glow of a brilliant soul, mined from the ruins, infects his hidden habitation with radiance. A group of heavy-set men and women in hobnail boots are just ahead. They are intent not on deposits of souls, but on the hollows amidst the stones, where they are busy burying caches of ammunition. A crunch of stone behind you, a beam of lantern light. The burly MacDonald brothers have followed you in. Warn the Tacides, or assist the MacDonalds. Tacides! Engage in unauthorized mining of ours? No good can come from this, warn them. You rush into the breach, startling the illegal miners. A chorus of surprise and alarm greets your sudden entrance, but there's no time for questions. You convince the leader, a hard-bitten ex-prospector, to lead her men out through an alternate escape route blasted into the ruins. You cut an expensive deal and stay behind to tell the MacDonalds you were on a nighttime stroll when you stumbled in on a cave-in. They're more than happy to believe in the stupidity of outsiders. The Tacides will be back for the weapons of the future, but next time, they will be more careful about it. Sweet, 100 sovereigns. Aw, they admire me now, reputation plus 10. And lost 4. Oh, Stove-type fortunes, 0. Desperate. All is well. Cool. Why not then, if all is well? Partial success. Not alone. Your piece is interrupted by whistling. A popular tune, appallingly executed. A painter is here. He has set his back to a towering arch and is painting its reflection in the mirror set beside the easel. The mirror's glass is black, dulling the vibrant green of the moss and the scintillating hues of the sky. The truly picturesque requires a certain restraint, he explains, frowning irritably over his shoulder at the splendid view. This is trying too hard, don't you think? His presence has ruined the atmosphere, but your walk is not unpleasant. So that required all as well with an icon of the whatever the frosty or god of the sky is. So what would happen if I came here with her watching me or hating me even? Anywho, bizarre. Give me audio literature. And one more fuel. I think I'll double up on fuel since... That's not doubling up on fuel, that's buying more fuel. That's okay though. I'll make it back. Or getting more supplies, I mean. Air. Because Somerset Camp does sell food. Right? Confirm it? Good. This port sells supplies. This port sells fuel and supplies. So 3 fuel for the round trip, 1 fuel to get my butt there. Sell a bunch of books, then buy more supplies. And once I have a bigger ship with more auxiliary slots and more cargo hold, then I won't have to stress this as much. Is that my ex? I hear. That could be ambience, that could just be the sway of my ship, of my engine. Or it could be a colonized contankery. Though I guess a colonized contankery is more wet and squelchy, it's more like... So it wouldn't be just any silent swaying. Incautious driver. I came here once. I don't remember why. A king? His cup? Speaking of which, I haven't spoken to the incautious driver yet, have I? I haven't spoken to half my officers, I don't think. Yay. Literature for the Trader's Wood. The Somerset students camped in the Dark Wood require fresh material for the Canadian studies, entertainment, and occasionally, roughage. They've requested 5 consignments of ministry-approved literature. Cool. Almost at 3,000. The classicists are delighted, but you cannot please the theologians. Too fanciful, apparently. The medievalists cannot seem to come to a definitive conclusion. We are paid well all the same, and invited to go stargazing the Pale Wood. And tea? Oh, everyone does love tea, but I haven't got the space just yet, sorry. Oh, wait, don't be dummy. Don't be dummy, Guinea, while I'm here. While I'm here, super valuable, important port reports. And then back up and around. Ooh, Katankari, come here, buddy. Come here, come here. I'll pretend that shot was deliberate. Those are all just lucky shots. Precious stones, last complaint. Not having any butchery. Oh, I don't have that's right, I don't have the butchery. Alright, then let's get his guy story. The Katankari grumbles, a sound like grinding millstones. They hate new things, one of your crew suggests. That's why they attack engines. A grizzled stoker snorts. Everything's new to them. The world died out before ours even born. Hence why they all vote Tory. You know, for being called Trader's Wood, there's not many traders in here. Just now realized, plenty of monsters, and not even high-level monsters. I figured that sounded right. Yep. Cannot fly over the village green. Ooh, more Katankari. This one is stuck. Check that out. Still stuck? Nope. Freedom. At the cost of a small bit of hull. Stony Oregon. You'll always find an uncanny specimen, but may lose crew. Sure, it's a coin flip. Good coin flip. You return with a glistening ovoid gland. Its consistency is somewhere between a mussel and marble. And that, Din, from 6 months past. Was it Din who asked? I can't remember. Why you cannot eat stony organs anytime, not stony organs, uncanny specimens anytime you want. Sometimes it is something tentacly alive. Others, it's a rock. A living rock. And good luck with that. Quiet day, cheap fuel to my benefit, thank you very much. I get more fuel. You can never have too much fuel after all. Oh, don't be dummy again, me. Don't be extra dummy. Back to port. Scoot that boot. Gossip? Nah, port report is what I need. Cool. And how much welcoming do I have? There's now 7. Amazing. Great. All the welcome I'll ever need. Ooh, while I'm here. Mascot. Oh, same stuff. Alonta Bridge. Pour over the charts. Yeah, same stuff. Flemigan. Just Prodham. Psh. None of that. Okay. Xynilur wants to go to Lustrum, wasn't it? Speak of the wonders of the sky. The vagabond seems uncharacteristically morose as of late. Perhaps you can cheer him up. Since you left Port Davon, the vagabond has limited his fiddle playing to the most melancholy refrains. Every time it leaves a boilerman in such tearful mess that he has to abandon his duties. You share a drink and a few stories with the vagabond, hoping to get to the root of the matter. Even among skylarks, I don't feel quite at home, he says. I can't stop thinking about my old homestead in Lustrum. Perhaps we could visit there someday. Ah, Captain, take this flask away from me. Whiskey and nostalgia is a dangerous combination. And how about the devil? Succulent is eh. Possible enemies need 2 gourds of nectar and 2 caddies of tea. Shroma Chorister bee. Could I do that? I've seen that around, but I haven't ever had a caged chorister bee. Memories of Caduceus requires port report on Caduceus, which requires a totally Is it immaculate or just not lightless? Anyway. That means holding on to him. State of my soul. How's it look? Not worth much presently. Yeah. Incognito princess. Make conversation with her. Why is she traveling? For a change, she says with a smile. After all, I am a princess. The ambition of any princess worthy the name is to not remain so. And the navigator, the fan favorite. The navigator's really in his I need tea for him. In his cabin. He's popular with the crew, and card games and drinking sessions occur spontaneously in his presence. Converse with the fortunate navigator. It is important to keep an eye on the well-being of your crew, starting with your first officer. I'm settling in nicely, thank you, Captain. You have a good crew here, and a sharp one. The navigator's already visited every crew member at the station. Aw, he is good. What are the stats? You got hearts and 6 mirrors in Bohemia. You got 6 sirens and 2 veils. Might want that. How about you then, fatalistic Siddleman? His mustache is stained with nicotine. His Isambard line uniform is neatly pressed. He always expects the worst, confident in the knowledge that he will still be disappointed. Trade tales of terror over tea and biscuits. He is reticent by nature, but he can be coaxed into conversation over depressing stories with horrible endings. Soon, you are engaged in dismal competition. You raise the sad fate of the Parliament and the tragic disappearance of the HML Parzival. He counters with a story of his own past. I worked on the Isambard line. It was meant to ring the whole reach, a chain of accelerators and hour funnels to speed locomotives between the outer ports. Doomed from the start it was. Some said cursed, but I reckon building a road around the sky is just bloody difficult. It were never finished. He slurps his tea. I'd like to take a proper tour of the reach. See exactly how stupid we were. A lengthy tour of the reach accumulates 6 port reports. Cool. Easy. Halfway to it. Driver. Haven't spoken to yet. The driver has no tolerance for uneventful voyages. When not on duty, they stare through the stained glass window as if willing excitement to ride on a wave of disaster. When they take the wheel, the rest of the crew grip the nearest available supports and whisper quiet prayers to the various gods. Let's gamble. Win? Caught in the act. You enter the hold and find the game well underway. The driver sits cross-legged in front of a pile of freshly won sovereigns and 3 newly impoverished members of the crew. A stoker angrily throws an expensive-looking watch onto the pile of winnings and departs in a fury. The driver looks up. Madam, care to make a wager? 33% chance? How could I say no to what's it, 25 sovereigns? Alright, sure. Hit me. A losing hand. You throw your cards down, not expecting to win. You are not disappointed. The driver barely even looks at their cards before going all in, claiming the pot with nothing more than the pair of aces. The other players glare suddenly, regretting their hesitation. I hear you used to be a test driver, says the quartermaster. The driver nods. You never have thought it. As a child, I loved my trains. Very ordered. Safe little space where they can go round and round and nothing could go wrong. It was only after the crash that I realized I needed more. I suppose surviving taught me all there was to know that there was more than simply being alive. More to living than simply being alive. Another round? Sure. You throw your cards down, not expecting to win. Bah! Pair of aces again, or even shuffling. Wait. You're a Stainrod. As in Ledbetter and Stainrod, demands a crewman. And you're still taking coins out of our pockets. The driver shrugs. Black sheep of the family. We don't talk much, not since the accident. Mother didn't approve of my new career, and father, he's... well, anyway. They shuffled the cards, allegedly, smiling with confidence. Never bet what you can't afford to lose. Aw, I gotta step away now. That's enough of that. The remaining crew around the circle relax as you stand to leave. The driver shuffles the cards, ready to begin the next round. Let them. The driver nods to you, idly scratching an ear. Foreshadowing. Just for a moment. Oh, not foreshadowing. You spot something green winding around their fingers. Converse, they keep scratching their ears, even while driving. A nervous tic, or perhaps sickness, that might spread across the crew. What? Oh, yes, the driver scratches again. It's nothing, just a little earache, I'm sure. It comes and goes. Their knee trembles with the frustration of being pulled away from the wheel for even the short conversation. See? All fine now. Order. A visit to the doctor. The efficiency of your crew cannot be left aside. Not necessary, the driver protests, scratching at their ear with renewed force. A look of pain flashes over their face for a moment. Perhaps. My family knows a specialist in New Winchester. I think father owns a building. I think I could call in a favor. Continue? Same stuff. Learning about him. About them. And about this homestead. Ding dong. Settlers to live so far beyond the edge of civilization, yup. You set down beside a pockmarked homestead with a holey roof and cracked windows. Its inhabitants have struggled through a bad year, and will find the next one worse. Trade goods. They're proud, and insist on making a fair trade. Supplies for Bronzewood is in my favor, because Bronzewood is expensive. They are timberers, tawing twigs from the great bronzewoods of the Reach, and selling them to passing traders. They offer several gleaming logs in return for your supplies. Alright, I got enough to make a two-port prosper. By way, what was that? Cuddlescombe? Cute name. Discontent again. Recover the body. Let's see. A junior signaler receives a dose of medicinal port in the infirmary, after seeing a frozen corpse spin past a window. The experience has shaken him. The dead are hungry, he says. We need to make an offering, we'll come back and knock it at the hole. Reprimand him. No. Recover the body, transport it for burial. It will be poor company. But it is what you'd want to happen if you were found dead in the sky. Nightmares up, but terror down. It is a good deed, perhaps, to carry a lost soul home, but is not a happy one. The crew are grimly hardened, but your dreams are troubled. The corpse wore a captain's jacket. Their face is a mask of frozen horror. You know, without a cannery, there's not really much point in killing these Cantankeree. But still, XP's XP. Failure. Crew lost. Still the Cantankeree resists death. As a crewman tugs at a slick, knobbled gland, the beast spasms. Gritty ichor sprays across his skysuit, chewing at the leather. When he dragged him aboard, it is clear he will not last long. He still clutches the extracted gland. Its color, halfway between liver and granite. You know, I was there. Day 1. When the Terraria update came out, giving more biomes, granite, marble. That is what I consider new, in terms of Terraria. Partially because Old Fogey, partially because that's like one of the last bull Cantankeree. goodness, it hit super hard. Ah! Alright. Gotta flee this. He's bleeding already, so... A cage catch. But it sends supplies, doesn't it? Nah, just give me sovereigns. Basic sovereigns. 60? Dude, more fuel. Alright, now this marauder has my attention. Full and undivided. Not in front of him, please. Thank you. Trying to be fancy, but not that fancy. Gun? No gun. But... Instant boost of hull. Good. Beautiful, I'll take it. Just as good after that Katankery ambush. And then more. I was gonna say it as a joke, and then it happened. Is he still coming? No, he's gone now. He's too far away. You approach the memorial to the unknown rat. One by one, your crew remove their hats. I go south then. Just to clear out them. There's not gonna be anything here. But, you know, gotta fill out the map. Grew up on Link's Awakening OG, so it's in the blood. Is that gunfire? Must be. So it must be getting close to Port Prosper. Always some fight going on, you see. Dare I engage with 30 max hull and a small Jerusalem gun? Nah. An outbreak of heart sickness? Sit with them. Listen to their tales of past times. It won't help, but you might learn something. Nostalgia has lifted the veil that normally hides their hearts. They speak of the things they left behind, the things they regret, and the things they wish they'd done differently. Sometimes, as they wander amidst the years of their past, they speak of things they should not. Tales of terror, secrets, and a rumble of far-off refineries. Distant searchlights rake the sky. Oh right, I should stop by the, Alright, before I stop at Port Prosper, gonna hit up the transit relay, pick up the package, then come back around. Tool. Oh, redeem music off. I'm gonna be nice and return those points, because music off only works if music on has been turned off first. But if you want music on and then off, we could work with that. Check on the delayed package. It turns out the previous courier was detained for having the wrong paperwork. Fortunately, his goods were impounded at the side of the relay. The board customs official is glad to clear some space in their cramped office. As long as you don't want to travel between regions without the appropriate paperwork, they couldn't care less about the cargo. The package has been serving double duty as a card table for the last week, but now it is yours, and the people of Western will be glad to receive it. Sweet, and this means I get my travel permit. All it needs. Really? Just 2 ministry stamped permits, that's it? Okay, give me it. At the bronzework kiosk, the superintendent examines your papers minutely, sticks them on a spike, then signs and stamps a small booklet for you. Your new transit permit. Union Jack Blue, he says of its cover, as if it were something to be proud of. Considering the era that this was made. So 1 stamp for first class, cool. So it could go to Albion anytime I want. Oop, wrong button. I don't want to go through customs. Remain in the reach, please. Thanks. Because even if I could go to London, I still have business here. Smooth landing. Perfect. Couldn't be any cleaner than that. And only 2 cargo space, so cannot drop off my hostage yet, sadly. Chairman, have I got things for you? Right, got the 1 nameplate. Just the 1. Alright then, port to port is going to be port to port number 3. Yeah, it's going to be number 3. Then Magsby 4. Performance of the Widow, sure. It's good theater, enjoy yourself, get more esteem with the EastEnders. And no dog yet. Costumes for the geese. There's a tailor in the West End who, they say, once made emergency repairs to the captivating princess's dress. She accepted the work as a favor. The tailor, needle in his mouth like a cigarette, holds up a hand while he searches for the garment under his desk. He pops up a few shoe boxes and grins. I think you really captured the spirit of the reach of this one. I'm sure the geese will love them, especially the boots. Aww. Costumed geese, or at the very least, costumed Indian rudder ducks. Fantastic, look them up. And then the house for the humiliated magician. It has a red door, and is near the station. Happily, he's given you the key. Props and spirit cabinets line the musty hallways. Faded posters depict the magician's noble countenance as he prepares to embark on another daring adventure into the occult. Not for the faint of heart. The pernickety factor finds much to roll her eyes at. You find the suitcase, the battered suitcase with the large tabby cat. It yowls sleepily. The cat could belong to the magician, or it could have just crept here in for a nap. A garden-studded collar reads, Monsieur Francois. It looks up at you expectantly. Of course bring the cat along. It turns out the cat does belong to the magician, but even if it didn't, why not take it with you? The pernickety factor gives you a look of abject disbelief when he asks you to find a suitable box to carry the cat in. Monsieur Francois proves a very amenable traveler, however, and purrs all the way back to your locomotive. Your cook is less than thrilled at having another mouth to feed. But the cats will love it, surely. Alright then, settlers. Let's find somebody not as prone to dying. Whoops, no, not the inspector. An opportunity. Where to, Lustrum? My friend here has been sending me postcards from Port Avon. I've never seen anything quite so quaint. You must take me there. She smiles benignly as one of your crew carries her steamer trunk on board. And if you'd be so kind, could we do some hunting on the way? The courser bees have been attacking again. I'll pay for the trouble of killing them, of course. But only if you do it quickly, and only if you harvest a stinger for me. You know, funny thing, right? I haven't seen a single bee yet. Lord of Port Prosper requires 3 consignments of souls for an infernally themed party to celebrate his diamond wedding anniversary. The quality of the souls is immaterial. Their function will be purely decorative. God save the Queen, etc. Prosper lies to the east. Okay. A butler receives the bottled souls of the servants' entrance to Grand Townhouse. Thank you. And please accept this small additional sum, as an indication of how highly we value your discretion. 50 sovereigns. Is it? Chorus or nectar, though? Who wants nectar? Apart from my, repentant devil. For Caroline. But they want 5. You know what? Money's money, though. This is buying it cheap. Caroline is buying at a high price. So, it'd be dumb not to take it. Fuel is good. Food, okay. So then to Magdalene's, and from Magdalene's to New Winchester, drop stuff off, resupply. Caroline, Lustrum back home, and that should be enough port reports to satisfy my fatalistic settlement. But yeah, haven't seen any bees yet, so they must all be like down here behind Leadbetters and Titania. In the previous configuration, Titania here, Leadbetters here, and all the bees in general around this area. A huge spread for them, but now they're like out of the way. No bees here. Well, I guess it could be around Titania now. But none here, none here. Not a very good map to be a bee. Right, did get my port report, I made sure. Not the smartest route to take, this is horror here. Peacock Wind. And a few nasty monsters, but, you know, gotta fill up the map any chance you get. It would be, but again, that's like all the way exiled beyond the map. All the settlements, like, are medium distance, so... It's weird to me, because the previous map I played on, the bees were pretty much integrated. And now, they're getted off. And hey Tool, good morning. Like, I guess it's weird to me, because now I gotta hunt down the bees, whereas last time the bees were just a consequence of getting places. And that night your sleep is peppered with uncomfortable dreams. The sky of your dream is blazing gold. It is peppered, no, crowded with suns. Suns piled on suns, like the growths in a miser's hoard. The light floods you. It shines through skin and blood and meat, picking out the branching veins of the slender pillars of your bones. There is more to you than this. Is there no more than this? C Company. Well, let's see, what's the consequence? You require crewed by the living, and at least 1 crew, so you might lose crew. Why not? C Company. Tea. Perhaps a biscuit. Those fundamental human things that can help us forget the numinous moments like this. And it's better than a coin flip, if just barely. Coin flip not in my favor. You find other crew in the galley, and then tell them of your dreams. They are unsettled. They had the same dream too. Cool. That's what truly makes us comrades. We all have the same dreams and aspirations and hopes. Tag. No tag back. Intentionally? Nah, well, kinda sorta. Pit up some nightmare or some terror. And figure that, you know, the nightmares aren't really harmful till max. So it's less intentionally carrying it and more just... it's dandruff. It might seem unsightly, but it doesn't really have any negative disadvantage. At least not at 1 or 2 or 3. 3 maybe, because you can't really get more at 3. But at 1 and 2, harmless. And extremely easy to get rid of. Various facets. Magdalene's is cheap for the first few. It's free for the first one too. And who knows, might someday make my way to Eleutheria with this character. Or not even Eleutheria. They got flukes over in Albion too. So yeah. 2 nightmares, a bit of fluke hunting. Oh yeah, the terror is a bit more problematic than nightmares. Nightmares are just flavor. Terrors can tear me apart. And what's Maggie got for me? More souls? Nah, souls are easy. Chart crew? Good on both. Cheap terror drop then. And much cheaper than the Mausoleum. Mausoleum's a joke when it comes to dropping terror. Excuse me. Price way too high. Terror drop too little. And still no gun. Oh well. Gossip farming is fun too. And it is XP. Pretty close to it. Alright, Palmir's first. Palmir, drop off the geese. Not the geese costumes. Or you know what, no. Because fuel's low too, and Palmir does not sell fuel. Winchester first, then Carillon, Lustrum. Refill that Lustrum the back around. Back around, more tea and more water. And this is Chorister Nectar that Carillon wants, which means... well, what's the markup price? That won't get me the new engine yet, but it'll get me really close. If I had all 5 then maybe, but I haven't. You know, I forget if those guys could actually ram into their own shots. Feels like they could, if they really wanted to. Examine the captain's log. The captain's door is covered in knots and crosses, so it transpires as the rest of the cabin, his logs, and his body. In every game, the knots won. You search up a few valuables and return to your engine. Yeah. Covers the cost at least. So what facet next? Currently, a poet from Augusta Avenue is a black sheep with a bit of a scandal. And a coterie. Family Footsteps I think is gonna be a nah. Bell Tolls, maybe. Bell Tolls is fun. Stat-wise, still middling. Nothing up at 50 yet. What do I want more of right now, though? Hearts is okay, I think. Irons, mirrors. Veils is kind of okay. What are you about, Steam and Soot? Spent much of her time at the engine yards, watching locomotives being built, repaired, and decommissioned. They were iron behemoths, their bones steel, their breath steam, their innards intricate as a pocket watch. How did you spend your time among them? Eavesdropping on the stories? Or learning how the engines worked? Nah. Maybe not yet. Mentor? Or an interlude in Red and Gold? You lost your mind once. They put you in a splendid hotel managed by a cheery gentleman who would determine when you could leave. How colorful the other guests were, how red the curtains, how gold the fittings, and how secure the locks. Eventually, you were allowed to leave, but was your recovery genuine? Well, it's mirrors and iron, so sure. We're feeling much better, thank you. Through trial and error and determination, you learn to tell what is from what is not. The manager said he was sad to see you go. And how much to the next one? Quite a ways away. Okay. And cannot turn these port reports in yet because the fatalistic Siddleman wants them. He won't take them, so I can spend them later, just not yet. This the right way? Yep, just meanders a bit. All the boxes are gone. From the tutorial. Cool then. Good to know that New Winchester does not abide by littering. It is, but for the time being. You know, I'm here anyway. I'm sailing around. So why not pick up a few port reports while I'm sailing around some ports anyway? Not really doing it for his benefit primarily. He's more of a tertiary concern. Like I had to go down to Port Avon anyway. Had to go to Port Prosper anyway. Have to go to Carillon and Lustrum anyway. So while I have those goals in mind, you know, helps him out, gets him knocked out, and is a bit more XP, I think. Bank, come on bank, thank you. And sure, one for Lustrum. Headed there anyway. That's it, just 6 and 2. Well, I guess 6 and 2 is gonna be okay. Though Carillon only has supplies, no fuel. It'll make it. Yeah, I got what I want. Resupplied Carillon, refueled at Lustrum. Good itinerary, easy. Assuming I don't get myself lost, which I won't. This island does break eventually, doesn't it? Good. Young's found. Found. Just had to take the most roundabout way to get there. But hey, if it fills out the map, then why not? But Titania, well, I guess I could. They do have fuel and supplies. But they've also got bees. I've been there once already. Think I'll keep Titania earmarked for later. When I got more crew to survive it, when I got at least a ship upgrade. Well, engine, I keep saying ship. Trophy would be nice. But the problem is, I don't have any hull space for trophies. Not hull space, hold space. Gotta toss something out to make room for the trophy. And it can't be commodities. Commodities are worth too much. So the question becomes, do I toss out fuel or food to make room for the trophy? Ah, crockery. I was being silly. They don't. Crockery does, despite being worth nothing. But I get the trophy later. The trophy's like... That quest in particular is not really... Oh, wait, hold on. You mean for the settler? I got confused and thought you meant the trophy for the club at Port Davon, the hunting club. But even then, right, even for the settler, it's just what, a bonus of 50? 150 versus 100 sovereigns? They'll hook around eventually. And Caroline wants honey. The Devils of Cowden experimented with a new penance involving close harmony singing. They requested a 5 gourds of coarser nectar, which is considered a vocal panacea by the opera singers and actors. Oh, just 3? Well, then we have 3. 2 more needed. And sadly, they aren't kind enough to sell honey themselves. Which they sometimes do. At the bazaar, I got one guy selling something that the guy needs, which is great. Hey, 3333. Dummy. Get port to port first. Back that caboose up. Was it foyer? It was foyer. And while I am here, how's my soul looking? Flickering. Double flickering. Who cares flickering? And right, haven't yet observed the casting out of the Spurferer. He is not allowed to take anything with him. Not a case, not a hat. Not even clothing. The presiding deviless makes him strip down to his courtyard. Strip down in the courtyard. To show he hasn't got any spare souls tucked into his trousers. The penitents have seen plenty of humiliations lately, but generally inflicted on humans. They watch the Spurferer's progress in a spirit of ill-concealed jubilation. Nude and slump-shouldered, he walks up to the port. After he is gone, the presiding deviless takes a curious 2-pronged fork from her desk and flings it into the fountain. From her desk, oh. Wait. Contraband? Or was that her own? Tossed it away her own temptations. It happens sometimes. Buying what they need, like right next door. Gotta be lucky, but it happens. So who's flickering? Terrace of glass statues. Penance of 10, half 3. Alright then, who's got an easy penance? Nope, 39%. Guess I'm just not meant to improve my soul, am I? 65% chance, I'll take it. Failure. The penance does not bear speaking of. 4. Sweet, halfway through already. Bit more. Bit more, Petit. Eight, 9, and Zen. Beautiful. Well, I'm sure I'll get more stains elsewhere. Grim Penitent, what do you want again? Let him be, he's exhausted. 3 excesses, or endurance 5. Nah, he's fine, I'm sure. The penance rushes in. One by one, you remember things you'd obscured from yourself. Like a dreamer shaking off lingering illusions, your soul is in nearly good condition now. The devils of Caroline claim to be experts at the assessment and improvement of the soul. They would describe yours as intermittently tantalizing, with an aftertaste of disappointment. Am I still flickering because it was stacked up? Cool. Double free XP. Describe yours as tantalizingly opaque, rich with personality. So I'm good? All good, soul-wise? Sweet. So, repentant devil, what do you say now? Your soul, he lies, is magnificent. I have studied souls of men and angels. I have extracted the penitents as saints. I have removed the knowledge lust from astronomer through the borehole in the back of his head. I have seed the crown princess's sister in mare's milk until there is no more jealousy in her. But I have never known a soul to equal yours. Oh, he likes me. Okay, let's go then. And there should be a path to not Carolon. I'm already at Carolon. There should be a path to Lustrum. Why not finish? Because I can't. They were selling munitions, not more nectar. Would have been nice if they were selling nectar and buying nectar. But just nectar. But no, they're just buying it, not selling. Were they? Were they really? Hold on, gotta check that. Oh, because I am cheap. I am super cheap and grubby. If it's not at a discount, I don't buy it. There is no end to how cheap you can be. And granted, sure. I'd only be buying it at the regular market price and selling it up at a markup anyway, so it is still profit. But it's not as big a profit. And sure, there is a bonus that you get for finishing it, but still... Made my choice, I'm sticking with it. How those didn't hit, I do not know. Clearly they had range. Still chasing, come on, go away, go away, go away. These folks don't know how lucky they are that these spinsters aren't just like descending upon their settlements. Why aren't they descending? The Vagabond's residence. You follow the Vagabond past Lustrum's outskirts to the whirling whiteness beyond. Miles from civilization, you find a mansion, half buried in snow, perched on a rocky upcrop. The Vagabond waits at the door and slams on the iron knocker. After some time, the door eases open. A doddery butler peers out, his face so downcast it looks half melted. "Welcome back, sir," says the tragic butler wearily. "A letter was delivered in your absence." Vagabond, how could you afford such a place? 10 bedrooms, a kitchen that could staff a dozen cooks, a chandelier that drips with diamonds. Princes have lived less ostentatiously. Ah, you should have seen in his heyday, the Vagabond rubs his hands before the fire. Warm, noisy, bustling with staff and guests. Our parties could be heard in New Winchester, isn't that right? Quite so, sir, says the tragic butler. I struck it lucky in the mountains, you see, says the Vagabond. Found enough hours to make me rich. Rich enough to buy all this, and more besides. He claps you on the back. All the luxury in the world can't compare to the majesty of open sky, though, right, madam? An explorer? Sure. The Vagabond has shrugged off his coat and is heaping logs on the fire. You got a few moments to roam the place. The mansion is colossal. Its walls built with bronze wood logs. Its bathroom gleaming with ivory. Its walls decorated with gold-framed portraits of a younger, better-groomed vagabond. But it has obviously been years since it was properly maintained. Some of the windows are broken, and snow has heaped on the floor beneath. Black mold streaks on the carpet. There's an overpowering smell of damp. Okay, so what's in the letter? Just give me the gist of it, will you? Asked the Vagabond, idly tossing snowballs at a portrait of a severe-looking woman in black. The butler clears his throat. The letter was delivered by a skylark who calls himself Quivers, sir. In it, he claims to discover the location of the Sugar Spun's garden. He was seeking your help. The Vagabond pauses mid-throw. But that's a myth. A story to tell over campfires when the night is cold and hungry. He sounds uncertain for a moment, then shrugs. Young Quivers means well, but he must have been mistaken. Or was he? Spend the night with a vagabond? Well, he's not my type, but he has a mansion. You stay up into the night, your conversations meandering, but the Vagabond repeatedly circles back to the mysterious letter. I'm worried for Quivers, he says. The other Skylarks haven't seen him in months, and he comes to my house babbling about a myth. The next morning, the butler says his plaintive goodbyes. As he crunches the snow towards Lustrum, the Vagabond says he plans to track down Quivers. What kind of king would I be if I didn't protect my subjects, he asks. Besides, I once believed in the Sugar Spun Mount Garden myself. Must admit I'm curious. No, I got nothing for Sweet Jane, do I? No, I do have some nameplates. What, the whopping one? One in all. Cool, it's something. Sweet Jane counts your bounty out with relish, then slides it across the desk with a wink and a good eye. There's more where this came from, she says. Lost reputation with Windward Company, only curious now. And admired with the Tackities. Cool. Ooh, but while I'm here though, while I am here. Murgatroyds. Last time was Indulgence Blend, so Eleutherian Gold next. It looks like tea, with occasional sparkle. A single sip and you feel slightly dizzy. 2 sips and you struggle to find your legs. The sense of pleasurably disconnected bonhomie lingers for a few hours. Bonhomie, I think. Now, allowing us to do the midnight flavor in Aklis. One of the maids from Murgatroyd's golden tea shop is on hand to collect the supplies. The mistress will be so happy, she tells you. We've been mixing the last of our leaves with soil to wet them out, and I couldn't do that for so long before just drinking mud. You can do that? Tea with dirt, really? Claim I could do, but I got like no crudely behind. I could leave, what, 2 behind? Before bare minimum? Nah, later, I think. 4,000, so yep. 4,000 plus enough port reports would be enough to get my new engine upgrade and extra to spare for supplies. Souls I'll sit on, because souls are everywhere. And right. Sings? No. Port to port. That is what I want. So, Signalman, is that enough now? You have accumulated at least 6 port reports. Just going to where I had to go anyway. As you stopped at each port on your journey, the Signalman spoke with other Signalers. He has put a set of dog-eared notebooks and is now cataloging their contents into a book. Collating, sorry. He stiffens as you approach, as if you've caught him doing something he shouldn't. People outside the trade don't understand how signaling works. Every port, every corner of the sky has its own signs and messages. It's a right mess. I've been cataloging them. The semaphores, the lamp languages, the badges and passphrases. Not that anyone will ever read it. He puts the pages into his hold-all, suddenly embarrassed. Anyway, I've been meaning to ask. Traveling has stirred up old memories. I'd like to visit a friend in London. We'll find her at the Steam and Sapphire Yards. She won't remember me, but I could try. Now this step is rather expensive, so I'll sit on it, but 1,000 XP? How on earth could you say no to 1,000 XP? So, what did you ask for again? Oh, same exact wording. Nearly. But how did he come to work on the Isambard line? What brought him to an isolated signal box far out in the wilds? Misfortune, I suppose. Tried to join the Navy. Wanted to do my bit. So I got down to the recruitment office, signed all the papers, answered the questions. Halfway through the physical, the doctor just stops, packs his things away. I can't admit you, he says. Why not, I ask. I reckon I'll exercise a bit, try again in a few months, see? Your heartbeat's irregular, says the doctor. The first time a shell goes off within earshot, you'll drop dead. And yet, he signed on with me. And that's how I learned I had a weak heart. Had to rethink my plans after that. And what's his segment? He intimates that he might be able to put his old connections to work for you, ready to drop him off in London for a little while. He wouldn't be gone forever, of course. Far too much to do aboard your engine. But he wouldn't mind the opportunity to do some consultancy work with the big movers and shakers of the energy economy. He might be able to garner you a few favors in London. Ministry gratitude? Well, I'm not using him. Hearts and veils, irons and veils, mirrors and veils. I'm alright, I think. Alright, back around then. Pretty sure that's everything here, isn't it? Yep, that's everything for now. So I could... Well... Titania can wait. Back to New Winchester, drop stuff off. Get new engine. Then onwards. New engine, and then London. I can travel now, beyond the transit relay. Oops, wrong baton. And things are more lucrative in London. Like more opportunities for things like, well, you know, higher things. More higher priced goods and not just seeds for Magdalenes over and over. But it's more dangerous too. Ooh, hold on. I say, passing face to face against the Scribe Spinster. Which aren't difficult, but, you know, only 30 hull. 30 hull is nothing. Oh, give me a boost. Thanks for that. See, if one of these Marauders are nice enough to give me any good gun, any better gun than the Jerusalem, then sure, I might engage. But as it stands, it's more foolhardy. Is that Takadi? Yeah, that's just Takadi. Not going to attack the Takadi. All they've got are like, what? Fuel supplies and low-level stuff. Seeds, crockery, whatnot. An experience, I guess. Fighting is an experience. Whoops, too high up again. We'll do a fuel. Could do circus first, and then back down. But nah, I gotta go from the circus to not Lustrum to Hybris, so might as well just resupply, then come back up. Wispy condensations trail across the sky, the ghost of passing trains. Cool. Nice prose. Prose bros. Skullduggery again? How often do they skulldugger? It's like twice in a row now. Six-headed sovereigns. Dang, perfect. And loads of secrets for me to keep my aunt happy. The company's retreat. New Winchester's in uproar. Crowds of boisterous Takadis stamp through the streets in their hobnailed boots. In Kissinger Gardens, they're burning piles of top hats. Don't mind mine. The Windward Company, whose fortunes have suffered recently, has abandoned this port. Tell me more. They must have been preparing for evacuation for some time. The company house was emptied almost overnight. The Takris had the upper hand in the Reach now. The company has withdrawn much of its strength to fortify its holdings in Port Prosper. If you want to deal with the stovepipes, you will need to seek them there. But Port Prosper is so far away. Wait a minute. That was superfluous. You don't gotta... Why on earth am I going to repair my engine if I'm gonna buy a new one anyway? Just force of habit. Alright, so Petanor class trader, minus 3,500. Or Bedivere class escort. It's more hull, more shield. But same auxiliary slots, same hold. So nah, Petanor it is. Double the auxiliary, some extra hull, and a bit more hold as well. Dude. And I'll be at max crew capacity right off the bat. Let's name you Petanor class trader. You're small. A small starter engine. Let's name you Leamington, for a small, cute town. Okay. Now then, Abraham's engineering. Already got Medimatic mining array. So how about a Durandal pressure canning system that isn't just butchery but also extra hold? Giving a lot of hold space. 19 hold space. Nectar for Magdalene's 2, what do you want? 3 gourds of courser nectar. Ammunitions for Port Prosper's parsimonious chairman. You can make do. Song of Sky. I haven't even started yet, but I got no money for it. The Song of the Sky looms in your mind. An unfinished monument. Where to begin? You take advantage of a quiet moment to pull out your journal. The blank page sits before you, smug, unblemished, the horror. At last, inspiration strikes. You need fresh material, that's the ticket. Oh, I have no material, do I? Oh, all I need is 5 more Tales of Terror. And I can begin. Cool. Fine, crockery, I'll keep you. Seven? I guess 7's okay. Cool. New engine. And isn't it a cutie? Compact plug shape like an LED light bulb. Alright, but we've seen this route 100 times. Single player. Who goes first? Me? Excellent. What to play? Kind of a weak hand, but you're first, I guess. Hey, Homestead. You settle down beside a cold, silent homestead. The windows are boarded, the door locked, but the foliage of the garden hasn't grown wild. It was abandoned in a hurry and recently. Something up behind, maybe? The house has already been plundered, but the plunderers missed a patch of turned earth besides the back door. The settlers buried the valuables here, presumably intending to return. To find nothing. And circus time. New arrivals, I'm already at max crew. But Terror Drop, listen to their stories. Yay, free Terror Drops. Free Terror Drops and free. Oh! Or I need to drop by the Victory Hall, that's right, I remember now. Thought I still have my old port reports, but I don't. Deliver to the clown his costumes, perhaps now is Geese be willing to perform. The pensive clown opens a crate of specially made costumes. He considers the twinkling stones as a wishful child might a star. In time, he nods, and reaches arm deep into his novelty pockets to find a reward. He searches your face for a smile when he reaches too far, and then topples over. Oh, he's got his joy back. Alright, Ringmaster, what's next then? Commission the prop repairs. Alright then, fly to the strong woman. The ringmaster leans under his desk and picks up a fat bundle of posters. He drops them with a thud. We need these slapped all across the Ledbetter and Standard Knight Reserve and New Winchester. Okay, standard, easy. Magician then. Monsieur Francois has been, all things considered, a very well-behaved passenger. The humiliated magician's eyes widen as he sees Monsieur Francois. He takes the cat with a trembling hand, who purrs briefly before jumping to investigate the caravan's cupboards. I never expected to see him again, the magician says. Didn't have space for him when I left. Thank you. He turns his attention to the suitcase. Inside are faded posters, playbills, and photographs. This is Marzipan and me. The magician holds up a photograph of two gentlemen, coat and tails. We were apprenticed under Monsieur Pleats. This was before Hallow arrived, and he shakes his head. At last, he unearthed a small vial of amber liquid. Take the vial. Take yon flask. The glass is crystal, the color deep and resinous. It catches the candlelight, gleams gold in your hand. Prisoner's honey, says the humiliated magician. My last batch, from old London. Marzipan and I used to dream together. This is before Hull, of course, with her confounded glass. He sighs. No. I have wasted enough breath on that one. Take a few sips of this the next time you're on Hybris. Find somewhere comfortable to sleep. You will see your colonists again. And Monsieur Francois has left the locomotive, sadly. Seeds. Seeds everywhere. And one extra. Because Hybris is a bit far away. Alright then, Hanahuda, where were you? Can't get the blue ribbon, sadly, but I could get the red poetry ribbon. He's got the bird, but that's okay, because I got my own birds. Oops, too far up. See, I do use my scout, by accident, but still. And no more available moves. Alright, gotta sacrifice something. This game is Sunless Skies. It's part of the Fail Better universe that follows after Fallen London and Sunless Sea. Cool. 2 red... Oh, but he's got the 3rd potion ribbon. Of course he does. So I can't get my Aotan. And I want to go by way of chances. The card game is a bit of a distraction for long voyages. It's Hanahura. Deer and Butterfly. All I need now is Boar to get Deer, Boar, Butterfly. We got what? Aotan. Oh, he's got Aotan. Of course he stops. Why would he not? That's fine though. He only won by 1 point. 1 measly point. But the card game is Hanahura. Which is fun. Used to play with Momo. He's got the curtains. If the game gave him curtains, if the game cheats, this game in particular cheats a lot. He's definitely got the cups then. See? Cups. And who's gonna get the cups? Not me. Ooh, I can't get the cups. Alright, maybe I spoke too soon then. But then that's all I have. That's a pretty weak hand all along. All in all. Still. And he's got 2 lights too. So it's gonna be an easy win for him. And Rainman's out too. If he's not lucky, he'll get 3 lights. If he's lucky, 3 lights plus Rainman. And the Aotans. Aquatans, I mean. Does he stop? He's not even gonna Koi Koi. Like I said, the game cheats and doesn't even try to hide it. He's got no... And... Hold up, hold up. Well, we're already here. Already back at Hybris, so... Goodbye, Hanahura. And your cheating ways. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. It's got the hull upgrade, so... Still above 42. Perfectly okay. What is that? No, that's not bronze wood. It's too fungal to be usable bronze wood. Shore leave? Surely not. Scavenge. Take the prisoner's honey. This was the Humiliated Magician's advice. 91% chance success. Granted, it's not 100%, but watch it fail. Partial success. You locate a comfortable armchair in the Brendan, and pour yourself a small measure of the honey into a little teacup. After you've cleaned up the mushrooms. The particularly fat... You know, sometimes this game is good, right? But other times... Full stop, inside the bracket. And it's not all the time either. I guess it depends on the writer, doesn't it? Good writers put in the full stop after the bracket. I mean, what is it even? It's not a... Like a bracket you could take out and assume the sentence structure stays whole. You take out this bracket and it all falls apart. You merge 2 sentences into one. Anyway, off my pet peeves. The Bernicki factor refuses to partake. I'll keep watch. Besides, I don't know where it's been. Full stop. What, then, is this bracket attached to? It is attached to nothing. It is hanging out in the void, for anything to eat and devour. You dream. A group of young men and women approaching a forest, a real forest, dripping with dew, where vines trail to the ground and snakes hanging from the trees like fruit. They guide you to a party amidst the boughs. Partake. There is music and laughter. A vigorous young woman insists you dance. A smiling young man offers you a cocktail. Observe, but keep your distance. Perhaps there's something not quite right here. Perhaps you're merely shy. Us. Shy. Attempt conversation. Nah, partake in the revels. It fits the character. You are led in jig after reel. Sweeping around the green gold glade. Afterwards, full stop, someone proposes bowls, though this is swiftly shot down by the more vigorous sport of cricket. A larger woman provides tea laced with amber whiskey. You dance through your dream until at last wakefulness comes. You have found the missing colonists in the honey dream. Gone forever. Report your findings or conceal the truth. Why conceal it? Let her know. The pernickety factor looks up from her tea when you wake. Didn't let it steep long enough, she sighs. Was the magician right? Her eyes widen as you begin your explanation. She sits in silence for a long while you finish. So the colonists made a bargain with the serpents from behind the glass. I can't help but wonder if we're... She shakes her head. London looks after its servants. Should you need assistance in the future, I'll put in a word. She intends to remain on Hybris for a little while longer yet. I will not be departing with you. Oh well. You know, on the old laptop, right? This icon was pretty small, so I thought there was a mouse. And thought the pernickety factor was one of the rat people. Anywho, Hybris plus time. Excuse me. The difficulty in collecting samples isn't having to climb onto some remote peak or fighting off creatures for all teeth and claws. It's abiding the smell. Wander Hybris? You wait to the boggy marshes around Hybris, disturbed only by the occasional drone of a dying bee. Smoke still pours from the station master's chimney, but he's still not inclined to leave his cottage. You stumble over a few discarded bowls and a number of old footprints heading towards a fungal forest. But nothing more. And port report, same as ever. You know, it's no wonder that seeds keep going at a bargain. Everyone's selling seeds in the verdant reach. And wonder why they can't sell to anybody. Anywho, back out then. Back out for more Hanahuda? Nah, shouldn't. Gotta keep an eye out for monsters besides, past all those marauders without fighting them. Who on earth suffers marauders to live? It's free experience points. Free XP, free gossip, and the offhand rare chance of getting a marauder mangonel. Which is a pretty good gun for most of the game. Is it ambient gunfire or somebody fighting? Terrors. And a tale of terror. But not enough tales of terror to start off my, ambition. Got your butt. Got your butt. How'd it keep missing? Yay, got an artifact at least. Beats the 14 or 49 sovereigns you just get off of them. Could you sit still, Star-Minded Explorers? Thank you, finally. Thought the gunfire herd might have been marauders, but nope. Just explorers. No chance of good guns on them. Could stop on Maggies on the way down. Refill on Magdalene's. But don't really have to. Because 4 fuel, or 3 fuel and change, is more than enough to get back to New Winchester. New Winchester, with plenty of detours to fight marauders. Come on, get back here. Still no gun. Plus, how many people killed now for no reason at all? Oh, just explore again. Alright, Explorer. At least you're XP, aren't ya? XP, and a waste of fuel otherwise. Hold repairs at least, or you're not qualified for it. No. They do give hull repair. Cool. So a net gain of nothing. Just time lost and meager experience. More gossip? Oh well. Who would have guessed that hardened sky pirates would be such gossipy hens? Just explorers, really. If I wasn't on 2 fuel, then okay, I might fight him. But just an explorer? Nah. Not gonna bother with him. Just take a mental inventory. It's been a while since I played, but I'm pretty sure I can burn fuel. We can burn fuel, obviously. But food, I mean. If supplies run low. Think. Well, it's not like I'll have to test it anyway. So I got plenty of food after all. Already at the circus here. And New Winchester's right down there, so yeah. Could make this trip on half a barrel. And not even be aching for it. But at least now we do have a chance, or a reason I should say, to go back to Titania. Since Leadbetter's is one of the stops for the acrobats thing. Not the acrobat, the strong woman posters. See? The scouts are good drivers now. Not a single risk of crashing. They've outlived the meme that has to find them. Discontent. Got plenty of food. More brandy. The prospects of brandy provokes a ragged cheer. Soon, the crew have rosy faces and broad smiles. Your locomotive resounds to a lusty, if approximate, rendition of how the sailors lost their Z's. No one looks out the windows, though. No one looks at the stars. The Zed, surely. Distant climber of engine yards, accretion of smog. So something tells me a new Winchester might be close by. Just going by the atmospheric clues. And more secrets? How much gratitude? ×2. And now none. So Bat, confirm that new Winchester is close by. Found nothing. Weird. Gotta locate on my own then. Okay, Wolvesy, still not enough, do I? Have 3, need 7. Okay. Then how... Oh right, Port Avon. Port Avon, I don't know we're in, has books of speculative fiction that you could read. To get more sky stories, more tales of terror. I've only got 167 sovereigns. No matter. Alright, the grand premiere. The incautious driver's ear doctor stuff. Put up a flyer for the strong woman first. You post your flyers on the top of the posters for the productions of Odin's Horse, and the revival of The Painted Youth of Somerset, a merry farce. Whether the public will take notice is anybody's guess, but you've done your job. Back to the city. Attend the grand premiere of Mademoiselle Lumiere, who has wasted no time in organizing her premiere. To express her gratitude, she's given you a ticket. Well, then how could I say no? Mademoiselle Lumiere has reopened the theatre beneath the arches of Bishopbridge. The prominent Takati sit with London sympathizers. They have formed a brief truce, united in their loathing of the cramped velvet seats. A light flares on the plaster wall. The film begins. The film is titled The Concupiscence of the Verdants. Flickering images on painted lenses jerk across the wall. The camera luxuriates in the collapsing brown flesh of a fruiting fungus, the flight of a sporing body, the sudden bursting of a violet fungal sac, the prolonged death spasms of the cameraman. There are gasps from the audience. Take in the detail. She has an exacting eye. Some of the shots are blemished, but what has been captured reveals much about the Regis flora. This work is a careful attention, or admire the wider picture. If you avoid looking at the foreground, there is much to appreciate. The film strips and painted to reveal the lush colors of the landscape, the violet purple of the fungus. There's an awful beauty to the whole thing, or close your eyes. If you put your hands over your eyes, you could almost consider this a relaxing interlude. Take in the detail, the wider picture this time. 4-hour poet and bohemian type. It is difficult to entirely ignore the energetic and occasionally traumatic activities occurring in the foreground of every shot. But you persevere. The mirror catches up with you as you're leaving. I don't know why everyone hurried away. Anyway, I'm venturing into new territories. Meet me later if you like. Is she really? Meet her again? She has promised a meeting. She is currently occupying one of New Winchester's cafes. She's provided the table number. She rings up 2 cups of nectar-infused tea. I crave this stuff, she says, a smile creasing her face like a well-used cushion. I'm too old to be looking cameras around anymore, waiting for the perfect shot. My own fault. I could have stayed in London, but I want to see the stars. Thanks for helping me home. This is where I'll stay now, I think. She coughs into a yellow-stained handkerchief. Time to fund films rather than make them, I think. The coughing worsens. Please excuse me. She leaves you with a hurried goodbye. And a bit. Oh well, at least I got experience from it. So I saw a movie, hung up posters. Maybe now I care enough about the incautious driver to take him to the doctor. A silver plaque on the door being what the name indicates. This is the address of New Winchester's most exclusive practice. While the doctor conducts her examination, the driver asks you to update the old records of the current employment. You take a moment's pleasure in the driver's ridiculous middle name, and pass over the field on gender, straightforwardly crossed out. See, this time. This right here. Bracket. Inside the period, as it should be. There's no rhyme or reason to when they put the bracket outside, or when they put it inside the bracket, or the period inside the bracket. And you see how much more aesthetically pleasing this is. Sentence, bracket, then full stop, to tie everything together, like a ribbon on an already beautiful present. Their address was last an eyebrow-raising, prestigious New Winchester townhouse. You amend it to the name of your locomotive. The doctor says, peering into the driver's ear. A case of verdancy. A fungal colonization of the brain, not uncommon in the Reach. Rip, Mademoiselle Lemire. You've noticed uncharacteristic impulses, changes in behavior. She eyes the driver's skysuit and scars. The driver nods. Yes, the spores root deeply in the brain. Attempts to extract them have had less than satisfactory results. I am afraid the best prescription is to entertain them. Take them where they want to go. See the things they want to see. Typically, little travel does the job. They'll soon lose interest. You are learning more about the incautious and an extra 1,000 XP. How much further? 2,000 more to go? So 2 more completed quests should do it. If it keeps going at that rate. If. Crew at Max Bazaar. Literature for Palmyre. But I can't afford to buy more literature. No matter. Crockery, nobody wants. I keep forgetting it. I don't have to extract from the bank anymore. I could buy or sell directly to the bank. Just how cool is that? Wait a minute, hold on. Sitting on literally no fuel. 0% remaining in the current barrel. Right, now buy. No sense having 0 fuel take up cargo space after all. Or just enough to get me to Port Avon. And then buy it on the cheap since Quiet Day at. But firstly, that is 2.5 hours of stream, so I'm going to take a quick break, bathroom break, and be right back. Alright, back. Still say, one of the main primary disadvantages of the game is the lack of music. What music is here is fantastic, but when it's gone, it's gone. Okay, it's enough of everything. Let's go then to Port Davon, and from Port Davon, Ledbetter, Satania, etc., etc. Maybe I should go to London, where the prices are better. Got plenty of permits, I could make the trip. Or I could go ahead and start buying seeds, if I really have to. See? They stopped before crashing. Their meme status is over. They have died. And even that one, the UCE home. Just doing his patrols. Flying a bit odd, sure. But here I am on autopilot, or at least on cruise control, and it hasn't hit me once. Wait, I have my cannery right? Good. Cannery is installed. Perfect. Fantastic. How's fuel efficiency? 1.25? Good enough. Excuse me. Port Avon Dock. Quiet day. Cheap fuel. And now then, nowhere in. With your works of speculative fiction. Eyes of Heaven, being a thrilling tale of discovery and danger, in a sky heretofore unknown, with the bones in the well, being a macabre tale of one soul's descent into solitude and madness. On the third day, it rained. The sky was a grey, drizzly circle in the well's mouth far above. The rubble underfoot darkened, then swam with mud. Perhaps he would drown today, Joseph thought. A slow way to die, he remarked to the skeleton that shared the well with him. Raindrops tip-tapped on his skull. The skeleton was a good listener. Joseph had already shared his secrets with it. All, that is, except one. Now, holding on to that last secret seemed pointless. After all, it was likely to jump before dinner time. He cleared his throat. It was I who pushed you, he confessed. More works. Devil's Confession being a satirical tale of infernal ambition and mortal folly. The Vacant Throne being a tale of political inevitability from the perspective of a vampire. Or The Corpse at the Window being a sinister tale of familial duty and intimate horror. Amelia looked through the glass. Her sister had returned. In one hand, she held a necklace of muddy diamonds, dug from Doyen's grave. From the other dangled the corpse of a doe. Around Catherine's stretched throat, Amelia could still see the rope marks, white and neat as a vicar's collar. Speaking of a vicar's collar, The Parson's Cookpot being a darkly comic tale of domestic misbehavior and unusual appetites. The ladle steamed. Under the portion? Asked the parson's wife. Why not? Constance replied, and raised her bowl. The parson's crockery was old and pretty. His chair was comfortable. His house needed only modest improvement, mostly in the area of the curtains. Perhaps he would be missed, but no one would ever find his remains, as long as Constance finished the stew. And how's about? Vacant Throne? Doesn't sound very horror to me. Nah, it's Sky Stories. Another silent century passed. Upon the throne, the king's corpse withered and sagged, mold devouring the Enchiridion robes. Then, a sound. The door opened. A woman entered, young, scarred, sword in her hand. Behind her more men. More swords. About time, thought the throne. Boring. Okay, what about The Devil's Confession? Nope, just drop terror and more Sky Stories. His companion's hooves thumped on the crimson carpet. The corridor was long and lined with doors, each with a brass knob. He opened one. The room behind was piled from floor to ceiling with bottled souls. He tried another, the same. We never found use for them, the devil admitted. Okay, so Bones in the well a few more times to get a 7. New total, 7. Perfect. All I need. And a cantankerous trophy for the club. The stout veteran pokes it. What a horrible creature. He twiddles his bushy mustache. A perfect centerpiece. Jenkins, fetch a hoist. Ooh, that's right. Speaking of 100 sovereigns, have I got to my port-to-port yet? Ooh, and a settler. Choices then. Because a chorister bee, upon being killed, gives what options? Honey or experience? And I have 2 more things added onto it. The trophy. The wings for the, for Leadbetter and Stain Rods. And a stinger. So quest-wise, I have 3 bees I have to get, so no, forget a settler. After all, it's been so long that she might have been bored of it already. And 100 sovereigns, 100 sovereigns. She gives you a smile, as weak as a tea she's been brewing aboard your engine before making a quick departure. A small purse is all she's left behind in her cabin. Fine by me. Bazaar has seeds. Sharma fuel? Okay. Bit more fuel, bit more supplies. Then 2 Leadbetters. And more things I cannot say. Say it isn't so. And let me see. How much hull? 50? 50 is good enough that I could try my hand at chorister bee farming. Or if not chorister bee farming, chorister hive farming. And fleeing. And trying not to get bashed in by a dozen puppies. Besides, gotta explore more anyway. Excuse me, gents. See, not a single risk of crash. Even if I try to crash into they. Is this leaf? Cool. Can go beneath it. But not beneath that rock. Well, there was a leaf over the rock, so I thought, you know. Jungly leaf with more jungly leaves. I think it's pretty much a rule that the Peacock win has to be by Leadbetters. Always. Crab Boy, hello. Check it, Crab Boy. Got the engine upgrade. The first of many. And that is a deliberate, experimental landing technique. Tried it out, testing it, works perfectly. Join a hunting party. Do I have the irons for that? No, I don't. They both reduce terror, but the hunting party gives you a terror reduction and a cage catch. So just enjoy the nature reserve on your own. You prefer your adventures more scenic and less liable to result in the loss of limbs. Along with a few braver crew members, you set out into the depths of the nature reserve for a bracing walk and a quiet picnic. The fauna around here is shy when not being hunted. It doesn't even try to steal your scones. And check this, right? In New Winchester recently, and took my incautious driver to their doctor to check out their infection. Gender block, crossed off. And the game's a bit coy about it. Port to port. Posters. A flyer for the strong woman. Parents and children enter the fierce debate about the limits of human strength. Dear heart, no one could lift an asteroid, but she's the strongest. She could lift anything. Precious. And conversation, same as before. Oh yeah, like on the doctor forms, crossed it out. Name, gave it. Location, train engine. Gender, scritch scratch. Let's see, got my ants, got my pus. I don't have the wings of a bee yet, but they're close by. Hours. Just hours. Everybody has hours. Alright then, to find more bees. There should be plenty of bees here. Beautiful, beatified bees. Maybe. Hopefully. You see, I envision a day where that becomes reality. Because ultimately, gender is a social construct, and it does define a lot about you. But it is somewhat more fluid than we give it credit for. Like if you compare gender today to gender in the 80s, to gender in the 50s, to gender in the 1880s. Even for what counts as traditional masculine, tradition and feminine, it has not been the same. Changing mostly by economics of all things. Do we want people working? Want them not working? If we permit them this, could we sell them stuff? So someday there may come a time when, you know, where such labels become a non-entity for us. But until that day, no harm in it, you know? We are who we are, and take such pride in it. That dude's alone, and I could take him, but I don't want to with a Jerusalem gun. It's too weak. Food! Free food! Good eating, partner eel. I feel like they added the flavor text just to convince players to actually eat the stuff. And not, you know, avoid it because it's sky tentacles, whatever hurts me. Puppies. Don't flee, don't flee. Oh, I'm too far away. Puppies, come back. Oh no, they're kiting me. They're straight up kiting me. Deeper and deeper into the hive. By the time I'm enraged to hit one, there'll be so many around me. That's fine though. There'll be more around here. Maybe, hopefully. Hopeful. Bee? Which one go for? And I hear shots. So there's somebody up here, good. If somebody's up here firing her already, then all I have to do is wait for him to die. Sorry, wait for them to die. This guy first is too erratic. Whoop, excuse me, bees. Well, the bees are hostile too now. I'm trying to help you out. Too many people here. It's a straight up melee. Whoops, don't mind me. Okay, good, it's safe now. You see, not quest dependent. Recover its weaponry, the bridge is in ruins, the hold is crumpled, but the main gun has survived. Your crew returned in one piece and bring the spoils of your victory. It was a right devil to remove, Captain, says the lead engineer. Hope you make good use of it. The Marauder cannon launches chunks of jagged, superheated rock via a brutally basic mechanism. Simple, ruthless, effective. Okay, I don't want to collect yet, because if I do collect, all the bees will hate me. I want to start off slowly with the bees, one by one. Unless it despawned. Fine then, honey it is. Come on, honey. Or no. Oh, he's gone away. That's fine though. Now that I have nectar on me, all the other bees have a higher chance of getting aggro to me. It turns out, right, that bees don't like it when you plunder their hives. Well, I guess I should go around here anyway, try to get a connecting loop around Ledbetter's. Excuse me, bees. To think, I once used to be afraid of fighting the bees. They were too big. They took up too many chunks of health. And now they really are puppies. Splat. A chorister corpse. The swarm is a ruin of twitching legs and broken wings. What are the wings? What are the bees? The sigil on its back, concluded with ichor, begins its final, tremulous song. Death hymn for experience, a courser bee trophy, or a pair of... I'll get the pair of wings first, since the Ledbetter's is right over here. A crewman is sent out to sift through the corpse. Some time later, he returns with a single pair of wings. Your assault did not perforate or shatter. Alright, still need more bees though. More bees, of which there are none. Peacock wind, Bethesda. Ooh, hello, hello, hello. Somebody, oh no, but the wind's too hard. Come back, bees. Not now, Marauder. We got bees to hunt. Or are they gone? That might have been enough to despawn them. Yeah, sadly seems to be the case. Oh well. Marauder's still here, but I don't care about him. I already got my gun. Well, there should be more around Titania at least, now that Titania stopped there once, so the second time around should be bee-laden. Alright, now I have my ants, my pus, and my wings. Handed the wings of a chorister bee, they're in pristine condition. You are thanked for your efforts, and asked to wait while the company sorts out your rewards. It might be a couple of days. Later, the phlegmatic researcher calls upon you. He hands you the envelope with sovereigns. Hideous creatures, choristers, he says, fidgeting in his chair. But I cannot accept that it's only by chance your wings are so exquisitely articulated that generate song. 300 sovereigns for wings. Back in the money. Ants from a homestead. You are thanked for your efforts and wait a couple of days. The phlegmatic researcher invites you over for tea. Marvelous creatures, he says, passing your envelope. As far as I could discern, they only seem to mind when a human is about to die. I wonder what it is about us. New total, 817 sovereigns. And the Hybris Plus? Awful stuff, he frowns. No redeeming virtues. Ah, of course, 1800s or late 1800s era scientist is going to be so close-minded. Return to the base of research. He's got to get back to work. And so about his course of study, what mystery is he delving into? Oh, I gotta wait for a bit. Wait a little longer before the researcher's work is done. Fine then. Ask about the romantic ornithologist's bird then. The scientist must have seen something off. Must have seen something of it, surely. A bird. They can grind a mountain to dust. The scientists waste no time on manners. Surely its beak would wear down faster. Unless it is some kind of magic beak, made out of something harder than diamond. Is it a magic beak, Captain? A magic harder-than-diamond beak? It quickly becomes quite clear why the romantic ornithologist works alone. Delving, already got into it. Making a study of the orderliness of the Reach. Nah, perhaps before the king died. Bazaar, still just towers. Cool, it's plenty. And somebody's given me a brand new slice of there you went. Thought they left me. Oh, and they're stuck because of the wind, aren't they? They want to attack me, but they can't. That's too precious. Oh, and what I forgot to do. I forgot to load up my, I'm stuck. My Marauder Mangonel. Chorister trophy it is. Mounted and ready. The crew set about the creature with hacksaws while the quartermaster prepares a board. Once the entrails are dyed, they nail it firmly there. The hunting club will no doubt wish to replace it with something in mahogany or bronzewood once they deliver it. But this will do for the moment. Ugh, crockery again. If I have to toss anything out, crockery is the first to go. A few prospects do ask for crockery, like for the Most Serene Mausoleum, but it's pointless. The payout is so little. Okay, Hole now. 25 damage, 750 range, and 50 heat. Only 2 shots off before it expires, compared to 10 damage, same range, and 30 heat. Easy choice. Magdalene's wants 3. Caroline wants 2. How about officers to max out my mirrors? Who's got mirrors? You got mirrors. And your irons and veils. Okay, sorry veils, but it's all mirrors time now. Veils and irons. Mirrors. That is it for now then. 44 mirrors, so progress. Check it, check it. Big bada boom. And I do believe somebody is stuck down here. Perhaps I can test out the new gun and then get totally slaughtered. Okay, it's not stuck. Not stuck, not stuck, not stuck. But it might be a little stuck, I don't know. He's not pursuing, really. Yeah, he's stuck. Or no. Just dislodged him. Alright, front cannon too. Forgot about the front cannon. Worth it. Assault. Oh, just bronze wood. Oh well. Bronze wood still is worth. Alright then, 2 titania for the rest of my bees. Got the window open a crack just for the air. And as I expected, Cutter is being allowed to work. But at least not being as loud as he could be. Normally, he's a much louder pupper. Three shots only, much quicker this time. Gossip. 2 salon-stewed gossips. And is that? More bronze wood to hew? Don't mind if I do. Bronze wood might not be honey, but it's better than honey. Now where are my bees? A buzzing sound of the air. The repentant devil is restless. Titania always called them. No bees around Titania, really? No big ones, small ones, ones as big as your head? It's a shame. Titania's under siege. Chorister bees flood the streets in petals. Allegedly. The thrashing of their wings is the drumbeat of the apocalypse, and the people flee in panic for their mighty stingers. But there is no safe harbor and no respite. All is lost. All hands, ready the weapons. Fire, God, fire! Or flee the becopolis. Bepocalypse. Bepocalypse. But no fleeing. This gets even more coarser nectar. Plain song drowns the lamentation and the fury of the mind. All the world joins death's hymnal. those who proudly defy their fates, and those who beg for wretched mercy, those who raise their arms, those who buckle their knees. The Chorister Hive takes the lyrics of poets yet unwritten, the unsung songs of the lips now forever silent. It is only iron and fire that quietens the voice of the carnage, but lo, the song ends only by its own accord. Once the nectar is gathered, the hive departs, and there is a lasting silence. The port unfurls itself, welcoming you ashore. Little remains of the port now that the hive has departed. The crystal domes are cracked. The buildings beneath them lie in ruins. Survivors pick through the rubble for salvage, while the philosopher proclaims on the nature of destruction and rebirth. The more practical poets glare daggers in their direction as they attempt to rebuild. The damage of the Chorister Hive doesn't appear to have dampened the mood. Port to port first, such beauty, such a pity. A new start for Titania. 3 of Titania's most prominent citizens are arguing about the new direction of the port, post-apocalypse. The rhapsodic mayor looks relieved to see you. Ah, Captain. Perhaps you can settle the matter for us. We've agreed that we need to choose one style and stick with it, but... She sighs, gesturing at her fellow council members, the melancholy poet, and the stone-faced sculptor. We find ourselves at an impasse. Your thoughts? Advocate for an Albion style requires that I visit Albion. Eleutherian aesthetic requires Eleutheria. A little slice is home in the reach, says the stone-faced sculptor. A sturdy rock from which we can help guide the future, or her dark beauty, the lure of the classic and the pagan. The melancholy poet almost cracks a slight smile. What inspirations we can draw from the horror. But since I've been to neither, all I can do is back away slowly. This is none of your business. And there's naught else I could do until it's done with. An art exhibition? You spend several pleasant hours surrounded by art, much of it painted with pigment sourced from the Reach's unique flora, and inspired by the lingering threat to chorister bees. Once the visitors had moved away, they immediately launched into lengthy diatribes of the many ways they could have done better. Porphyry font is just to sell stuff. Sky stories, visions to heaven, moments of inspiration, captivating treasures. Dude. Somebody's selling all of his Chorister nectar on the cheap. Hold on. How far away is Carillon? Because what I could do is sell all of my food right here, right now. Buy all the I don't even need all the nectar. I do want all the nectar, though. Want all the nectar, just for the sake of stockpiling. Alright. That is a plan, then. Goodbye, all food. Maybe not all food. Just enough of that. Due to the benefits of having Bohemian affiliations. They like me more, they give me more. He has been ejected from his choir, following what the papers only call a recent incident. He will have no need for his nectar now, nor of its beneficial effects at his vocal range. If you give him the slightest chance, he'll recount the details of his recent scandal bitterly, his melodious voice contrasting vividly with his profane language. Alright, let's go make a deal. The food will exhaust itself, but 1 is not the end. When 1 exhausts, there is 0. It is more like how many crates of food are left in reserve. Oh, I can hear my neighbors. That's why Cutter's so excited. Old neighbor died like sometime last year, and so their daughter has been managing the estate. Mostly by having people come in, tear down the trees, tear down the shrubbery. So it gets a bit loud lately, and Cutter, being the friendly pupper he is, sees people and does that. Oh no, I'm out of food. I have 0 food left. 0 food and a very full food bar. Bing bong. Alright, Carillon, overgrown statue to contemplate, drop tear a little bit. And now, the big bucks. That's right, I did stop by the port report. 480 and, oh, just an artifact. And more experience, I guess. The presiding Deviless takes the gourds herself. Fabulous. We would hate for the limitations of the patient's vocal cords to obstruct from their treatment. And souls. Oh well. How many souls? 3? Alright. Should be enough to get back to a new Winchester at least. And away we go. So Do Not Eat has been trying some Twitch streaming lately. And having sat on his chat a few times, it turns out that most trains will give you the chugga chugga chuggas. But only steam engines will give you the woo woos. Crockery? What'd it give me? Either way, crockery's out. Oh, food. It was free food. Well, that's a fair trade then. Food for crockery. The one time crockery is useful. I didn't get a Carillon port report, did I? That's okay though. You miss out on a port report, which happens sometimes, you know, becomes force of habit, you become rich, doesn't matter. And all you lose is 100 sovereigns, really. You know, the way this is split up right now, this is a rather diverse map. It's a shame that the bees are all ghetto to the very southwest. But last time, Lustrum was here, and the whatever this is. What are you again? Don't have its name. But that rock with all the cantankerry was like close by. Right nearby it. So you only really had one snowy area, but here there are 2. 2 snowy places, a super wide, spread out, overgrown place, then Hyrus. But I guess it's a trade-off then. 2 snowy places, rather than 2 overgrown places, because last time it was Trader's Wood and the Ledbetter Titania area that were split up. I suppose Cutter could try to Nom Nom. Next I put it to port. Give me a second. Just close the window. He won't stop barking, but now you don't have to hear it, not as loudly. The sky is wrong. This is not where you're meant to be. Was it a trick of the mist? Has the wind carried you astray? Have the heavens themselves turned themselves on their axis? Press on. Push forward in stranger skies, and hope that somewhere beyond you'll find familiar territories again. 88% chance with mirrors, so that's as good as 100, right? Always. You order your crew to stand firm and hold the course as you traverse this uncanny fold of the sky. Eventually, your navigator utters a grateful oath. A landmark. You are found again. And home. Gave port reports, 300 sovereigns, sweet, and more secrets. All the secrets on Earth. 23 secrets, so not enough. Nowhere near enough secrets. Scoot that caboose. Now, I can follow my ambition. You've amassed a collection of tales that linger after the telling. This is the first step in your ambition. Song of the Sky. The first canto. You sit at your desk. The blank page yawns before you like an abyss. Memories crawl from the depths. The spiteful howl of the sky winds. The honey roar of a well-kept engine. The darkness. The stars. Before you can truly begin the Song of the Sky, you must make a decision. Are you writing about a fictional character, merely drawing inspiration from your own experiences? Or are you writing a explicit memoir? A fiction? This allows you more scope, more flexibility, a more poetic attitude to the truth, and avoids any self-incrimination. No. With the history made for ourselves, a memoir. You intend to be famous after all. Why hide your light under a bushel? Perfection. You don't see the need to attach a different name to the face of the story. Even the thinnest veneer of falsehood would detract from the whole. This is the Song of the Sky, and you will sing it in your own voice. At first, each word must be individually wrestled from your recalcitrant mind, and somewhere between the brain and the paper they lose their luster. Finally, just as the mountain of crumpled papers beside your desk has reached to your knees, you strike something. A match, a vein, a melancholy chord. You write until you sleep, then you sleep and continue to write. When you resurface, the first canto is complete, but what now? You're not nearly finished the song yet, but perhaps you've written enough to show a publisher. Find a publisher then. You have written only a fraction, but if you're lucky, it'll be enough to secure a book deal. Rejection. The reputable publishing houses of New Winchester are crammed into Smoghorn Street, where the roaring presses give the impression of a nearby sea. Your first pitch begins swimmingly. Remarkable, murmurs the editor. Effortlessly lyrical, mythological in ambition. When you ask for a deal, however, he shakes his head. No, won't make a penny. Not gonna sing, Crabboy. You make your way down to the street, increasingly bedraggled manuscript clutched close to your chest. Finally, you catch an editress just as she leaves for the day. I won't publish this, she says, flipping through the pages, but I know someone who might. She jots an address on the back of your manuscript. No, I won't sing crabs either. I've got a mouthful of crabs here. It's a crooked house, in an unsavory part of town. As you open the door, you are buffeted by cigarette fumes. A man appears amidst the smoke, his hands slithering into yours. You're the one who's been terrorizing Smoghorn Street, says the omnivorous publisher, his grin encompassing his face. Let me see. He snatches the manuscript. Excellent, he says, between twin plumes of appreciative smoke as he reads. I'd like to offer you a deal. Negotiate, then. The publisher sits at his desk, and you almost lose sight of him behind the swamp of paperwork, books thick with bookmarks, and overflowing ashtrays. 100% chance, and success on this chance will secure you a larger advance. Give it. Pay up. A generous advance. After long hours of negotiation, during which you inhale enough secondhand cigarette smoke to poison a cat, you work out a suitable advance. The omnivorous publisher agrees to publish your work serially, canto by canto. He hauls a tarpaulin aside with a flourish to reveal a slumbering behemoth of a printing press. Tomorrow the song will be the talk of the town, he assures you. His prophecy doesn't come true. The first canto is a brief sensation, the subject of a few days' dinner party to conversations among literary circles, but it soon sinks into obscurity as the next curiosity comes along. Perhaps a publisher might help you make a success of the second. Speak to the omnivorous publisher. The song of the sky looms in your mind, an unfinished monument. The first canto is a quiet success, quickly forgotten. That is not good enough. The publisher's office, which you suspect is also his house, is even more dilapidated when you first visited. The doorknob comes off in your hand. If you want to make the second canto an extraordinary success, write about something extraordinary, says the publisher, jabbing a cigarette into his desk for emphasis. Something that no one will be able to ignore. You must complete a momentous exploit that will inspire awe in the population of New Winchester. Become the hero of the Tacites, the champion of the Woodward Company, the savior of the sun, the knight of the clocks, the saint of the wells. Discover the fate of the Parseval, or explore the boatman. Or become a successful MP, a revolutionary in Brabazon. Stole a jewel from Albion's crown, or become the scourge of monsters, or the enemy of the gods. I think the way I usually write it out is... How do I usually write it? Revolutionary of Brabazon, steal a jewel from Albion's crown, and become the enemy of the gods, as a sort of subversive allegory against the throne of ours itself. So how to write this one out? It doesn't matter too much, so it might change some flavor text a bit. And who repairs first? And again, the game suffers for not having enough bronzewood for Port Avon. I have loads of bronzewood. Suffers for not having more persistent music to keep things interesting. How much bronzewood for Avon? Just 5? 5 more? Easy. And how much nectar for Magdalene's? 3 more, just that scissors 3. Cool. So now it pays off, and I'm going to make huge bank. 50. Whopping 50 sovereigns for my Jerusalem. Living huge now. So I've also got space for more plating and a bridge slot, which will take up more weight, and more weight means less fuel efficient, means burning more fuel. What do we have for bridge? More crew quarters? Nah, that'll just eat more. You don't want that. Plus 10 armor. Who even needs armor this day and age? Cozy cabins. Requires veils we don't have. Plumbing. For more quarters? No. Wit and vinegar, winch and pulley is auxiliary slot, and even my auxiliary slot. The Britomart. Fuel consumption 130%, movement speed 115, compared to 100% speed, 100% fuel consumption. So no, forget it. I want my fuel consumption where it is. Alright then. So itinerary is going to be Port Davon, refuel there, Magdalene's, then the circus to finish off the circus's questline. What do the rats want? Have I spoken to my rats yet? Why exactly do they need a locomotive? Perhaps sharing a confidence of your own would encourage candor. Cinders lights a cigar. Our Sarge kicked the bucket in the blockade, but the night before he told each of us he left something at a vault. Old sod must have been loaded. Thing is, we need his account number to get it. He gave part of it to each of us so there'd be no thieving, hence our predicament. The last mission, our LT sold us out. Half the squad died, the rest scattered. We took the numbers off the dead. We need to find the survivors of the company. Between us, we had the number, and we still had to find the vault. Cinders grinds her teeth in frustration. Sarge kept some stuff in Carillon. That's the vault, but it might be a clue. She cocks her head. 50 sovereigns for a trip to Carillon, then? Maybe. Ask Albrecht about the Sards. They're on a quest because of his bequest. What was he like? How did he die? Albrecht is polishing his claws. Sarge casts a long shadow. He assembled us as he started the Winchester War. The best fighting rats who came through the avid horizon. He made us into a unit. He adjusts his whiskers. But we had no respect. We were expendable. To get better contracts, we had to be respectable. So we found a rodent of officer class to lead us. Part hamster, I think, he sighs. And that's where it all went wrong. He lapses into silence, and will say no more. But spend time with the Rat Brigade. They could be a riot if they're in the mood. The Rat Brigade are playing cards. Cinders is cheating, by means of a mirror concealed in the sleeves of her uniform. A spring-loaded trap, and a brazen card counting. Albrecht and Petronella have devised a surreptitious drinking game around each new display of bad sportsmanship. Rat ship. Cool. And that's right, he wants Lustrum. No, he doesn't want Lustrum. What's he want now? What about his plan to track down Quivers? A Skylark claimed to have found the mythical sugar-spun garden, and came to seek the vagabond's help. How does a vagabond hope to find him? I've been making inquiries, says the amiable vagabond. Quivers was in a traveling Skylark band named the Blunt Instruments. They weren't very good, but they robbed the bars they performed at, so they made enough to get by. I thought the rest of them were killed in a shootout last year. He beams triumphantly. Except there was one other survivor. She's a concertina player, goes by the charming epithet the Ratbite. She's currently a prison in London for some marvelous crimes. I propose we break her out, and she's heard from her old partner in crime. Okay. And Driver, we just saw the doctor, so what do you think? They've only been more restless since their appointment. The incautious Driver paces back and forth, clicking their tongue. It must have been the crash. At the Nature Reserve, my father sent me there to take up a nice quiet job. I always did love botany. But when they pulled me from the wreckage, I had new dreams to follow. I thought they were mine, now. How could I be sure? A new resolve washes over their face when they turn back, eyes sharp and sparkling with a flicker of emerald. Either way, I know where I have to go. Old Tom's Well. Give me the wheel, Captain. I have an appointment to keep. West-southwest. West-southwest. So about here-ish then for Old Tom's Well, the one spot I haven't been yet. In the Ledbetter Titania area. There might be a pass-through from Carillon. Maybe. Anywho, level ups. Or do I want to be cautious about my level ups? Hold off for a while. And either get a few more associations with various factions. Or, if you crash your ship enough times, let you get 10 hull, or less than 10 hull, you get another unique facet that you can use. It's cool stuff. I think it gives heart, I forget. But heck, why not? There's plenty of experience to go around. And currently sitting on 44 mirrors, 35 irons respectable, 39 hearts respectable. But I need more. More and more and more. Bell tolls? Nah. Spell in prison? Nah. A mentor? For a time, you enjoy the favor and protection of a mentor. Someone who saw your potential and decided to nurture it. Who took you under their wing? A blind bruiser? I feel like there should be two options here. Like maybe someday the lad one more. His attempts to distance himself from his larcenous past were a mixed success. His guests were scarred and rough-spoken, and have told bloody tales of smuggling and thief oaths, and nameless murders. Or lost love, that still is like a gnawing ache, a hole in your heart. Or family footsteps, the apple did not fall from the tree. The way you turned out came as a little surprise to those around you. Cast from a mold, they said, despite us being a black sheep, and them damning every action we took. But which of your family's qualities do you embody? Their virtues, or their vices? Some inherited wealth, you inherited character, good breeding, people said. Well, perhaps, but you've always been a keen observer, and learned quickly. It could fit, like, we came from august avenues, were born into wealth and privilege, but then became a black sheep, rebelled every chance we got, but still turned out with, like, good intellect or observations or whatnot. It could fit. We could be both of the family and not of the family. Like, sure, inherited their virtues, but still became a, honey-choked poet that they eventually had to distance themselves from. Sure then, why not? Get mirrors up, get hearts up. Nearly 50 on both. An outbreak of heartsick. They're just doing this because they want more brandy. A compulsory knees up is going to be a coin flip to sit with, or right is also a coin flip. Fine then. Hear them out, to get their tales of terror, get a secret, and plus 10 terror, which is okay. Because next stop eventually is going to be London. And London means scorned fluke not hiding, hunting. Hey, a fungal crinoline. In sky suits and spore masks, your crew holds a porous asteroid aboard. The top half is veiled in a mesh of fungus, like minty crinoline. Lichen of all shades cling to the underside of the rock in an iridescent coating. Scrape for supplies and terror. Destroy it to reduce terror, study it to learn something. 94% chance. 70% chance for fuel. Now study it. It does not respond to movement, heat, or light. It does, however, seem to incline towards sound, emitting a puff of spores in a direction of two chattering crewmen. You perform further experiments. It ignores the noise of engines. It is unresponsive to music. But it does respond to singing. Apparently, the fungus likes voices. I think it is looking for a host, and only wants the sound of organisms to infect. And thus I have doomed us all to a verdant fungal fate. Alright, even after I finish this off, we still have the Magician's box of tricks to fit. Forgot about that. I thought the strong was the last, but it's not the last. Oh well, no matter. Either way, gonna make bank now. Bazaar? All the bronzewood for Fort Avon. Cricket season is nigh. Mr. Sharma of Port Avon will pay for 5 consignments of bronzewood to furnish the village's team with bats, bales, stumps, shin pads, and protective cups to minimize damage to delicate areas. $2.95 each. Do it. I could buy 2 engines. Oh, just imagine if you could buy a fleet of engines. Delighted by your arrival, the villagers invite you to afternoon tea on the green. There is an alarming surfeit to scones, and you are pressed to take a rather lot of them with you. 2 free supplies, cool, and more welcome. And seeds. They're selling seeds. No. No, no more seeds for me. Yay, port report get. And done with. Oh, what I'm not done with is somebody who wants their bees, don't they? Deliver a chorister bee trophy. The glassy, multifaceted stare will reflect the firelight prettily. The stout veteran looks deep into its eyes. Not so tough now, are we? He crows. Jenkins, fetch the nails. And all that leaves is a scribe spinster trophy, which there is no way could accomplish just yet. Anywho, to Magdalene's. Do I want Magdalene's first? It is out of the way. Or, could stop by Ledbetter and Stain Rods. Nah. I'll get to it eventually. But then I do gotta stop by Lustrum, don't I? That's okay though. Because I'll be stopping by the circus too. Which will give me a chance to go closer to Carillon, to Lustrum, get those cleared out. Loop back around the southwest way to see if we can find some passes to Old Tom's Well. Then, London. Who's that? I'll just attack these. Clear out the map. It might be dark and unknown, but odds are good this is a clear passage. The reach is pretty moderate in terms of porous areas. It's not as wide open as Eleutheria is. Eleutheria has a few large rocks, but is mostly pretty clear and open. And Albion's the worst. So many long, jutting, angular buildings in Albion. Despite its proximity to New Winchester, marauders prowl these glades. So rip this settlement. A homestead. Here is the abandoned homestead. Its roofs sag, its windows empty of glass. For every settler that makes a life for themselves in a reach, another is lost. You find bottles of homemade wine in the cellar, pots of meat pickling into the soil by the doorstep, and salvageable tools in an overgrown shed. Modest treasures that can be the difference between life and death if your fortunes turn. Sweet, free food. And a small rock here to go around. Is it a small rock? Pretty sure it is. I feel like it should be. There aren't too many massive, giant islands in the Reach. But I guess that's one of them. Huh. Today I learned. And not even giving me the benefit of a named location. Bleh. Oh, what I should do. Before going to London, I should find a Parseval. You settle down beside a pockmarked homestead with a holy roof and a cracked window. Its inhabitants have struggled through the bad year. Alright, give them supplies. Supplies for Bronzewood. I should find the Parseval. And as things stand, I don't think I know where the Parseval would be. Previous map, right? It was all the way up here, in a very empty corner of sky. Well, there aren't too many empty corridors of sky now. Here's going to be Saint's Grave. You're going to be the transit relay to Eleutheria. And Old Tom's Well is going to be over here. Well, there's a possibility. There's loads of space up here that the Parseval could be at. Maybe. And Maggie's is right here. I think what I'll do is stop by Maggie's, then scope this area out, see if I can find the Parseval. Because Old Tom's Well, right? That's a pretty well-known location. There's a church there. People go there. It's not exactly obscure. If the Parseval was hidden at Old Tom's Well or nearby it would have been found already. So what I need is an empty stretch of sky. Much like out here where no one's been. Or people have been, but then the settlements fail. Ah, Magdalene's. Small comfort for simple minds, the repentant devil smiles blandly. Okay, Maggie's, before I forget. Backstage, you are known by the host. You are permitted to socialize with the attendants and observe behind the scenes life in Magdalene's. There are always jealous glares and someone parts the violet curtains that keep the attendants' private space from their work. Backstage, relaxed chatter and scratchy sounds of music over the gramophone fill the air. Clouds of powdered makeup and tobacco wash over you, mixed with lavender perfume, help an attendant prepare for work. There are lines to rehearse, briefs to digest, accents to perfect. The attendant finishes applying a brush to her wig. I don't suppose you're familiar with Her Majesty personally? No? She quirks an eyebrow in the mirror. Oh well. I don't suppose tonight's client is either. How amusing. Help another attendant? The attendant sighs as they go over the lines together. I don't even know what a baronet is, she frowns. Some kind of root vegetable? No. Brush her wig, Her Majesty, don't know either. Share a drink. Unwinding after a guest is a necessity of life at Magdalene's. You watch attendants drift in and out of the room, bearing glasses, costumes, props, bottles, and postures. Some come to speak with you, others watch, noting your bearing, your habits, your mannerisms. No doubt, some of you will remain here repeated in these stained glass chambers of the heart. More drinks shared. You share a bottle of wilderness chilled wine with a troop of attendants, fresh from a circus performance. They expect us to keep up with Palmyran plenties, one tired amateur acrobatic complains. Shall we ask our host for an instructor? An exhausted strongman asks. A gray-faced magician shakes his head. This job. Do we need to have experience for everything to be anyone? More drinks to share. More lore. Glasses gleam in metal candlelight. A party's being prepared. No customers allowed. Aww. Alright, I got enough lore from here. So port to port then. Host is done with. Keepsakes. Journal. Nah. Wall away time. Get the super teep chair drop. Super teep chair drop. Right. Perfect. Exactly. Anywho. Maggie's wants 3 nectars. Magdalene's. A house of small comforts requires up to 3 gourds of coarser nectar. Only respectable business persons need apply. Oh, no backstory, just they need it. The attendant takes the gourd from you. Thank you. Many here need to speak in voices not our own, and coarser nectar works wonders upon the vocal cords. He smiles warmly. Why don't you stay for a while? Enjoy the facilities. Gaining me experience, a terror drop, and more gossip. And seeds, really, everybody sells seeds. Nobody sells not seeds. There. 8 fuel, 7 supplies. Nothing else in my hold but bronzewood. So if the Parseval is here, it should be nearby here. I mean, I suspect that this is going to be a somewhat large area. And if it is, then it's certainly room for a antique engine split in twain, spinning around. You know, the cool thing is, it doesn't just spin, but it spins and could actually hurt you. Most environmental things here, right? They're static. Completely, absolutely static. They're stapled to the map, and there they stay. But this engine man doesn't just spin, but it spins and touches you. I don't think it's going to be here, but I'll look anyway. After all, gotta get the map emptied. Nope, nothing. Unless it was just off screen, I mean, but nope, just bracket mushrooms. Cantankerous have buried into many mossy walls. Your sentinel orders double shifts on watch. Nice of him. Here, maybe? And if not, there's always here. More hours. See, not only are hours super cheap and super common, but they're bothersome. If you carry hours on you, that's a risk of some small bump causing all of your hours to spill out, and you gotta waste crew or waste time to get them all back up, or waste the hours. Just toss them, waiting, allowing them to go expire, or just spill out everywhere. More relics of the Isambard line. Going to assume it is not close by. How shall that be? If they were put in the Isambard line, like 1 kilometer away from the Parseval, and they just never got far enough to see it. Just gave up part way, and that's it. Okay, fine, I'll try the bat. It has found nothing. There is nothing close by. Which should mean chances are good. Nah? Nah. A lonely Spanish sky, dappled with drifting spores, and nothing to report, totally empty here. So maybe nothing, 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 so much nothing that I keep going into nothing, boom. Total isolation, perfect spot for it. Oh, it's a bracken mushroom. Is that a wall? Finally a dead end? Yep. Final dead end. Nothing here for me. At least now we know. Cleared out more map. Got nothing for it, but still. Still nothing. So much nothing. So much nothing, you would think there was something. Wow. Honestly impressed. What if it's right here, nestled, snugly, in the bosom of the rock? If your guess is nothing's here, you are correct. And for being correct, you win. Channel points. Bell peppers, proportional to the amount of time you have spent on stream. Alright, fine then. So where could it be? What if it is nearby? Well, no. Would it be nearby the, Eleutheria transit relay? Surely not. Maybe in here? No, it's too heavily trafficked. What about... Because Port Prosper's down here, right? And here's a horror that was abandoned. What if it's down here? Alright. If I'm gonna go to London, I'll check there next. Like, last thing we do before London is check out that blank spot. Either the Parsifal's there, or nothing's there. Another way, back down to Port Prosper, and then out to Albion. There. Now they feel how it's like. The Marauder has become the Maraudee. Three shots and dead. Easily. Each and every time. Ooh, more loot. Papoptianic. Force the doors? Nah. Sure, I'll force the doors. Success! Didn't lose anybody this time. The driver holds your locomotive steady alongside the wreck as your crew take turns at the pry bar. Eventually, the bay doors are sufficiently parted to permit the spryest of you to squeeze through. Soon, they return. What is this they have found? A slim, clasped box? Inside, the box is unhappily sticky. That causes a resinous block of nectar that sits on the box's center like a nougat at the heart of a piece of chocolate. Produced by the gargantuan flowers of the Reach, this nectar is zealously sought by the giant hymnal chorister bees who haunted skies, only in the southeast, or the southwest. And more uncanny specimens, don't mind if I do. Uncanny specimens, in my experience, are somewhat semi-rare. Not extremely rare, but nor are they extremely common. And quite a few things do ask for uncanny specimens. It's a way to get an Wolverine Juxtamer. One of the cheaper options for Magdalenes. Takati hates me? Well, this is self-defense then, isn't it? Scrap and scuttle, can't, cargo then. And more hours. Just unjust hours. Captain's cabin, what do you have? Gossip. How about here? I doubt it. There's no way that it's that close to New Winchester. Absolutely no way at all. That it was here, in Winchester's backyard this whole time. An absolute 0% chance. Not even non-zero. Not even a lottery 0.0000000000038% chance. But a straight up zero. That'll check anyway. Wall, wall. And there's no way that's it. Cause you see these like shadowy wispies here. Shadowy whispery is your peripheral. No shadow, no wispy. Means you were straight up looking on that spot. And there is no way that I was straight up looking at the spot and missed it. Unless, what if it was during Hanahuda? No, I wouldn't do Hanahuda during an unknown area. Yep, nothing. Just as expected. Besides, in lore, this spot is well traveled. There have been battlefields here. There have been settlements that were attempted, then perished. And I think the precursor to New Winchester might be in this area too. Your rivals drop my terror. Thanks, buddies. More free tickets. Got it. 23 total. Cool. For a trip back from Eleutheria. Port report. Thank you very much. So behind the tents then. Tell the headstrong showwoman her flyers are posted. If anyone from the Reach will visit the circus, they'll know to have something to be ready for her. Something ready for her. You deliver the news while she's in the middle of training. She puts a dumbbell down with exquisite form and fetches you a reward from her tent. Here, she says, wiping sweat from her brow with her forearm. I hope to bring something interesting. I've really missed being surprised. She smiles wistfully and returns to lifting her weights, keeping up a running commentary on the things she saw last time Iraq was popular. Aw, she's precious. Alright, Ringmaster, let's do it. The final boss rush. Commission to repair the Magician's props. 8 of bats. The Magician's props are in need of fixing, the Ringmaster's size. The Ringmaster passes you an envelope addressed to a shop in Port Davon. We have a friend there who'll do repairs for us. He deftly gathers his cards from his table. I wish you didn't have to rely on those bloody contraptions, but the card and coin magic is too small to see from the upper rows. Acrobat Twin spoke to Pensive Clown. His head is bowed, right, the Grecian philosopher. Cuddles and Ruffles are nestled by the Pensive Clown. They came to the Abbot Horizon with me, he says. I brought them with me from quite a long ways away. Cuddles is from the heartland of England, and Ruffles... The geese honks. He laughs and spreads his hands. Well, I guess they don't want me to give away all their mystique. Crossover confirmed. Headstrong, strong woman. She has prepared tea for herself, but is happy to share. It is weak, though. Its leaves have been used several times before. I can't believe how many people brought things to the show. It was like I was in Mahogany Hall again. Aww. Ringtop, what do you say? Or the Ringmaster, sorry. The Ringmaster stands and shakes your hand as you enter. He is rather short, now that he isn't standing on top of the Calliope. He wags his fingers at you. I've been in this business long enough to know what you're thinking, he says sternly. It's the shoes. I have a special pair of shoes to make me look tall. He laughs, and bids you sit to enjoy a pot of tea with him. Which I won't. But why not see how the performance is developing so far? The big top is filled. The audience chatters in anticipation. With the dim lights of the ringmasters drawn to the center ring on his horse-drawn Calliope, singing of the night's delights, the applause is rapturous. Then come the acts. The Humidian magician's attempt to solve Assistant 2 comes to an unfortunate end. The Acrobat Twins swing from their trapeze, figures of perfect symmetry as they go back and forth. The Pensive Clown is heralded by his comedic geeses, his geese, Cuddles, and Ruffles, who march in their finery before him. They honk as he juggles them, and the audience collapses into laughter. The strong woman asks of the crowd if they brought anything for her to lift. They cheer as a group of 10 attendees struggle to wheel in a wagon full of crates and barrels. Not only does she lift them all in turn, she overturns the wagon single-handedly at the end to rapturous applause. Aw, they're doing much better. Okay, anyway. Right, they want literature. Immaculate souls, really? A congenial vagabond and a sale of sublime souls. Sells bottled souls in the shadows between the tents. He unwraps one. It blazes. This is no person's soul. No milkmaid's. Not even a prophet's soul burns so brightly. Where did he get it? The vagabond smiles. And 7. Alright, this is the cheapest price it can be, so I'll buy it. Which could be seen as a bad idea, because this early in, nobody buys Immaculate Souls. But if I hold on to it for now and get a high price later, I'll be very thankful. The only problem is that it sort of weakens my purchasing power in the present and the near future. But even if I sell them at market price, that's going to be a huge increase. In my cash on hand. Getting me excited now. See, late game, right, in the previous lineage. More money was just that. It's something you did early on as a new captain takes over to get a bit of scratch in your pocket and start off going port to spend it all and get missions. But now, this early in, it's exciting. That's a huge boon. Victor, wait a minute, that's right, I forgot. I was just at Port Davon recently, wasn't I? And there was more skullduggery going on that I forgot all about. That's okay though. Bing bong, ding dong. Black box, can't do much with yet. And even if I could, not gonna. Repairs totally done. And perfectly fine. Crew, maxed. Bazaar. Munitions. Report prospers. Parsimonious chairman is a no. The refrigerators would. I don't have any books, do I? No books? Wait a minute though, there's something I could do, but first I gotta pee. So give me a second, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Go away, music. Go away. Now come back, game music. Come back. What's it gonna do again? That's right. Somebody wants to go to Carillon, someone to Lustrum, somebody to Old Tom's Well. "15 days to see the results for the phlegmatic researcher." And right, Port Avon too I gotta go to. Okay, easy enough. Then I'm going to need more fuel than supplies for now. 10. It's good enough for fuel. It'll get me there and way back. And how about Horde? Munitions, no one's selling. Books, no one's selling. Does my map tell me who's selling what? Export, Bronzewood. Oh, that doesn't tell me the prospects though, or the bargains I mean. No matter then. To Carillon, then Lustrum, then find a southwest passage to Old Tom's Well. Easy, basic, doable, dawable. And Hold's on empty now, right? Good, all empty. And I got my big gun. Knew it would happen someday. Oh, wrong way. One small island to make it the long way around. No thank you. And this feels like it could be a good idea, a good time to play Hanahuda. But it's not going to be that long of a trip. Just over this mountain, and there we are. Carillon. Oh. Forgot something. My officer. Not just any officer, but my repentant devil requires tea and honey. Oh, 2 gourds and 2 caddies, so I can't do it yet. And where on earth am I going to get a Cage Chorister B? Played 21 Lineages of Guinea minimum in the first round through last year. And I don't think I've ever seen a Chorister B. Is that something I need if I got him a bit more revolutionary? It's never come up. Hey, come back here. Dude, if you can quit scooting away. Was gonna be a perfect shot too. Nice of him, bashing into rocks for me. Fine, then just give me XP. XP and hold repairs. Is it good enough net gain for me? What's my XP now anyway? Or my level, I mean. Level 8, not bad. For the first captain in the lineage. Dude. There should be a achievement for that. For getting like all the way to the end of your ambition using the first captain. Oh, wreck. Success. Cool. More Visions of Heaven, which is great, which you could trade away in Eleutheria to get moments of inspiration. Among other things. They have their uses. Wanted to see who that headlamp is, but he's too far to the way. Oh well. And cue music in 3, 2, 1, 1.5, 1 3/4. Go. Now. Right on time. And currently I am bereft of flaws in my soul, aren't I? Plenty of penance, but that's it. No bargains, no anything. No matter. Oh, right. I'm here for the rats, not bargains. Ask about Sarge's stuff for the Rat Brigade. You are directed to the presiding Deviless. Her record keeping is immaculate. If Sarge left something behind, she'll have made note. She glances up when you enter her office. On noticing the Rat Brigade, her eyebrows raise a fraction. We never satisfactorily answer the question of rodent souls. How could I help you? She addresses you and ignores the rats. It transpires that the Deviless is about to locate Sarge's file remarkably swiftly. She does not hand over the slim folder, but reads it in silence. There. I knew he'd specified something. That those who came looking for that which he entrusted to us must first undergo penance. To avoid a repetition of his mistakes, you'll require a shift in perspective. That can be gained in the checkerboard garden. Okay, easily done. But while I'm here, and while my mirrors give 80% chance success, is there an easy one to farm here now that I have a few more stats? 44% chance, I'll take it. Easy. And what does a penitent nurse want? Deprivation, 1, and ordeal 1. Or 5 deprivations. I could do 5 deprivations. Terror's low. So even if I fail 5 times to get 5, it shouldn't be too difficult, surely. See? Easy. Peasy. Lemon squeezy. All I want is 6, so I have 1 for myself and 5 for her. So 3 more should do it. 2 more should do it. 2 more successes. Two more successes, please. That's not success. 1 more. 1 final one then. Cool. Good game. Donate your deprivation to the nurse. You have done without. You have paid a price. And now, you are donating that price to her. You'll have to walk her out as well. You donate your penance, and she becomes more composed immediately. But the sound of the bells is still bothering her, and she's dizzy and unfit to walk. I feel like I've had a long fast, she remarks, clinging to your arm on the descending stairs. I can't see I think much of the devil's prescriptions here. On the remaining stairs, she tells you about the corruption at the hospital where she used to work, the kindly orderlies who drank too much, the administrator who stole from the system, and other peccadillos hardly worth punishing. 2 gossip, 500 experience, cool, cool. Checkerboard garden for perspective, that's going to be for the rubbery man, right? And he's done with. Oh no, shift to perspective requires veils. And 32% chance. I could do it. See? First time, easy. It's basically 1/3 chance success. Basically, 1/3 chance. Alright, forget it. 80 terror is too high. I need nightmares now. I'll come back later for them. Not gonna lie, now I'm a bit scared. And right away, the thing in the mist, a sudden jolt. I think we hit something, ma'am, your driver observes. The mists are thick. You could turn back and search for it. Offer whatever it was to the waste waif. It will reduce terrors by 50 and increase nightmares. But I could lose. Failure. Trust no gifts, a superstitious stoker once remarked. If a thing crosses your path, offer it up. On this occasion, though, maybe the offering was not to the god's taste. You glimpse Leviathan shapes, moving through the fog. A visitation. The staring light. For weeks you felt the pressure of hidden eyes, their gaze gnawing into your skin like burrowing ants. At first you suspect the junior navigator, who you caught glancing your way not once but twice. But she seemed baffled by your sharp rebuke. As you sit in your quarters, The cloying sense of scrutiny mounts. You stare helplessly from the window, and the stars stare endlessly back. Shutter all windows, because the stars pierce you like needles. Or find a telescope. Could it be the stars that are watching you? You requisition the telescope from one of your crew. For a moment, you hesitate. The stars may well be watching. How will they react if you look back? Finally, you hunch and scan the sky till you find burning gold. You see a stare that impales, an abyss gaze hollowing, your soul smeared across a microscope slide, merciless, unphilosophical, eternal contemplation. When you step back from the telescope, trembling, you see that the sky now bristles with piercing eyes where the stars used to be. They're watching. They have always been watching. Lost in experience? Nothing. Doc, then, what if I bump up my veils? With officers. Irons and 2 veils. Hearts and mirrors. Okay, any veils. 2 irons, 6 veils. Sorry, bud, but you've only got 2 veils on you. 6 veils. Cool, cool. Hearts. How about now, then? Any better? %53% chance now. Okay, let's get 2. 1 for the rats, 1 for my collection. Irons and 2 veils versus hearts and 6 mirrors. I'll take the mirrors over the irons. More mirrors, because mirrors are super cool. Hearts and irons, 6 and irons. Nah, that's good. Alright then, presiding deviless. You have been cleansed of Sarge's sin. The Rat Brigade looks almost contrite. The presiding deviless smiles at the unhappy expression of the rats. Much better. She passes over a single piece of paper from Sarge's file. It smells of incense and jasmine. Hookah, Sinders explain. Sarge did like his luxuries. The writing is minuscule and brief. The vault is located in the central office of Hattage's Bank. The account was opened in London, in the year before the blockade of New Winchester. The Deviless is already working on a new file. You have, apparently, been dismissed. Okay then, rats. What's the next step? What is the Rat Brigade up to? They know the location of Sarge's vault. They don't seem to want to leave a locomotive. They need the numbers of the account. Where do they think they'll find them? The air is thick with the scent of jasmine. The rats have acquired a hookah pipe and are reminiscing of the lost Sarge. Albrecht twitches his immaculate misters. We need to find Vilma, our strategist, but it will be awkward. She was Zinder's paramour. There's a snort from somewhere in the nest. Albrecht continues. We lost touch with the others, but Vilma will know where they are. And when we open the vault, you will have a share, of course. The last I heard, Vilma was residing in Purduance. As a pet, Albrecht's expression speaks volumes. Okay, so they want Purduance. The Miss wants Purduance. Petronella? Could she continue Sarge's tale? Albrecht is sunk in gloom, but she might take up the story. Petronella takes up the thread, frowning over her glasses. So we had a new boss, the LT. Now he wanted the admiration of the command. But the Tacketies and the stovepipes don't trust us because we were mercs. Just rats, right? We did eventually get a lucrative contract with the Tacketies to sabotage the governor's engines to stop her fleeing New Winchester. Risky. Who else had to know how to get it done, right? Her question is rhetorical. Her smile is proud. She pauses. More some other time, I think. Okay. And that's it for them. Spoke with you, London, spoke with you. No, we haven't spoke with you because you want 2 tea. And 2 nectars. Spoke with you, you want Old Tom's Well. And you folks want Purduance, you want, what does he want? He wants tea. So I need 3 teas. Urchin is pretty much just being an urchin. We have 1 urchin child. All we need now is a snow golem boy who can lose a tooth and then melt by the end of winter. Train makes good music. Speaking of music, again, game. Where is the sense of lonely adventure? I don't hear the chill of the frost upon my windows. I cannot feel the sublime dread of the Cyclopean ruins below me. Excuse me. Alright, but I do have almost full hull. Dude, 1-hit KO. As it should be. Deploy the canning equipment? Sure. Free food? Dude. That's like 40 sovereigns I don't have to spend. And Lustrum is so far away. It would be better than this ice floe right here. The Parseval. If they set the Parseval right in front of me, I'd be happy. Though I suppose I could see an argument for the Parseval being beyond the, Saint's Grave or whatever. Got hit by its ghost. More food? More food. Every place sells food, but now I don't have to buy it, and if I sell it, it's at a profit. Pure, absolute profit. Hey, there's a mountain. The princess has taken all the blankets. Lustrum's cold. Throw something on the fire, books if you must. Prospector's quarters. Sweet Jane, I do have a new nameplate for you. Permits, artifacts, inspiration, cool. All the more reason then to kill as many as you can find. Right then, first port report, then business. First, the third tea. A lovely cup of Empress's favor. The taste of home. Familiar, comfortable, with just a hint of lingering bitterness. A true Londoner's blend. And that's it. That's all the tea. And how much cash do I have now? 2,000. Alright. I'll seek a claim then. The mud is hard, covered in soft snow. Few young trees flourish, but not many. Only one of the mining groups seems to stake a claim here. Hard mud, soft snow, a few trees. It's almost perfect, but what I want are the wisps too. Treacherous layer of hard mud, frozen ice, fluffy cotton like snow. No trees here. Nebula gases shine soft purple and yellow. Almost good, it's almost. See, it's purple and yellow though. You kind of want purple and just purple. I'll reject it. Hard mud, soft snow, young trees. Nah. See, this I don't like. You can search for the claim by yourself or climb the mountain. Searching claim is just, hey, go to the Barker or the Harker. But why not include him in that menu? Instead of clicking out, back to explore, back to see claim. So many clicks. Make it convenient. Lustrum, quality of a claim. Won't take it. Well, it's a poor claim anyway. Fine then, I'll talk to the prospectors in the bar. Buy around for the miners. Gossip about mining. Look for the trees, a drunk prospector warns you. Not too tall, the young ones. The hours keeps them young. Lots of trees? No good. Just enough trees to scrub and rake the ice. That's the sign of a proper vein. Okay, more drinks. Those newcomers reckon they got it made, digging in the mud. Don't realize the geode is cold, do they? Hardens the muck. If you're not breaking your back, you're not doing it right. Serves them right for thinking that the claim was just out of town because pay out. And the last one, geodes. One prospector tells of finding a geode in the shape of a lion, apparently a market great fortune. Another talks of chipping away in the silence, so as not to startle the hours inside. Another mentions how cold the geodes are. As difficult as to work, a layer of thick ice underneath the snow is considered a good sign of the claim. They all agree that the mining day must begin with the libation, a cup of moonshine poured on the mountain's good graces. If it rumbles, it is said the offering accepted. If purple wisps appear over their claim afterwards, the prospector is blessed indeed. Fine then. Hard mud, trees, purple wisps, as I thought. But I want all the qualities. Soft mud, fertile ground. Giant spear trees. Giant tree spear. No. Reject. That is for Timbery, not for me. Rocky terrain, occasional scrub, a heather-like substance known to be highly toxic and irritating the skin. Soft and fluffy snow. Nah, it's not good enough. Flashbacks to last year. And doing this over and over again until we get what we want. Mud is hard with soft snow, few young trees. But no, it's not everything. It's got the hard mud. It has a few young trees, but it doesn't have the blessed purple smoke. Rocky terrain, occasional scrub, heather-like substance, no. Mud is hard, soft snow, few young trees, but no smoke. I want the mist. Give me the purple mist to truly bless us. Mud is soft, ground fertile. Giant trees, no. He's just leading me along. This isn't random. He knows exactly it'll keep paying him if he keeps walking me around. Exact same one. Soft mud, ground fertile. Forget about it. Edge of town, abandoned tools, well-dug holes. Reject. We're not idiots. Soft mud, no vegetation. Many stakes here. Nope. Not at all worthwhile. Edge of town, abandoned tools, well-dug. See, it's just getting... He's only showing me all the bad stuff. Mud is hard, soft snow, a few young trees. But no purple mist. I was foolish not accepting the purple and yellow mists. Edge of town, no, forget it. Instant fail. Inhospitable. Ice under the snow on hard ground. A few small trees. But there's no mist, is there? We can do better. We can do much better. Where's the perfect one? Mud is hard, soft snow, few young trees. Nah. We want the true mother lode. Soft, fertile ground. Giant trees spearing. Soft mud, fertile ground. Inhospitable. You know what? Dude. The terrain is inhospitable. Ice under snow and hard ground. A few small trees grow in and under clay, potentially used for cutting tools and firewood. Purple lights dance around second wisps, though it is possible to tell if they're actually alive or simply affecting nebula gases. Mine. That is a perfect one we want. Right pleasure doing business with you. There are no complications. You accept the Hour Harker's recommendation and plant your flag. You do not actually own this part of the mountain. You merely have the right to exploit it. It is time to get started. So what is my safe minimum? 5? Cool, so I can leave 3 people behind. 1 will do good. More might help. No, not yet. More workers. Order your crew to begin mining. There's hours in this mountain, and if you can get them out, they'll make you rich. The quartermaster hands out pickaxes and food rations. The crew begin digging. Since you don't have access to furnaces large or powerful enough to get the most out of mountains large geodes, they will focus on filling barrels with unseasoned hours. You can sell those at other ports. It'll be some time before they dig out enough. You should return later. Explosives, they have 1 explosive. And Koga, hello. Yeah, I went to the barber, right? Since I was walking back from observations, I was passing by anyway. And I thought, what about if I get something short on the sides and longer on top but I don't really know how to glam up. And they're like, alright, how about this? I'll cut it short on the sides, but not so short that I'm scalping you, and give you plenty on top to toss around. I thought, oh cool, that's fantastic, I like the sound of that. And what did they do but get the John Goodman cut? Like, pretty much, like, this is what they meant by leave something on top to toss around. Really. Thanks for that. Which is funny, because they're talking about how cool my curls are, how soft and well kept they are. And then bzzoop. But oh well, I'll grow it back out. Just gotta embrace my curls, as unruly as they are. Buy munitions, sell munitions. Excuse me. Sweet Jane, back. Wait, hold on. Is it done? Really? Huh. Guess it's done. I thought they wanted like 5 and only gave him 1. Very weird. Oh well, if it's done, it's done. More guns for me than on the cheap. Whoops, wrong one. Want Sweet Jane's Trading Post. Yeah, 7 and 5. That'll do. The worst part is I tipped for that. Like, complete dissatisfaction between what was asked for, what was recommended, and how it turned out, but, well, I can't be mean about it, you know. Even if I was dissatisfied, it is their job, so I can't deny them pay. That would be the capitalist approach. Couldn't get the last shot out in time. Freehold repair though. Can't complain about freehold repair. So hopefully right. Couldn't find the Farcival anywhere around here. So I'm thinking, might be down here somewhere. On the bit between Carillon and the Leadbetter Nature Reserve. Maybe, hopefully. A stuck little cantankerous. Nope, it's not stuck. Thought they were. Used to catch stuck ones every now and again. It was just idle, enjoying the scenery. And now it is meat. Is that fresh hours? It is fresh hours. But I'm already at max with the job. Well, the food was free. Toss free food to get more hours in. Which might be a bad idea. Because I'm not at crew capacity. Just holding 1 barrel of hours means a risk of some negative events associated with it. Spilling in the hold and wasting time and whatnot. Oh well. It's a risk you have to take in the early game, when money is sparse, resources sparse, crew plentiful. Endless skies with loads of hours of handwritten game content sounds beautiful. The cold that kills, the temperature's plummeted, and continues to fall by the hour. Pipes lock with ice, the crew wrap themselves in coats and blankets. It will not be enough. Some mutter that you have angered the waste wave, who speaks in frost and bitterness. The waste is a lonely power. Perhaps its displeasure would ease if you gave it some company. But I can't, I'm already at the safe minimum. More fuel? It takes 2 fuel, doesn't it? Or cast out supplies, begin fasting. How many supplies? Need 2? Do it. The waste waif is a starveling. Perhaps it'll show some flicker of sympathy for those who suffer as it does. The crew watch, dolefully, as their quartermaster empties the contents of her pantry into the sky. Tinned meats, beans, packets of Murgatroyd's fungal crackers all tumble into the mists. Soon. Oh, that's all my Oh, that's all my supplies. Well, if it's well written, I mean, a good game's a good game. Alright, how far away is Ledbetter's? Carillon is much closer. Or, even better, supplies, maybe. Raid the cache. They do have supplies. Whoever left these took care that the food's reserved and sealed away. It's still edible, with a bit of salt, maybe even pleasant. 2 engineers carry the crate from the citadel box to your engine. The quartermaster will add it to your stores. Should you write in it and accrue a debt, or take without leaving a record? Well, the bureau's watching, so might as well. You will owe a debt. But this is a done thing. The captain's name, ship's name, home port, taking or depositing, reason. There's even a space for any notes that suits your inclination. Resupply the cache then, with fuel? Fine. It's just 1 barrel. Your crew's relief at the lowering of the debt is palpable. Their assistance is willing and eager, making transferring the fuel light work. And the debt is paid off. Onwards then to Carillon first, and from Carillon, I could stop by Titania and then go to Ledbetter's. But that's a long way away. Oh well, no matter. And nobody wants Ledbetter's just yet, do they? The driver wants Old Tom's Ball first. Thor's Day, I'm sad to say, is a nose day. My mom has some business up a few cities over, and wants me to go with and treat me out to lunch. Solely so she could take advantage of the carpool lanes. So free lunch, how could I say no? And family bonding time, I'm sure, is also valuable. Crockery. Goodness. See, that is why you don't want any establishment affiliation. Because crockery is too cheap. 40 at a bargain is going to be what? 100 or 120 when it's going at a prospect. No. Not for a minute. See, he's stuck. That guy absolutely is stuck. Hit him, and he won't move. Okay, so he's not stuck. He was just idling. And I was a very rude driver. Anywho, to Titania then, or past Titania, or... No, I gotta. The sky is vast, and 4 fuel is not enough to explore. If it was a known route, then okay, 4 fuel is plenty. But unknown route with unknown dead ends, you can't really take the risk. You know, this is still the same driver. The exact same first captain, I mean. New game, new captain, hasn't died yet. 8 levels in. And exploring this much of the Reach. But then again, the Reach has been pretty placid lately. Haven't met any curators. Only a couple of scribe spinsters that I fled from. So on the one hand, objectively better at the game. Ooh, bees. You know, dodging better, aiming better. Except for them. Dodging better, aiming better. But there hasn't been as many dangers either. Partial success. What's a partial success? Just sovereigns? Your crew don their sky suits. Hefting hatches, they launch themselves into the soup ether. What follows is butchery. Sadly, the bees are less efficient, and you garner only a single cupful of the precious nectar. It'll probably fetch a few solvers in port. Oh well. But I hear more bees. Unless that was those bees who just died. Nope. Bees off the port bow. Lots of bees. Come back, bees. Don't flee yet. You're bees, not fleas. Love it. Failure. Oh no, what's fail? Oh, crew loss. Dipped one below the safe minimum. I don't think Ledbetter says anyone to hire on. Nor does Titania. Port Davon does, but only under certain circumstances. A crewman is elbow deep in B, when the beast gives its final spasm and plunges its stinger into his wrist. His death is quick and loud. Other nectar harvesters return hastily to your engine. A few thimblefuls they manage to gather will fetch few sovereigns of the port. Not worth, but oh well. The price we pay for profit. Hey, respawn bees. 3. Alright, that's it. No more honey. Just do it for the XP then. Right between the bees. Oh, that's awful. It actually connected. And they're back. Alright, in that case, it's gonna be straight to New Winchester. Gotta get more crew before anything else. Passenger side? Well, isn't it L for port and this for starboard? But then again, I haven't really been a sailor, just like amateur fisherman, so I don't know the proper nomenclature. At least not in any official capacity. Though strangely enough, I had a dream last night about joining the Navy of all things, which is weird. And in the dream, there was so much submissiveness to it. A junior signaler receives a dose of medicinal port in the infirmary, after seeing a frozen corpse spin past a window. The experience has shaken him. The dead are hungry, he says. We need to make an offer and we'll come back and knock them at the hull. Boat positions wiki, let me check this out. Port side view, C, so there was a port side, as far as I know. For left and right respectively, C, C. Cool. The joke is maintained then. The level 3 nightmares, do I want to? Loot the corpse, reprimand him. Some. It says jettison some supplies. Fine then. If the dead are hungry, feed them. The rations spin away to the stellar mists. You will mourn the biscuits. Some had chocolate on. Gossip? See, this might be what kills me, but at least we'll have gossip. At least we have the tea. And all the nectar. See, now there's all this nectar here. First time through, nothing. Sorry, Ledbetters. So close, but can't do a thing with them. But I guess I could stop by Port Avon just in case. Check out the Nowhere Inn, give it a peek. And if it turns out that Port Avon doesn't have anybody who wants to hire on, that's okay. Because at least then we're going to be pretty close by New Winchester. Just a small hop away, then safety. As I totally go past it, that's okay then. New Winchester, then Port Avon, Ledbetters, and so on. Plans are made to be flexible after all. No plan survives contact with a wrong left turn. Nightmares, you're being watched. You surface from Panopticon nightmares. Your flesh crawling and itching. You're unraveling. The inside of your skull is seething with lice. Stare from the window. You feel pinned with the stargaze of stars, like a moth to a ward. The stars are sharply gleaming peepholes in the sky. Behind them, a galaxy of eyes train ruthlessly on you, tracking your every blink, every breath, every microscopic secretion of your pores. Meet their gaze. You don't know what the stars expect from you, but you'll show them your unwillingness to be cowed, or beg them look elsewhere for once, and lose more crew, I imagine. Or act naturally. You mustn't give away the fact that you know they are watching. Who knows what they'll do? Meet their gaze, stare back at them, and gain like what? 50 nightmares, or 50 terrors. 15, I was close. One syllable off. You stare from the window, eyes flickering from one star to the next, trying not to blink. It is no use, your corneas are burning, and you can't watch them all at once. You sink to the floor, grasping and trembling at the weight of the scrutiny. But I'll take it. Although 3 nightmares wouldn't be so bad, because I haven't used my freebie at Magdalene's yet. The cost at Maggie's starts off at 0, then 1, then 2, then so on. So it gets expensive, prohibitively so for the rare stuffs. But for the first few, harmless. And you can't get any more harmless than free. Flashbacks to when backing up into port was impossible. Importsible. Alright, give me crew. Fuel, good on. Supplies, who cares? But crew? Need crew. Need all the crew. Port Prosper munitions. Literature for Trader's Wood. For Trader's Wood and for Palmier. Sure, why not? And I need one more caddy of tea to continue the Repentant Devil's questline. 2 nectars, 2 teas. Close but not quite. You know, funny enough, I haven't had port yet. Four? I'll say two. Because they sell for cheap back in Port Avon. But then again, not really much of a drinker either. Experimented some. And I tried, the company's cute enough, so the opportunity's not really always there. Well, the opportunity's there, but not the desire. Had a few vinos, some better than others. And at least one really nasty one, way too sweet for me. Some too dry, some too sweet, there really is no pleasing me. So far, I've had one good bottle. A bit of a bitterness to it, but otherwise a nice pleasant taste. But that was so long ago I can't remember what it was. Not the brand, not the type, not anything. It came in a bottle, if that narrows it down. Really? Was it port to port? Huh. Hey, Koga, thanks for the bit. If I'm lucky though, what am I waiting on? Somebody said to wait 14 days. But I can't remember who. Well, that might be a quest that already passed. Oh no, it was nothing as fancy as that. Came in a bottle from a cheap buyer. If that narrows it down further. And more runes I can't say. No one's saying anything. Although, nothing's really stopping you from going to the Blue Kingdom, and the Blue Kingdom has the best assaying device. Could give it a peek. Since it's been so long that I forget the price of everything. Quiet day in Port Avon, Yanni, free fuel for me. Well, not free fuel, but cheap. That's right, it's not by Victory Hall. Almost forgot. Port report, and commission the reclusive carpenter to repair the magician's equipment. You've been given a letter, and several allegedly magical boxes delivered to him. Oh, thanks for shopping in, Koga. Enjoy the faucet fix. The carpenter squints at the letter and gives a quiet harumph. Another one? Fine. Looks like I need the hairs of a chorister bee. Just use a razor, not your own though. Cool, chorister bee, that's an easy one. Sometimes he asks for legs of a scribe spinster or something instead. An early game that's a bit more difficult to grab. Alright, nobody wants to sign up with me. Bales of Celeron, really, Bombazine. Even if there are no prospect for Bombazine in the Reach this early in or ever, then at least it's buying cheap to sell normal. What have I got? Just food, fuel, and Bombazine. Alright, having the fuel then. Food's cost is static. You got crew, you got food. Fuel is more weight dependent, more engine dependent, fuel efficiency dependent. So where are you going to be, Parsival? We have Trader's Wood here, Somerset Camp and whatnot. This, I'm going to imagine, is going to be the Regent's Grave or whatever. Oh well, I'll keep an eye out. But where else could it be? Because it appears there's going to be like a route this way. Maybe. Or maybe not. Unless it loops in like this. Because I can't imagine this is going to be such a long island that this goes and goes and goes and doesn't break until here. This has got to be a dead end. So it might be something in this vicinity, or down here, which I'm doubting. But it's a non-zero chance, there's always a possibility. These arboreal wilds are lush and green, fronds hang like curtains, leaves loll, fat as giants' tongues. Well, not here. These are tiny leaves. This still counts as treat as what I think. Now the leaves are fat. Only prospects for literature and literature for the circus and Traitor's Wood. So I got nothing for nobody. Watch as it turns out that Ledbetter has the books, but I can't take them because I got bombazine and food and fuel. And this is helpful. It's not every day that the Peacock Wind actually helps. In fact, I might have ignored this route the first time around because the Peacock Wind was blown against me. Teasingly. Okay, Ledbetters, what have you got for me? Just hours? Cool. Then I'm missing nothing. Alright, he's the one that wanted to come back in 2 weeks' time, which he have, and left a note at the dock asking me to drop by. The thematic researcher welcomes you to his table with a booming, "Sit down, sit down." He calls for one of his scouts to pour you a brandy. Thanks to the hard labor of my fine colleagues, we've done it. Witness the culmination of their efforts. It's just outside the window the thematic researcher points with his walking stick, and raises his eyebrows theatrically. An orchard is growing outside. The tree is all bare, while one cannot say fruit, for they bear potatoes or carrots, while others have ears of corn hanging like pine cones. The thematic researcher raises his glass. I call them sapling knots. With careful discipline, it's possible to harness a reach's chaos in abundance. After that, one may dictate growth. Wood may be negotiated with. He's given me a sack of verdant seeds. Bleh. Infinite blez. Anywho, what's next in research? He needs one more following requests. What are the following requests? Of course, he's happy to reward you for more. Wanted. The stomach of a cantankerous. If one could better determine the dietary habits of these ancient beings, we would establish the relation they bear to other creatures through their eating habits. Then it may know more of the history of this new horizon. Wanted, a fungal crinoline. Fungal meteoroids have been observed with Ledbetter and Steinrod telescopes. Were we able to take a sample, we may learn the origin of these celestial voyagers. And clipping of the Titanian flower, a gigantic bloom, the only one of its kind in the Verdant Reach. Whoops, wrong button. Got no research to turn in, wrong button again. I can't ask? Oh. Oh well. What if I leave and come back? Could I ask about it then? No, I can't. Anywho, now we know. They want titanium leaves and all the rest. Oh, I am dumb. What to sell? Oh well, whatever then. And jettison useless verdant seeds. Cool. Alright then, to discover the unknown. And hopefully not die in the process. Because you want Old Tom Well too. And Old Tom Well is going to be a horror. And raise my terror a bit higher. So I do need nightmares. The good news is, on this side, the wind pushes against me. Or is that just shooting stars and no wind at all? Just a precursor to the peacock wind further ahead. And more bees. Come here, bees. Hey, bees, give me your corpus. Much appreciated. Shave the bee. This is what the carpenter needs to fix the magician's equipment. It would only be fair to draw lots to see whose razor gets used. Fortunately, you didn't draw the short stick. Nevertheless, you're still the one that has to shave the damn thing. The hairs are stiff, sharp chitin. The razors don't cut through easily, but it does so mercifully cleanly once you get the hang of it. The hairs pile like needles around you, and are swept up for delivery back to the carpenter in Port Davon. Yay, it's all done with. And the thing on the mantelpiece. You are in possession of a certain otherworldly artifact. It has begun to appear persistently in your dreams. Never prominent, but always present, sat innocuously on a mantelpiece, half hidden in a shadowed corner, carried casually by a loved one. Offer to the waif, which is only 50% chance success, or smash it, and let it trouble me no more. 3 purposeful blows with a lump hammer, and the artifact lies in pieces. You sweep the remains away, the crew are pleased. Yours weren't the only dreams the artifact had insinuated itself into. When next you dream, you are in a field of vital chrysanthemums. The artifact is there too, no longer discreet, but vast, vast as the face of a mountain, its shadow white as night. And visitations, revelation at breakfast, the siren song at breakfast, clattering plates, the whistle of a kettle, the crew's oblivious laughter. It has been a sleepless night. You arrive a ghost of yourself, hunched and trembling. The crew avoid meeting your eyes. You let slip over tea and porridge that the stars are watching you. One of your crew, an odious spoilerman by the name of Strithers, has the audacity to laugh. Appease the stars by jettisoning Strithers? No, but convince Strithers the truth he must understand. For some reason, your lengthy monologue fails to convince Strithers. Indeed, it seems to frighten him. Realizing he's but a simple man, you haul him by the collar to your quarters so he can see for himself. You jab a finger against the window pane, see! Arrayed against the void, the eyes that glare from the sky, but he cannot. Frustrated, you shout until your voice echoes throughout the train. He shudders and weeps. Over the next few days, your fuel dwindles suspiciously fast. When you next pass Strithers in the corridors, he is wearing a blindfold. Is he working against you? No, of course not. Nightmares horrifying. I'm sure I'll be fine though. All I gotta do is make way to Magdalene's and it'll all be perfect. It'll be the Daijobu instead of the Daijobu. And yep, there lies Old Tom's Well. Still no Parseval. Miss. Me without a firing solution. No chance of Terra drops. Fine then. Just means I can't linger. In, out, gone. Then Port Avon, spend some time running away with the cricket greens and whatnot. Bees. Loads and loads of bees. Sigils glow on these ruins, lambent to the mist. Lambent? Old Tom's Well, where are you? Oh, there you are. It's discovered something you don't... Ooh, that could be something. Isolated, far enough away, could be the Parseval. Approaching Old Tom's Well. Below, beneath the scudding clouds, a speck of structure clings to a shelf of ice. The well winds drag at your engines like the frantic clutch of a drowning man. The well gapes, and I descend. Down, through the tearing mists, through the whipped particulates that thunder at the hull, through the shrieking winds which fall abruptly still. A ledge of black ice is accreted over the centuries at the well's edge, with a raised lip that affords a sliver of shelter. A handful of beehive huts huddle around a crude church. They are built from roughly chopped blocks of the same black ice that forms a shelf around the well. Old Tom's Well. Old Tom was a prospector during the promised days that followed London's arrival in the heavens. For years he combed the reach, looking for the strike that would make him rich. He didn't find it. Luckless and impoverished, he made a wish here at the well. The next month, he discovered the mother of mountains of the rich hour veins that riddled her flanks. For a year, before his disappearance, he was staggeringly wealthy. Others come here now, the desperate and the broken, with their final, futile wishes. Much like our incautious driver and his fungal sentience, colonizing their minds has led him here. But why? The incautious driver strides to the very lip of the well and leans precariously out to stare into the depths. Well winds pluck at them. You grab a handful of their coke, just in case. Can you see them, madam? Glimmering in the dark. The bones of the sun. The driver looks back at you, their eyes suddenly as green as old emeralds. A messenger came, inscribed with signs of peace, but it bore a well seed. Murder beneath the arches of heaven. The driver's balance shifts. They lurch, and you pull them back onto the gritty ice. When they look up, their eyes have returned to their customary blue. Thank you. My head is feeling very crowded, but the impulse has changed now. I need to return to the nature reserve. Its home was there, or its parents, its master. I'm not sure. I don't speak fungus. Which is fine, we gotta return there anyway. Explore the beehive hovels. The sky churns as you make your way to the pitiful domes. Most are empty, awaiting a well-wisher. But the third one is not. It contains a corpse, stiff as an icicle. Some supplicant who died before their wish was granted. You move on. In the fifth dwelling you'd find a sallow petitioner, her eyes feverish. I saw gold in the well, she croaks, unprompted. Glistening in the deeps. "'Kay, Kirk, let's check you out." The ice crunches underfoot, caking your boots with pitchy crust. There is no door in the church. And inside, pews are carved from ice or poor bottoms. A ragged handful of supplicants sits on them, bitten by the bone-bleak cold. On the altar, a single precious candle burns. A lank minister reads from a dog-eared scrap of paper. Let his children be fatherless, and his wife a widow. Let his children be continually vagabonds and beg. Let them seek their bread, also to desolate places. The right of wrong requires what, or what does it give? Increases iron at the cost of hearts and mirrors, so no. Sorry, like minister, but I don't want that. Goodbye to you, goodbye to all. Is that the candle wind? Pushing at the same time as old Tom's Well is pushing. That is cruelty. But if I want to find out what's up here... Oh, that's what's up here. Okay. I'm gonna say no to facing curators this early on. If anything, I could possibly contribute my longevity to not fighting curators. Did you know that sigils glow in these ruins, lambent to the mist? Inspect, I can't. I do want to explore more. But 3 nightmares is a bit too much even for me. Hey, something died. Bees? Could it be bees? It was bees. Nectar? Yes. Clearly, you chose the right woman for the job. Judging from her equipment, she's done this before. A set of pliers, serrated knife, steel stall, and a bladder. She returns after an hour, her sky suit stained with bee, and a gourd's full worth of nectar in the bladder. Loot the hold. What have you got? Luminescent cage. Ooh. More uncanny specimens. Failure. That's okay, just 1 crew. So I've lost more crew. What happens? How many crew have I lost? Is that a possession? It should count as villainy. Just train. Personal effects then? Peculiarities. Another one lost. When you fail your crew members die. 10 crew. I've lost 10 crew so far. So good news is, I haven't died. Not once. First character, totally fresh, and pretty successful. The bad news is it came at the cost of 10 crew members. Which I cannot help but smile at. Well, even if I don't find the parcel here, there's still that one spot of black above Port Prosper, which does appear somewhat isolated enough that it might work. I wonder. Lustrum is here. Regent's Grave is here. I wonder if there's a relationship between Lustrum and the more densely built up vegetation. Because it just hit me right, this is the Reach, full of verdance, full of life. You got Traitor's Wood, full of forest. Ledbetter's full of jungle. Hybris with its pus-filled fungus. And then there's Lustrum, which is totally, absolutely dead. And one has to wonder why. For an area so full of life, what makes Lustrum? Well, it has hours there, so maybe that's it. Hours to keep things cold and timeless. New Winchester wants saplings. Cool. Hours, nah. But what I will take is a quick bathroom break. 5.5 hours in, and I have got to pee. And backity back to finish this off for the day. Well, not yet, it's only like 2:30. Game! Game, where's your music? Shouldn't have to use YouTube, you're a multimedia experience. Alright, what I should do, Albert Seidel, into the reserve with the ornithologist. Ask about his bird. He's researching the mythical bird. What is it and why? There are other birds I could study, of course, he says, shrugging. But that is not the point. We had thought this bird a myth. The bird who whirs away to mother mountains, pebble by pebble. But miners have seen it. The heavens are home to improbable things. A quick trip into the reserve. He is happy to oblige my interests. Oh, that just gives guys stories. That's not relaxing enough to give me actual terror drops. Anywho then, incautious driver, let's go. The verdancy in their head drives them deep into the wilderness. Deep in the wilderness stands a mighty tree, shriveled and dry. A fungal growth twists around it, its blooms flecked with purple and black. The incautious driver approaches it, lying down in supplication. The verdant pulses, its buds splitting open and erupting in a spore fall that soon coats the driver in shimmering emerald dust. For several minutes, silence. When the driver emerges, their face is crestfallen. It wasn't enough. What I brought it was only half the story. It needs more. You escort them back to the train. They should be more coherent after a good meal and a few hours sleep. Has it been a few minutes enough? Let's talk, driver. Whoops, wrong one. Check on the driver. How they recovered from their ordeal in the nature reserve. The driver picks irritably at their ear. It was meant to be off this train by now. I was meant to be off the train by now. Just go into the well and everything would be fine. Instead, it's unsatisfied, madam. It needs an answer to something that I can't give it. There's a piece of itself missing, somewhere in Albion, another of its spores, sent out many years ago to find the truth. I can feel it out there, somewhere, refusing to return. It enjoys its freedom too much. Perhaps if you look into the major ports, they must have left a trace. We have to find it, Captain. The driver has a new quest. Cool. Okay, let's go then. Couldn't find the Parseval, but at least we have Port Avon to work up. Oh right, but I've also got the peacock wind blowing this way, so I can't go that way. And the peacock wind also raises terror, so I have to go the long way around. Which is fine though, my terror is still low, it's not going to kill me anytime soon. I'm going to try it. Still facing away. Still safe. Is he? No, he's not stuck. Run, run, run. But he's already on fire. I shouldn't run yet. I should finish him when I can. Ooh, so close yet so far. And he's got both of his cannons on me now. His front facing and his swivel. He's too good. He knows that his survival depends on facing me. Nice. Haha. Only possible because he was stuck where he was sitting. Oh, just sovereigns. That's alright though. Got the nameplate from him. And that is what matters. Keeping Sweet Jane happy and helping her seek revenge. So really then, Parzival, if I was a fungus-covered old ship, where would I be hiding? Thought it'd be here, where it's all empty. But that's just a dead end. Unless it's right under that smudge. How cruel would that be? I don't think it is. But it might be. It's not. What I'm thinking, right, is that maybe it's here. North of Port Prosper, past Magdalene's, out this way, then shoop, right up in here. And you see, more of those turrets. Really cool turrets. That could provide all sorts of danger and fun, if they were active. But they're not, and never will be. What about north of here? You're a solid? Yay, free repairs. Could use gossip, but I don't really need the gossip right now, you know? Well, it's not going to be here either, because there's a signal box right here. People have been here, constructing, moving through. So surely the Parzival was here, they would have seen it. Terror drop? Minor terror drop for talking to people? This homestead appears to be thriving. A family gathers outside to welcome you. Blue smoke coils in the chimney. Oh no. Alright, they're thriving. So I have nothing to worry about then. If what I see is them being eager to welcome me to eat with them, but they live in destitution, then it's cannibals, I think. Sure, drop terror, and buy me some time with starvation. You enjoy a meal of sticky porridge and viney vegetables. Afterwards, you and your host exchange non-committal observations on the war between the stovepipes and the Tacites. Your crew are content for a time. One of them even speculates idly about settling down. Heaven forbid. Yeah, it's all dead ends here. But worth exploring, and now I know. Now I have it marked on the map forever that here is nothing. But a signal box, and a good spawn for homestead, and that's it. Nothing else of worth here. Abandon all hope, ye who enter, and so on and so on. You know, come to think of it, I don't think I got the achievement for full max nightmares, have I? Gain 2 terror. Oh. See, sometimes you could lose terror by coming up on them and saying a prayer. But that was not that time. Could explore, but I only have 3 food and 3 fuel. And the fuel's the worst part. How's my fuel efficiency? 1.12, so kind of okay. But I really can't risk it. After all, first captain lineage, new game, fresh start, and so far not dead. All the way up to the 17th of December of 1905. The Scribe Spinster didn't see me. But it's wandering exactly where I was going, so I can't meet it. Two fuel to get to Port Avon, plenty of time. Was hoping to get him first, but sadly did not work out that way. That's okay though. Just repair a hull, and it's all okay then. As long as I got experience, I'm happy. The Thompson Road. Cool. As I just accumulate more and more terror from them, which is fine. It's just terror. Terror won't kill me. And I am nowhere near in danger of losing out to nightmares. You know what I gotta see? Where are those achievements? Most recent, Staunch Stovepipe, cool. Retirement, Rid of the Sky, Large Stars Are Dying, Idle of the Kings, Off the Rails. Succumb to Your Terror. So I did get it. 13th of May, wow. Was it really that long ago? A Comfortable Retirement, 28th of May. 30th of May, for the Song of the Sky. June 3rd. To learn the secret that the stars hide. June 14th. To complete the Martyr King's Cup. July 2nd, Staunch Stovepipe, and that's it. That's the last one I had. What remains untouched? Lose yourself. Be consumed by nightmares. Okay, so I haven't been consumed by nightmares yet. Terror, yes. Nightmares, no. The Flying Zoo. Had these onboarded once. Inadvisably big dog. Perfect pangolin. Useless cat. Diffident bat. Star-smitten bat. Intrepid cavy. And the Ratronaut. Fully armed, learn the unassailable founder's secret. Ooh. Unassailable founder. What is that going to mean? What does it need? Restore Clockwork Sun to strength and glory. All shall be well. 0 crew. 0 fuel. 0 supplies. And terror. 90 or more. And a soul a devil wouldn't touch. Possess a soul devoid of redeeming qualities. Man, if I could, I've been trying. Okay, back to game then. So the achievements kind of hint that 4 nightmares really is going to kill you, in one way or another. Maybe Star Madness. And the whole crew winds up dead as you are found, like skeleton thin and rambling. Or maybe it just gets you like locked up and committed. Can't really say, can I? Not until getting 4 nightmares and trying it out for myself. Old stones and forgotten ruins lie tumbled across the sky. Or maybe losing yourself to nightmare is nightmare specific. Like the ghost with the bristly mustache is so pleasant that he leads you out the door, into the sky, and you are gone forever. And if you're some skin wearer from the mirrors, what then? You claw your arms so much that you become a being of light or something? And the bee person, I've only got the bee person once, but didn't go very far with it. Someone has been making subtle amendments in your navigator's calculations, presumably in an attempt to alter your course. The culprit is discovered to be a reticent engineer. You demand an explanation. She once encountered the storm that speaks, and it spoke to her in the voice that she thought she'd never hear again. Ever since, she has been trying to find him once more. Confine them where they could do no harm. Or issue her more brandy. Okay, I mean, I'm already at home, so how bad could it be? That evening, your engine is loud with laughter and song. The sky shanties are perhaps a little lubricated, the humor laced with a touch of mania. But for now, the fears of the sky are forgotten. A passing Katankery grumbles through the cold night. It tuts at the bright, glaring warmth of your windows. It flicks a disapproving antenna at the noise in the hour. When you have passed it by, it is glad to have the quiet of the cold of the sky back. It's pleasant. The crew could do with a party now and again, but not too often. They must maintain discipline. And discipline means misery. Quiet day, just in time for more fuel. The cheapest of the cheap fuel. Ooh. And one has been long enough to get quiet day back, or slow day, whatever. No bargains. 15 more days? Doesn't it take 15 days to cycle through? So it should be a new bargain. Unless me breaking things at Lustrum really did break things. Period. Full stop. Alright then, to Magdalene's then I guess, but first, cricket, little cricket. Relaxing stroll around the village, what sort of place Port Avon anyway? Or attend a church service. It is a small church, with whitewashed walls. From within you hear the slow drone of a Sunday sermon. The vicar's voice rises and falls like a tide. His parishioners struggle to stay awake. Today his sermon concerns Matthew, chapter 4, and the devil tempting Christ in the wilderness. Watch a cricket match? Sure. The crack of willow on leather. A hesitant smattering of applause. The game could try to be described as stately, but there's a moment of excitement when the batsman hits a six, and the ball whizzes over the thatched roofs, off the edge of the port, and is lost forever in the starry deeps. The audience groans. Play stops while someone goes to get another ball. Aww. Alright, do I want to know where in? No, I don't. Cyclopean ruins, that's right, because somebody has been skullduggery. Chase them off, warn them before they get booted off. And it says they'll be back for the weapons in the future, more careful about it, but this is twice now that reports of their activities went as far as New Winchester. 100% chance that that's partial twice in a row. And I'm no longer welcome, which is fine. Ruins? You have worn out your welcome. A couple of the brawnier McDonald boys are watching the ruins, truncheons in hand. Best keep out. Dangerous place. Yeah, I get it. You guys want gossip. Or, first present the reclusive carpenter with his materials. It is what he said he needed to fix some magician's equipment. The reclusive carpenter, busy delivering the materials outside of his workshop, and returned in 2 days. After the time has passed, just outside the locomotive, you find the magician's equipment boxed and ready for transport. The carpenter is nowhere to be seen. Onwards then. onwards for more gossip. I got loads of gossip. Gossip for days. 39 gossip, so yeah. Give him all the steamy tea. Now 6, let's make it 10. 10 for good measure. Because I want to see what success is. It says 100% chance, but I kept failing it. How vast were the beings who resided here? Were they kings? Was this her palace? You sit in the monumental shadow of a stone, and watch the stars wheel above. What must they think, those stars, to see such grand rooms become the abode of such tiny, brief things? Just having visions? Okay. Alright, let's go then. Well, no, I didn't break anything then, because I bought the bombazine after buying the munitions. So yeah, it should be fine. What's here? Cuddles comb, right? And it's a wall. It's a wall. It's definitely not going to be any secret parcel hiding out in plain view. And pretty close to the next level up. What do we got? 1,000 to go. Nearly perfectly 1,000. Alright, the driver. Have I spoken to him yet? That's right, that's right. He wants London. London to find the other spore thing. The missing half to his ear infection. To put it romantically. Did I get a port report? I'm sure I did. I definitely got the port report. Oh, the Skywarn urchin. Careful, there's marauders around here. Aww. She's trying to be helpful, but we all know there's marauders here. You sat down in a large but roughly built homestead. The owners rush out to greet you, delighted with your timing. They were just about to start dinner. Welcome you to the repast with a toothy smile. Cannibals. Definitely cannibals. Eat nothing and leave. The homesteaders have plenty to share, they assure you repeatedly. So yep, cannibals. The homesteaders insist on showing you their meat larders to prove that you would not be imposing. It is crowned fool. A surprise, given the livestock consists of a single mangy goat. When, despite this, you leave without pausing for refreshments, their smiles turn to grimaces. It wouldn't be a frontier story without cannibals, and not like, you know, gotta do what you can to survive cannibals, but relishing it cannibals. Which is kinda... I don't know if insensitive is the right word, but it's kind of, well, cliche is too light. But I guess it's a basic deviant thing, isn't it? The hull of an old train has been broken up and used as building materials for this homestead. The farmhouse chimney once belonged to a locomotive, and it is disproportionately large for the tiny home. Trade with the collector, an uncanny specimen for a cache of curiosities. A florid gentleman invites you into his home. Precariously stacked crates from a corridor to his living room. The couch is occupied by pots of exotic plants. One snaps you walk by. Sure. What's in his cache of curiosities? The collector holds up your specimen to a lamp, furrows his forehead, and grunts approvingly before shoving the specimen into a wicker cage. He leads you out of his home and gestures to a large crate on one side of the porch. It's for you. What could it be? A specimen? No. A silver idol rests inside the cage. 4 wings extend from its hunched shoulders. Made from moonstone, your navigator says in hushed voice, to amplify the light of the stars. Cool. But it's not what I wanted. Oh well, no matter. But how cute would that be if it was random? And if I just traded an uncanny specimen for an uncanny... That's twice now. Didn't hit anything, no fingers or any keys, and cruise control went off. Huh. Mechanical keyboard, 6-7 months old. 6 months more likely, so can't really see it exhausting itself yet. Magdalene's, a place of peace. Perkins Copse. The driver twitches miserably. Okay, House of Small Comforts first. Bizarre. See, it's not broken. And I could afford space for 3 more chorus connectors. A whistling apiarist is selling fresh, or at least recent, chorus nectar. A versatile substance used variably as a sweetener, intoxicant, and a tonic for the vocal cords. The apiarist seems jolly, though his tune is not. Remember, back when I had like 2,000 sovereigns. Oh, 30 days is why. It's not a 15-day rotation, but a monthly one. But what if you wholly exhaust everything? What then? Right, I'm here for business. House of Small Comforts. Waddle with the time. Cheap nightmare reduction. Cheap terror reduction, I mean. And then nightmares. For some cases of sleepless nights lost in formless terror, a persistent night in terrors and elucid dreams, more severe treatments are required. In these somber chambers of red and gold painted glass, the worst feelings of the heart are treated. An attendant waits to take your details and your payment. He asks only to request the name of the person you wish to treat you. See the first one? Absolutely free. Got no inspiration, but nor do I need it. Your mother. She is present, for a given value of the term. And we are a black sheep, so it fits. The kettle is on, filling the room with steam. Have you seen this room before? Her face is behind a veil, but her voice is right. As perfect as you heard in your dreams. I have sent Devon away so we can talk properly. You still take sugar, yes? Just awful nightmares, which is okay. It's a good start. The skies are full of terrible wonders. All skyfarers see more than they should when they sail the sunless sky. Title drop. The sound of soft laughter and the occasion should be occasional, I think. The sound of soft laughter and the occasional sob echo through the stained glass walls of the treatment chamber. An attendant sits guard before the door. Just need to ask for the particulars. We will always alleviate your fears, but the method is at your discretion. For loneliness. A treatment for guilt. A treatment for a personal failing. Or a treatment for ennui. Guilt. Because I got loads and loads of gossip. 35 gossip, 27 secrets, a mere 5 specimens, and a whopping 16 visions of heaven, which you want to keep to turn into inspiration. Ennui is a waste. The attendant nods solemnly. Congratulations, you are the last entry in the journal. He makes a note and enlarges the red leather book. Today's journal, at any rate. The attendant holds up a candle before 4 doors of mirror glass. 4 of our staff are available today. Each has their own specialty. Their names are not yours to know, only their craft. He smiles suddenly, his teeth gleaming like links on a chain. You know yourself best. Who could attend to your wounded heart? Whoever you need, you could find behind one of these doors. Somebody from my past. Their face lingers with a fog of memory. A very boring individual indeed. Talking to myself? No. Somebody who once meant a very great deal. They are not with you now. We're a former crewman. They were lost in your service. Forget them. Forget the 10 lost souls. Somebody who once meant a very great deal. The room is as you left it last time. There stood, cigar in hand. She doesn't smoke. Facing the window where you left them. Well, that checks out. The smoke has stained the glass thunder gray. They turn as you shut the door. Is that a list in their hand? They have been waiting some time for this. Briefly, without... That was a huge drop. Does it always drop so highly? Alright, then to... Winchester, I guess? Food and fuel I could get here. But I guess I need more prospects. Gotta stop by the circus again. And then London. What I've got to do, though, is farm some inspiration. Because something tells me I'm not gonna get it. And if my nightmares get too high, I am gonna get that achievement for dying to nightmares. And figure out what that long lost content's about. Hey, Din's live. To think, him and I first met and bonded over sunless skies. And being delicious friends. Oh, I touched that one already, so I can't. A squiddly thing? Ooh. Really, a fungal crinoline this far in? So I don't have to go to Hybris after all. Cut free the fungal crinoline. The phlegmatic researcher in Leadbetter and Stainrod Nature Reserve requests you bring him to Latisse. The fungus is tough. It's like cutting wood with a penknife, but eventually gives way. So what's the rest that he wants? He wants... Stomach of a cantankerous, easy. Cutting of a titanium petal, even easier. Alright. So next time we go to Leadbetter area, I'll stop by Titania. Oops, wrong way. Grossly wrong way. Heart sickness, fine then. Break out the brandy. String the fiddles. Failure. They drink the brandy. They join in a few half-hearted verses of Ta-da-da boom-de-day. But soon the mood turns melancholy again. Before he can stop it, the crew are sharing stories of the loved ones they left behind, and the lives led in those long-gone days before London climbed into the sky. Boo. Trapisto, hurry. Isn't it funny that at the start of the game, going from the relay, the transit relay to Blue Kingdom, to New Winchester feels so claustrophobic, but you so quickly lose that feeling of claustrophobia. I wouldn't say it's narrow once you get out of the transit relay labyrinth, but you can see wall to wall pretty easily at all times. But then again, it is tighter around New Winchester. Whereas everything else, given the walls, given the islands, are at least a bit more open. Okay, Bazaars, what have we got? Hours for the Ringmaster, 5 hours. And explosives for Lustrum. Okay. Pretty sure I can't satisfy both. 5 barrels of ours. And 5 crates munition. Easy peasy. So what all does my Fortunate Navigator want? Just tea. 1 caddy dried tea. Okay, then bank. Let's get him the tea. Get to know the Fortunate Navigator. He often recounts escapades of his last engine, but rarely shares anything from before that. Perhaps a quiet cup of tea will draw him out. He clears his desk for the tea set by sweeping papers to the floor. I'll tidy up afterwards. The condition of his cabin casts doubt on that. I grew up a servant of the Eagle Khan's ambassador, London. His son, Altan, befriended me. We climbed out the attic window to race urchins together. A wistful note enters his voice. We never won. The navigator trickles a spoonful of sugar into his cup, then another. Could we stop at London? He stirs and stirs the tea. Altan died. I couldn't even be at the funeral. I want to say goodbye. But I'll need to speak with his parents first. Okay, easy enough. City's got nothing unless... Delivering sapknots, right. Drop them off with the clerk at the loading bay. They'll see it gets to its destination. Woohoo, 150 sovereigns to spread drugs about. And you see how eerily quiet it gets without music. It's frightening almost. Alright, nothing else for me here. All I needs now is 5 of you and 5 of you. And enough fuel to get me all the way to Lustrum. It'll do in a pinch. Ding, 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 ding. Assembly hall, drop off port reports, get even more secrets, because I'm a glutton for them. Guess I could trade for otherworldly artifacts. Sure. It is customary for representatives to bring gifts from their territories. Examples of local craftsmanship, mysterious finds, untangled from the knotty roots of the Reach. The particularities are added to the overflowing cabinet of the Ward Griffin's archives. Help yourself. The archive is a jumble, semi-sorted, and barely catalogue. The curator, in a different man plagued with a phlegmy cough, is happy to loan you an exhibit. He doesn't check it out. There's no talk of returning it. If anything, he's happy to see it gone. Wait, they both cost 2 gratitude. Secret, 2 gratitude. Artifact, 2 gratitude. Really? Dude, they're generous. Way generous. Let me see though, I'm gonna be in 6 fuel in a few seconds. Food is okay because I'll resupply at the circus, but yeah, it's close enough, I can make it. It will mean, of course, dodging scribe spinsters, but that's half the fun. A hush falls over the locomotive. One of your crew removes her cap, in remembrance of those who died in this span of the sky. There are also more rows right before going to the circus. You know, that's why they have bad business. It's not that the circus stinks, it's that built in a war grave. Oh, this time I can't do the bronze wood. Sorry, bud. At least then, they're nice enough to drop my terror just for stopping by. The Red Brigade pricks up the sound of distant Calepian music. Is that palm ears? They're all ears for palm ears. Womp womp. New arrivals to drop my... Do I want to drop my terror? I do. Be briefly without terror. As briefly and constantly as you can. Literature, hours... Wanted. Up to 5 barrels of unseasoned hours. Delivered to the Ringmaster. Okay, you know the lore than that. A gentleman must prepare for his retirement. Oh, that's right. He longs to be long and indolent retirement. Dude. More immaculate souls. Really? Choices. Alright, I'm gonna take them. Go back to London. Not London, New Winchester. Sell them. Then go to Lustrum. Oh no. But I haven't got room for anything. No, I do. I got one more space. Cool. Oh, that is selling. I'm stupid. That's selling, not buying. How often am I going to make that same mistake? More tickets, just a stockpile. Port to port. Because you gotta report on the port. Always report on the port. Port. Could I recruit anyone? No, nobody wants to join up. Alright then, behind the tents, they're all done here. Deliver. The magician's prepared equipment. His friend in Port Dalbon has fixed his delicate machines. They're ready to be used again. The magician inspects his equipment as thoroughly as a gunnery officer would cannons before a long-awaited engagement. When he is satisfied that the panels do shut properly and silently, he breathes a sigh of relief. It has been some time since I've been able to do anything worth a damn, and I remember back in those days, the people my performances would attract. His glance catches an old poster of itself. He requests you leave him alone to practice. 500 XP? So what, 400 left? 348. That's like what, 2-3 engagements. So, magician. He smiles like a child who has just seen something magical. Did you hear how they gasped, he asks, mimicking the audience with an exaggerated feature of surprise. His smile widens, and he takes another puff. It has been a long time since I heard that. Aww, I made him happy. Where is... I can't speak to the ringmaster. Alright. To attend a full, actual performance. The big top is filled. The audience chatters in anticipation. When the lights dim, and the ringmaster is drawn into the center ring on his horse-drawn Calliope, singing the night's delights, the applause is rapturous. Then come the acts. The magician suddenly appears from a puff of smoke, dazzling the crowd with his many amazing devices. The acrobatic twins swing from their trapeze, figures of perfect symmetry as they go back and forth. The pensive cloud is heralded by his comedic geese, Cuddles, and Ruffles, who march to the fighter before him. They honk as he juggles them, and the audience collapses into laughter. The strong woman asks the crowd if they brought anything for her to lift. They cheer as a group of 10 attendees struggle to wheel out a wagon full of crates and barrels. Not only does she let them all in turn, she overturns the wagon single-handedly and, at the end, to rapturous applause. Cool. Didn't get too much out of it, but they're all happy now. The circus has been saved. Until this character dies or retires. A moment's memory. Palmer and Plenty's inconceivable circus is pulling in crowds for once in their life. Passenger locomotive shuttle guest in. Merchant traders, even the odd high-ranking tackety captain, find excuses to dock at Gervais's rest. The ringmasters run off his feet. The rejuvenated circus is heaving with visitors. Looming over it is the tall, vast obelisk. Its shadow falls over the crowds. Its sigils burning brighter than you remember. Approach the obelisk. The sigils smolder invitingly. You can touch it if you like. Here, once before, the circus has vanished. The islands on which it stood are empty. Empty, aside from a vast tree of fungus stretching up into the heavens. Its high face stretched from island to island, weaving them together. A verdant. Looming above it is a luminous crustacean the size of a palace. A messenger. Its carapace is emblazoned with the signs of two overlapping suns. Its pincers flex slowly, thoughtfully. Sizzles burn in the air between the two, exchanged like volleys at a tennis match. Gradually, the flurry of correspondence diminishes. A compact has been reached. The messenger drives the obelisk into the ground, a marker of their concord. The obelisk is marked with the words of its emissaries, of meetings, of peace. One, close to the point, ignites in searing light, a commingling of radiances. The obelisk remembers a promise. Something has to. And a free Stirring Enigma, which I can't use this early in, but it's good to have one. First, jettison. What to jettison? One fuel, I think, would do. I hate to do it, but I am close by anyway. And now then, XP-wise. Choose a facet, grow stronger. Or wait, because it's all the same ones. Or, could push mirrors up a bit further. What could do mirrors? A lost love would be what? 6? No, 5. 5 hearts to be 49. But it would be plus 3 mirrors for 50. I'll do it. Love. The gradual erosion of that which separates you from someone else. The fitting together of two lives as intricately and intimately as the threads in a tapestry of the cells in your skin. And when one of those lives ends, what remains of the other? Like a gnawing ache. You loved, you lost. How badly does it hurt now? Like a gnawing ache, a hole in the heart. You feel, always, that something is missing. In the middle of other things, you will look up and around, and then remember that they will never be there. 50 mirrors for heartbreak. Alright, and gotta buy one more piece of food. Just in case. You never know. Alright, gonna go in, turn in these Immaculate Souls, or I think I'll just sell them. Selling them has to be the big brain play. Because if I remember correctly, the most I'll be able to sell them is at, well, Blue Kingdom, of course. Everybody wants Immaculate Souls. I don't recall London wanting any, but there's always a possibility. And Eleutheria, maybe. But either way. Or I could just bank it now, since I am bringing munitions to Lustrum. And it's what, a mid-price stuff? Mid-price stuff, and I'll be bringing hours back. Hours back, and it might behoove me to grab one more crew member to drop off in Lustrum for bigger hauls of hours. Victory, port reports. Just one gratitude, that's okay though. Gratitude and money. So I can't be ungrateful to them. Alright, a port is the left of a vehicle. Then fine, this time port is to the port. Rather than port being port. Repairs could always do. It always says critical damage gone, so I don't know. Crew. Small bit of crew, just to max out for a bit. Parsimonious chairman, it's not gonna happen ever. Quit trying to make munitions happen. Cool. Lustrum still exists. So 14 Immaculate Souls now, and 5 rolls of Bombazine. Cool, very cool. Just need fuel then. Yeah. 4 and 8 will do. It'll get me 2 Lustrum at least. And more setting up to do whatever else. So I think I do have more hull, and I've got the big bada boom. I think I'll try taking on a Strat Sprinter then. Get the trophy for it. Hello. Something diamond right below me. What could it be? A rock to mine up? Or is it... No, it's not going to be bronze wood. Oh, just that. That's okay, though. If it supplies, cool. If it's crockery, waste of fuel. See, gonna screenshot that. No, it's too late. It's barely visible now, but well, now it's visible. But plain white and white headlamps and white text is not the winning combination. Alright, Craftsminster. Let's do this thing. It's you, all alone. Missed? Oh, I missed. Come on, get that broadside. Hit 1. Gotta take it slow now, because 50 heat is a lot. And I still want the dodge. Fine then, no dodging. Should have dodged instead. Not good, not good. But bit of splatter now. Bleeding, inking, whatever you call it for the scribe spinsters. And that's blood, definitely. Slight graze. See, what I want to do is position myself such that I have an easier target on him. An actual hit, well done me. Trophy get. Send crew with axes to get bronzewood. Nah, spinster trophy. The crew set about the creature with hacksaws while the quartermaster prepares a board. Once the entrails are dried, they nail it firmly there. That's entrails, really. The hunting club will no doubt wish to replace with something in mahogany or bronzewood once to deliver it, but this will do for a moment. And you know that really isn't worth the effort, considering how poorly they play at the hunting club. But at least you get to be part of the club. Nominally. Okay, before rocks and monsters, water replenishment. Just in time. Nope, sorry spinster, haven't got time for you. What did I just say? Haven't got the time. Skedaddle. That is not a helpful boost. Nor is that. Come on, go away. The Mother Mountains bleeds ours. Can you taste her misery? The repentant devil is curious, not sad. So, half whole. This trip is not going to be worth it if I die. Let me see, where have I not been yet? I'm pretty confident that up here is Fate's Fall, or whatever it's called. Saint's Grave? Saint's Grave. Fate's Fall is up here. Saint's Grave. And probably won't be the Parzival. Unless there's a way out this way. It probably just goes route, Saint's Grave, and that's it. So for the sake of exploration, I want to go O'Sullivan's site down this way, link with Old Tom's Well, because it's got to link. There's no way that Ledbetter's only links from up here and from down here. But we gotta check here out too. First. Bazaar. You want munitions? Just 600. They had guns for sale here. A crow-like captain sells used but functional armament scavenged from an old wreckage of the Sky Battle. Good pickings with his Tacades and Soaphites fight, he observes professionally. Okay, I'll take them. Them, and my very own claim on the mountain. It is marked off by frayed ropes wrapped around tent pegs. Your claim was expensive, but any hours below the surface are yours. Of course, your crew handle the actual mining work. Collect all then. Miners speak of a geode containing the whole century's worth of hours, so big it had to be dragged away by locomotive. Your crew have not found anything like that. Without a factory full of equipment, the most you could realistically hope for is a fine bounty of unseasoned hours. They sit in nervous silence as you examine their efforts. It's those windward bastards, Captain. You better come see. Oh no. Terrible news. Bastards came from nowhere. The Windward's nutty men, with their sticks and their rope. Fought back, Captain, fought like hell, but not everyone made it. The foreman surveys the remains of the mining site. Bastards, he confirms, kicking aside a broken pickaxe handle. Come on. Show you what we salvage. But I'm out of the game. Need better work than mining or skyfaring. Something safer. So how many people are left? I left 3. Now just drop off 3 more. Should be plenty, I'm sure. Well, goodbye, crew. Thank you very much for the hours. Now get back to work. Port report. Port report, come back here. Thank you. And since I have had 1 successful haul so far. No? Ask about recent troubles. It's them windward bastards, ain't it? Didn't mind them sitting around the netties. Honest competition. Lads enjoyed the distraction. But did you stay that Parsifal lad? The miners huddle. That word windward. That's them night hunters they talk of. Tearing folks up with their claws and teeth and eating them whole. All you see is a black rush before your eyes, then snap. Alright, they don't trust me enough yet to bomb factories. $50 sovereigns. What could she give me? Nothing yet? Nothing at all. Mm, 7 and 3. Let's make it 6 and 4. Yeah, that'll be enough for hunting. And Ledbetter's is close by, so... Well, Carillon too. If I don't make it the whole way, Carillon is right there. But going to want to minimize combat while I'm here then. Considering half hull already. Scrap spinsters, shoot past them. Curators would be a death sentence. Just leave him be, just ignore him. If I don't see him, he can't see me. Bleh. Forget how to swallow water again. Ship? Oh, that's not the Parsifal. Corkery. That sounds too much like crockery. I don't like it. Mourn the dead, it is proper. See, where's that option? That should be on all the rec options. Already close to 5, but that's okay. 5 is plenty. To get from here, room a bit, and then Ledbetter's. Totally fine. Cabin, gossip then. Give me all the gossip. 38 gossips. Gotta have more. The sad thing is, though, that when you retire or die, in both scenarios, you lose all of your gossip, all of your secrets, everything. You keep a few things depending on your affiliations, like if you're academic enough, then the academics lets you keep some stuff. Villainy, bohemians, and so on and so forth. But, like the bank you inherit, The ship, inherit. If you retired and didn't die, then the equipment you do inherit too. But everything else, the gossip, secrets, captivating treasures if you don't have the affiliations for it, gone. All of them. Just tossed out the window, into the sea, into the sky. Which doesn't really make sense to me. You could count it as inheriting, say, journals or heirlooms or whatnot. Or your benefactor leaning you in to tell you some secrets and prepping you for the world ahead. But nope, early grind is about the money. Late grind is getting gossip back. Gossip, inspiration, you name it, you gotta hunt it down. Dead end. Nothing here but cold sky and walls. Ooh, what have we here? Partner eels. You know, what kind of like before they gave it a name. Before the name, it was just unknown, squiggly things you pulled out from the deep, turned into food. You don't know what it is, but it's edible, and that's all you need to know. But who knows, maybe partner eels are still an unknown. They have a name now, and that's it, just a name. If you ask what it is, eels is all you're getting. And I really cannot afford to turn the lights off here. Could. It does preserve fuel. And gives you... whoops, some lower visibility against monsters. But considering that I used up my freebie at Magdalene's already, so I have no reliable way to lower terror whenever I want to, or lower nightmares I mean, kind of want to keep my terror in check now, and not get nightmares too high again. But yeah, as expected, nothing here for me. Star-minded explorer should just get ignored here. If he wants to tear himself apart, crash it into walls, that's his business, not mine. On fire already, isn't he perfect? Go ahead, honk that horn. Do it, do it, do it. He's not gonna do it. What are you? No name? A bit more agile than Marauders, so you're explorers. Yep, Star-minded explorer, just give me your parts. And that's it, nothing here either. Unless he's hidden right in this pocket, which I doubt. So either down here, or up here. And my money isn't up here, so alright then, Magdalene's. Home, then Magdalene's. Then, I'll scope that spot out, then off to London. Ooh, but first, Bronzewood. Bronzewood and bees. Bees, come back here. Don't be coy. And mirrors aren't a height. Oh, 75% chance. It says green, and green normally means good, but 25% chance of success. That's still failure. Oh no. And that lays me back below my safe crew minimum, so nope, back home. Back home ASAP. That is why I don't trust green. I trust numbers, not colors. Red, bad. Yellow, good odds. Or okay odds. So far that tracks. Because red is really bad odds. Yellow is kind of halfway. 46? 50%? 60 some? But not the worst odds. But not the best either. And then comes green. Nominally, green means good. You can trust these odds, but they don't if they start as low as 75. I get it though. It is a more British game, it's more Commonwealth, and GCSE standards, if you get a C, amazing. You make a YouTube video, you cry, I can't believe I got a C. I worked so hard, it's amazing. But that doesn't track for life and death probability. Somebody died because they felt 75% was worthy of a C. Your skeleton crew are unable to keep the engines in the necessary state of repairs. This morning, a leak for the aft corridor with grey, noxious fumes. Seal off the section. The fumes are pernicious. Unchecked, they would creep up your engine to the cabins to choke sleeping crew, and into the galley to spoil supplies. But your seals are thorough and keep them at bay. Oh no. And Peacock Wind at Leadbetter's. Does it really have to be? That's fine, I'll plow through it. Even if it means marginally higher terror for a while. Okay, what's he want? We've got the crinoline. Titanium pedal, and Cantankery. I have neither. Caddies of tea for me, please. And no honey, right? No honey. Okay, let's get going then. The long way around is literally the long way around. Going through this narrow corridor does mean push it against a Peacock Wind, which at least preserves food. I'll have that going for me. Preserves food, but push it against the wind is slow. And it will raise my terrors to at least 50. 75 at the absolute worst, but it's a shorter route. Slower, but shorter. So once I'm free from here, it's home sailing, straight on, to Winchester. Is that a break up ahead? No, it's a break right here, I think. Cool. Freedom. No, not quite yet. Alright, now it's free. The repentant devil is listening to the bees. They sing of a well, and the unpleasant fate of one who gave them voices. Ooh, does that refer to the well of the wolf in Albion, I think? Whoops, wrong way. Don't want to go to William's Weald. It's not too much longer, but again, skeleton crew. If it's food or fuel, you can laugh it off. Haha, it doesn't matter. I'm close to port anyway, who cares? Dip one below the safe minimum and boom, your ship blows up, you die. Discontent again. Make a joke of it in her. Success. No terror gained and no terror lost. Nobody lost her mind to star madness. A growing unease. Patience erodes. Tempers fray. See, at least 50, like I said. Bristol fashion. With crew levels low, less vital duties have begun to slip, like cleaning. Everything is covered in a layer of grime. There's a pervasive odor. It has passed at a point of slovenliness and begun to affect morale, safety, and the health of those on board. See, if I reassign an engineer's cleaning duty. It says unlock with one fuel. What if I lose two? What if? If I allow the condition to deteriorate, nominally, all you get is some terror gain, but if you're unlucky, you lose even more crew. Unfortunately, there are more pressing concerns. Lost one crew. Soon, some of your crew fall prey to mysterious illness. Vivid blotches bloom on their necks. The muscle of their throats spasm in their sleep, choking them awake. Some do not recover. 1,000 deaths await in the sky. So onwards, 3 more crew. That's your real HP bar. Well, at some points. I never understood the reviews that said, oh, you gotta make sure you get all the crew in the world, you need all the crew. Not really, because too much crew is more mouths to feed. It's more food to spend. What you want is like 3 or 4 over the safe minimum. Depending, if it's a large ship, you've got huge crew accommodations. 4 over would be safe. A smaller ship like this one, a small engine, then 2 over is plenty. If you are doing extremely dangerous things in a tiny ship that could risk losing loads and loads of crew at once, it's time to upgrade. That is spending well beyond your means. Yay, the safety of port. And the last time I was in this port, I was to the port of the port. Now, the port shall be to my port. We'll take turns with the portability. Repair Loke, don't gotta. Give me all the crew. Hiring 6 or 2 to 3. See, 2 to 3 put me right at the minimum, so I gotta do 4 to 6. Cool. Alright, hold on. Now that I have 2 caddies of tea, I can spend 2 caddies of honey. To speak further with my devil. If he's attracting assassins onto your locomotive, you deserve to know everything. Though he'll see that point of view better if plied with tea. I have had 3 particular friends, he says. 2 of them I think are dead. And as for the 3rd, it would not be in her style to look for me. But if I were to trace this matter, it would take me to Carillon and to London, and to the Wood of the Wolf. He catches a corner of her glance. You've asked about my enemies, I know, he says. But when you get to my age, it's the same thing. Carillon, Baroness of Hell, Wood of the Wolf, Kay. But while I'm here, inquire about the war. How goes it? Despite the victory, The rumors are circling throughout New Winchester Station that the company is building new engines in Port Prosper's workyards. Dreadnoughts have been spotted on the Isambard line. It seems London will not abandon this proxy lightly. And the political situation? With the repelling of the Windward Company's forces at New Winchester, the Assembly has moved swiftly to consolidate its gains throughout the Reach. A region-wide sweep for London collaborators is ongoing. Port Prosper remains in company hands, however, and shows no signs of conceding. And what about me? What do they say about me? Are they talking about me? You are not mentioned by name, but a doggerel type of your appearance of you appears in society pages. Apparently, you are a bellwether for those wishing to adopt a tackety look. A tackety look with my stovepipe hat. There is no mention of you among the stories of the stovepipers and fortunes. You are not of interest to them. Okay, that's cool. Nectar for Magdalene's I can do. Munitions for Lustrum. I'm not going to Lustrum though. Been there plenty of times already. And I guess this means no to Literature for Trader's Wood or Literature for Palmer and Plenties, doesn't it? It's fine though. Okay, 9 and 4 is good. And shall continue to be good when I go from Magdalene's to Prosper. By way of what might be the Parsival. Emphasis on might. I want it to be, but so far. I mean, on the one hand, I've searched everywhere. On the other, I have searched everywhere. 2 days exploration, and there's almost no place else in the Reach untouched. So if it is hiding, it won't be for much longer. Nah, there's no rhythm to it. Now what they do need for future updates is a reason not to use the Blemigan. You're given all sorts of fantastic mascots, but all of them are only parts of the Blemigan. And you get the Blemigan so early on. Why would you want +1 to 1 stat or +2 to 1 stat if you can get both in one companion, in one mascot? And granted, the mascots only give such a tiny bonus anyway, but still. Hey, more homesteads. Cannibals or no's? An abandoned homestead, its roof sagged, its windows empty of glass. For every settler that makes a life for themselves in the Reach, another is lost. Well, that's rude, isn't it? What if the smart play be to not start a life so that all those already in there don't get lost? Poor joke, it had potential, but the delivery was garbage. But you know what? It's like art and writing. You gotta get the bad ones out before you get to the good stuff. And boy howdy, do I have a lot of bad stuff to get through. An outbreak of heart sickness? Fine, then I'll take some terror and talk to them. Get my tale of terror. Get my secret. I'm right by Maggie's anyway, so it's gonna be cheap to get rid of it all. How much cash do I have anyway? 157, so barely anything. Great. What's the best way to? Straight out of Magdalene's, then onwards. But that will pass by the one terror, which I probably don't want to pass by. Not at 2 nightmares. until I get my wrath of heavens. Treat terrors with gossip. Treatment for guilt. 4. Someone from your past. Your old companion is reclining on the bed you remember. Were you lovers once? Did you share honey together? Comrades in vice or muse and artist? Perhaps all at once. Perhaps none. Their smile is maddeningly enigmatic, but their intention is not. Game, quit wounding me. Houseboot. A very boring individual indeed. You recognize the lady as soon as you enter the room. She'd been serving soup at the Round Table or even lowlier establishment at the Bridge in New Winchester. Had she made a cutting remark? Perhaps you're less than complimentary about the soup. Well, no matter. For here she is now, armed with tureens for you to sample. A stained bar stool has been provided for your comfort. And keepsake market is... What is the journal anyway? It's gonna be just secrets or gossip or something, isn't it? For as cheap as it is at 60. Nah, I don't need it. Notebook still. Oh, right, they wanted nectar. And I brought no nectar. Specifically chose nectar, knowing I'm passing by Magdalene's. I brought no nectar with me. It's alright though. But wait, there's nothing for sale either then, is there? Shops Bazaar, nothing. No bargains available, just a pending prospect. Oh well. Oh wait. Now I do have 6 cargo space in my hold, which means... Well, I don't right now, I got 4. But by the time I get to Port Prosper I will. Which means I could finally drop off my hostage. This poor woman has been sitting in my cabin, in her cabin, on my engine, since yesterday. It's January 8th now, 1906. So it's almost been a whole year just sitting here. She's been to Port Prosper like 3 or 4 times already. And each time we say, nope, stay on board. It is not yet time to leave. They must have taken her for dead. Back in the Royal Horological Office. One splash. Retrieve the stomach. The phlegmatic researcher in Leadbetter and Stainrod Nature Reserve believes this will aid his research. He'd better be right. The shell is too tough to crack, but it is large enough to crawl into. And what the unlucky winner of an impromptu lottery is obliged to do? They're given a knife and a sole rester to cover the sky suit and crawl inside. They emerge later, dripping, cursing, and clutching the withered knot of a stomach. So-wester. So-wester? So-wester. So-wester Lodge. See, this is why I hate Google. It's all just ads now. A so-wester is a traditional form of collapsible oilskin rain hat that is longer in the back than the front to protect the neck fully. Oh cool, I see. Because truly, when I'm looking up words that I want our local businesses, and it doesn't even matter what word, like you could look up Windsor, right? A well-known, popular town with a castle in it and history. Do you want to learn about Windsor, the castle, the town, or of anything? No, you don't. You want Windsor Water Park, which I think doesn't even exist, but the webpage still does. It might. But nobody cares about Windsor Water Park. Or, say your state is on fire, and the sky is a sickly orange, and you want to know what the API is, or the AQI is for your town. And the first result is going to be not like AccuWeather or Weather Underground or anything telling you the AQI. What about some site that paid to have front page views on Google And so you get to know what the average is for the year. Fantastic. The expected average for the decade. And not what it is today, yesterday, predicted tomorrow. When the smog and the PMM? 20, whatever it is. And all that particular matter scrunching into your lungs. It's not important at all. What matters is Google's money. More homesteads, cannibals, or helpful folk? Another abandoned one. A cold, silent homestead. The windows boarded, the door locked. But the foliage of the garden hasn't grown wild. It was abandoned in a hurry, and just recently. Really? Failure? Oh, because 75% chance. You see. Green dice is deceitful. As long as it continues to observe or recognize, 75% chance is good. 75 should count as orange. The homestead has already been pillaged. However, an odious smell leads you to a loose floorboard where someone has concealed a bundle of blood-caked valuables. The rings are still attached to the severed fingers, and the earrings to the ears. Hence, presumably, the smell. Alright, Parsifal. Better be hiding out here to make this worth it. No, Parsifal. No, nothing. And that was just a thing to say, so it's not here at all. Hold up, hold up. I see possibility that I missed the first time around. Go back. Close enough to Port Prosper that I could afford to starve for a bit. It's probably a dead end, but as long as there's a possibility, it must be explored. I will not leave it a chance in folly to be neglected for like one more. Nah, come on. I don't mean that kind of chance taking. Successful, heroic, smart chance taking, not take the chance and suffer the consequence. Oops, that's not scoop. That's scoop. Found something, better be good. Nope, not good, just Mad Mercy's claim. Which means there is nothing. That's it. Game over. Where to lead you to? Could hook you this way. Ooh. Could I milk him? No, still alive. But I become emboldened. Ooh. I've been juked. Sadly, the correspondence attack still works even after his death. Crewmen with axes, 83% chance success, and they die. No, they win. They win against a dead enemy. Gotta say though, I think my favorite parts of the Reach are those areas where the sky peeks through and you get the green field of stars. It's gorgeous. But yeah, of course it wouldn't be so close to Port Prosper, would it? The first engine in. Dying this close in. Nah, wouldn't be. Alright though, now that I am here, I'm gonna take one last bathroom break for the night. Okay? Good. One last bathroom break and then I'll be in.
気を出して一緒に。勉強になる。世の人々はこのようなものが好きなのか。私の知恵がすごく揺られた気がする。かわいい。さあ、みんなも勇気を出して一緒に。勉強になる。世の人々はこのようなものが好きなのか。
Meow, 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 meow. Okay, so London is right there. But I kind of want to finish stuff off here. I haven't found the parcel vault or anything, but I guess I gotta go. Find more space. Could I sell anything? Barrels of unseasoned hours. Oh my goodness, what a steal. No. I guess I don't need a full 6 fuel or food at the Brabazon work world. Because London, as it turns out, as I didn't pick up on my first time through, is literally right in the middle of the map. You can't miss it. Just go for the middle and you'll get there. I don't know what crazy route I took. Head for the middle, but if it's not there, go up. Go to the mausoleum. Well, not even the mausoleum first, was it? I don't even remember what route I took the first time around. It was so circuitous. Anywho, sell one. And now I do have 6 space. Fastidious Inspector has been sitting here for months on end. Accept payment. Fuel and supplies and a sum of money. Okay. Thank you, Captain. Here is the balance of our agreement and, as promised, a requisition order for fuel and supplies. She cast another glance at the incomplete clock tower. Given the apparent state of construction, I recommend you visit the worksite. There may be an opportunity there. And thank you for the pleasant conversation, Captain. The sky can be a lonely place. You enlivened it for like 9 months. I have included a small additional sum in your remuneration as a token of my gratitude. Dude, 60 experience, oh my goodness. Living large now. Alright then, Foreman, what do you want? They plan to call it the Albert Clock, in memory of the departed Prince Consort. But there's a way to go yet. The roof isn't finished. The clock neither ticks nor bongs. You can see the fastidious inspector up among the workings with a spanner and a can of oil, showing the workmen how it's done. Bronze wood, the foreman wheezes bluntly. 1 consignment. They set it at Trader's Wood and Palmer and Plenty's are here. And a gourded chorister nectar too. This bunch of work shy ingrates content shouted at and my voice is giving up the ghost. Some nectar should have bellowed me again like a champion. Carillon's your best bet there. Or Titania, the flower town. We'll pay like. Bipfalo, hello. Just in time for me to say goodbye. It's been a pleasure. Thank you all for watching. And now I'm back. Up for 5 hours. That is a yike, Bipfalo. The day is like 16 hours long right now. So 1 consignment of wood, 1 consignment of nectar, and I have neither. The other company house. After the Windward Company's fortune declined in New Winchester, they withdrew to Port Prosper, where the parsimony... Ooh. What if? Does it count, Port Prosper? Could I give you port reports and Port Prosper? Port reports. Got 10 sovereigns. Only 10 sovereigns. And fuel and supplies. I'll leave you to it. The frugal fraught general manager ducks through the narrow door frame, vacating the office, which about the size of a generous boardroom cupboard. The prudent secretaries hunched over potted papers. I am examining my old references that got me this position. I am wondering if lowercase I did something to upset any of them. They sigh and take your reports, reading them one by one. They have a number of questions, to which they expect a cogent 16 answers. Her Majesty is grateful, they say as you leave. Are you? See, told you, Biffalo. Sometimes all you gotta do is give it a bit, wait for a while, write a port report, come back in, and give her the port report of the town she's in. Sovereign's unchanged. So you can't cheat it. Bah. Fine then. See if I help her out again. Attend the grand ball then. Candles illuminate the great staircase that sweeps up the residence of the Windward Company, which has been chosen to host this season's ball. The West Enders promenade are their finest. Hoop skirts and starched collars predominate. White ties the order of the evening. A few East Enders, mostly actors, have secured the tickets, but most are servants of their scene at all. The orchestra is playing the score from Victoria's first ball, Under Her Throne of Hours. Aw, well that's good at least, Biffalo. Progress is progress, even in friendships. CFO? Counter-Strike foe? You play that. Gossip with the servants, be on your worst behavior. My worst behavior, it's a party after all. You drink far more than appropriate, willingly aided and abetted by the several friends amongst the servants. You dance reels and jigs, instructing carefully choreographed waltzes. You compare the parsimonious chairman's voice to a dented recorder. You startle, you outrage, you cavort. The older generation are appalled, the younger generation delightedly scandalized. Your friends at the gallery are quite beside themselves. The stories of what you did with the bust of the consort circulates around the East End taverns for days. Cool, but still no inappropriately large dog. Anyways, Chairman, here you go. And what was this? Further task 4. Been impressed with the labors thus far. If. Need more tackety nameplates. Ooh. Really? I don't think I've done any quests for him. Ever. Alright then, transport for settlers. I need more hostages. Tacos and tea, Biffalo. Too cruel. Get me some. My friend has been sending postcards from Port Avon, and I've never seen anyone so quaint. Time is precious. Oh. He wants to get there as quick as possible. Too bad. We're going to Albion. And shops, bazaars got garbage. My own hold, garbage. That's right, let's go. Albion ho! The ding-dings, the infinite ding-dings, how I miss them. Alright, present yourself to customs. Every relay is on the hunt for contraband. A pinch-faced inspector boards the ship with a retinue. Come on, hurry up. If you're nothing to hide, you're nothing to fear. Their mouth cracks into something almost, but not entirely like a smile. Nothing from me, at least. And we have nothing to declare. The pinch-faced inspector almost looks disappointed at having to give you a clean bill of passage. Such a waste of time, they mutter, stopping the customs form. Go on. No reason to take up space here. Your business here is concluded. It is time to continue your adventures into the high wilderness. To your engines. To Albion. First class. 1 permit and I have 10, so plenty. At the sight of your papers, the superintendent jumps to activate the relay. Its hour looms rumble, spinning the pocket of new time in which a locomotive will make its journey. Wrapped in your engine's new coat of hours, it'll be hard to say how long the journey takes. But the hours used by the Imperial officials are languid in seasons. The passage will at least be tolerable. The machinery grinds and stirs. The steam vents. The sigils, the edifice, burn with sudden fire. A force like a great hand seizes your engine. Can't move, can I fire? Can't fire. Can't break it. But really, even this looks way smoother on the desktop. Admirable that the game functions perfectly fine, on lower end laptops even. But how beautiful this looks now, it's amazing. So where am I for the Brabazon world? The far west again? Far west again. So this at least is similar. And where's this music in the Reach? Not this song in particular. But having ambient, atmospheric music when just sailing about the skies. Far too often it seems you get music around ports, and that's it. Brabazon, such efficiency, such moral apathy. My people should be taking notes. Womp wow. Womp wow. The bit between. The officials of Brabazon never bothered to formally name this waypoint. Captains dock here to pick up goods, deliver workers. It is not a place to linger because of proximity to the accelerated time of the work world. And a clay conductor, a hulking clay man in a heavy coat, stands on the platform. The clay men were an underclass in old London, and very few of them came from the skies. This one holds an urn to his chest. You're a captain. You can perform funeral rites, he says, nodding to the urn under his arms. Then I want to travel. He pauses for a long moment. And then, as if feeling something more might be expected, I could help out on your engine. Say a few words about death in the sky. Skyfarers are accustomed to impromptu funerals. You ask the conductor where he would like to hold the ceremony. He looks about, confused, as if he hadn't expected the question. At last he comes to a conclusion. Here will do, he says, indicating the crowded thoroughfare. You, and a few more of the respectable of your crew, gather for a brief funeral. Everyone has at least something in black. You offer the expected phrasings before the pausing of the eulogy. The clay conductor shakes his head. You do it, he grunts. Make him speak. Every time prior, I've been nice and said a few words, but what if I make him speak? You don't even know who's in the urn. There is a long silence. Your crew look at their feet, acutely aware of the awkwardness. The silence continues. Finally, the clay conductor speaks. He was a clay man. He traveled on the Figaro. He was a good singer. The clay conductor looks at you. Where is your engine? I am ready to assume my duties. Bit between, should I could do a little nice. Take a tour of the work world. Attempt to converse with an overseer. Or help the incautious driver hunt for the verdant fragment. 0% chance success, but it's one of those things that the more you search, the easier it gets. I think that not Fallen London, Son of the Sea had one of those too. Failure. Abject failure. The incautious driver spends hours sniffing at the air in search of familiar spores, but to no avail. We should try somewhere else, they reluctantly decide, shuffling with uncharacteristic glumness back towards the train. Overseers, can we converse? I'm terribly sorry. I don't have permission to speak with you. The overseer is supervising a small group of workers loading crates to a locomotive docked alongside your own. They're working slowly. He seems disinclined to rush them. Oh, he's somewhat sympathetic. How many secrets do I have? Possessions? 29 secrets, alright. The overseer requires information. No one can be sentenced to the work world without there first being evidence of a crime. In that case, no, I won't sacrifice a secret. With the right form, secret requisition hours. The tour guide can use those to ensure it remains safe. Sure. The overseer checks your permit and sets aside some Brabazon hours woven for you. She hands the group over to the tour leader, who shepherds you all into a small room. The tour leader hands out thick cloaks to keep off the smut. The group covers itself. The hood lends one woman with her hair caught up tight on her head, an awkward shape, and an unexpected height. Satisfied, the tour leader begins a briefing. Receive the carriage clock. Dun 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 dun. As you know, time on the work worlds move more velocitously than it does outside. In order to exempt you from the effects, we've had looms spin a fold of external hours to cover the tour. Please carry these carriage clocks. They will show you how much time your protection will last for. Please don't stray. He pauses for emphasis. It is crucial that you stay with the tour. If your time runs out, every minute it takes for us to realize could be hours for you. There is a flurry of anxious whispers. Once it has subsided, the group is led on to the work world. Your group is accompanied by 2 overseers. The overseer, bringing up the rear, is a woman in her early 30s. She checks her carriage clock compulsively. Admire the rugs. Our first stop on the tour is a Brabazon rug weaving workshop. The overseer beams, getting it right the second time, and gestures for you to enter a building larger than any other street. An attractive young worker leaps up to greet you. This workshop was built thanks to the generosity of Lady... Please admire our beautiful handcrafted rugs and weavings, exported for sale in London. Workers here gain skills that can support them for the rest of their days. The group of workers nod and smile at you. One stands at the better display of the work. Another thanks you for your visit. The youth is the last to see you out. Perhaps I'll see you elsewhere in Albion. Admire the rugs, or smile at the workers, a simple act of human warmth. They smile back, and their smiles are stiff and rehearsed as the line the youth delivered. The tour moves on. Moving on from the rug workshop, the tour is directed towards a glass factory. The air is yellow with smog. Remember what I said way back in, what was it? The Outer Worlds. About how expertly the game manipulates you to like cherish Parvati and see her as a precious thing that you will protect and take care of. Failbot did the same thing here with Brabazon. Starting off in the Verdant Reach, and the first thing you see upon arriving at Albion, Brabazon, and you come here, and you see how horrible and horrific it is. The illusion of choice while making you see just how horrible the regime is. The very first introduction you get, outside the freedom of the frontier. A fascinating aspect of Brabazon is the mutually beneficial relationship between the place and its workers. The overseer makes a sweeping gesture. Make note of the smog. I'll explain more inside. Please do, justify the smog. The building you enter is heated by furnaces and ovens. Workers are blowing molten glass. The smog prevents much of the sun's heat from reaching Brabazon. Without factories such as this, Brabazon would freeze. The workers keep the factories alive. The factories heat the work world, and it becomes a pleasant place to live. Here, work enriches life. Several of the group coo in admiration. One man boasts about his Brabazon glass collection. A young lady in gaudy finery turns to you. My parents paid for the main furnace to ensure the poor would never go without. What did you fund? Confess, I am not one of the donors. Declare you paid for the roof over your very heads. No, you're a locomotive captain. traversing the wilderness, defeating horrors, delivering goods. But perhaps one day we'll engage in charitable endeavors. The young lady blushes. So dangerous. So romantic. That sounds much more fun. Is it difficult? Perhaps my parents will buy me a locomotive. She seems bored for much of the rest of the tour. It seems the thrills of her profession outweigh the charm of inherited virtue. The tour moves on to the upper layers of Brabazon, towards a refinery that belches heat like a dying dragon. Peer through the window. At the Hour Refiners. Please line up here. That's it. The overseer indicates alongside a long, low window. It has been recently cleaned to a shine. Inside, hard-working souls refine raw hours imported from the Reach. After this process, they may be spun into hour looms and put to use. He taps his carriage clock as an example. Click, thank you. The refinery is clamoring, roaring space of long benches, sweating workers, and rolling smoke. The overseer explains. The geodes containing the hours are cracked open, and the fibrous strands of salt-like time are separated with small chisels and saws. Men and women do the former work, children the latter. The filaments are then passed through a series of furnaces to remove impurities, which are in turn brushed away in an indigo slush. The slush is raked to ensure not even a stray minute is lost. Once the seconds and minutes and hours are extracted, they are seasoned, taken from a very high temperature to a very low one, and back. After this, the tangled clumps, the cut of the sky just before the dawn or after dusk, are carded and wound into spools of long filament. The overseer raps sharply on the window. As one, the nearby workers look up, smile, and wave. Hurry off or linger. Watch after the tour moves on. What do they do when they haven't got an audience? Seconds after your group has moved on, a worker in the middle of the front row leaps up from her seat. She pulls on the striped blazer that had been hidden on her lap and dashes out of the room. She is replaced by another, gray and exhausted. No one looks up. Leaving the refiner behind, you turn to the streets towards a ceaseless ring of hammers. A short walk, and then you enter a dusty yard. To watch the rock breaking! The tour leader adopts a noble frown. Unfortunately, not all work on Brabazon can be creatively fulfilling. We also produce raw components like gravel and aggregates. You have looped back to a yard near the bit between. The second overseer is already there. Men and women, hard with muscle, bright with sweat, are breaking rocks with sledgehammers. They wear vests and breeches, with cloth masks to keep out the worst of the dust. We equip our workers with safety gear, just in case prolonged exertion in this area might prove unpleasant. As you can see, regular exercise ensures you're strong and healthy. Many leave Brabazon with athletic inclinations, and pursue fitness as a profession. A stout gentleman with a monocle sidles up to you. This whole place is just marvelous, eh? Kept busy while paying off debts, given new skills and education, simply marvelous. So much like the myth of our own prison system, and for sure there are some who are lucky and do go to facilities that do offer meaningful trade and skill learning, sort of skill stuff, classes, whatnot, but for the most, Brabazon and worse. And I'm speaking good old USNA. Imagine being incarcerated for some innocent crime. Nothing major. No real victims, just more of a financial thing than bodily harm or anything. Nothing that no one could recover from. And so your sentence is a few years to be expected. And how are those years spent out? Poor ventilation, no safety gear, smashing up electronic waste, and breathing in all those good fumes, You and the guards alike. Turns out that even, what are they called now? What is the lofty, pleasant word? Corrections? Aren't immune to it. Though they are often the perpetrators of the worst things there is, particularly in prisons for women. It's all horrible. Horrible, horrible mess. Private or public prisons. State you're repulsed by this whole thing, and you have had enough of this farce of a tour. The man frowns. You're wrong, of course. He nods sagely. Yes, they must spend some of their years here. But what would they do with those years otherwise? Squander them, suffer and die. His expression is condescending. Better the improving conditions of honest work, don't you think? The capitalists. How dare they spend their lives how they want? They're not offering more value to the boss man, and so they must have that value taken from them. He refrained from punching him with a smile. Come on, the overseer is gesturing at you angrily. We can't waste another moment. We have to leave, now. It is important we return in plenty of time, so I am afraid we'll have to end the tour here. The lead overseer circles the group, shepherding the huddle to the doors, back to the bit between. The second overseer takes a head count, a poor one, for she double counts twice before giving up. Nevertheless, she signals her partner to go ahead. I hope you appreciate the little tour, and we shall pass your thanks on to the workers of Brabazon. Perhaps, when they paid off their debts, you'll see them again. The overseer shakes hands with the most prominent donors. Of course, this entire endeavor is thanks to your generosity, he murmurs to them. While the group preens, he collects the carriage clocks. The overseer, who takes her spent carriage clock, draws you aside. You're a skyfarer, aren't you? We needed someone without official connections to the government to help us with the delicate matter. We need someone who isn't one of the sponsors. Do go on. There are unsavory individuals on Brabazon Workworld. They inveigle others to do their work, so that they might have time to plot. They are fermenting unrest. He shakes his head. It won't do. It just makes the other workers unhappy. Next time, see if you can sneak away from the tour. I hear their leader is out looking for outside assistance. He winces. For once, time is on their side. They have so long to plan relative to us. If you hear anything, pass it on to me. I'll be around here. Suggests he do it himself. You're a visitor to this place. What do the people do here is none of your concern. Or go to the blazes. This place is an abomination. Revolution, if that is what he's hinting at, can only be for the best. The overseer shakes his head sadly. Not all things are so easily changed, or changed for the better. I've been here long enough to know that, he smiles wryly. They don't lie, you know. It is possible to work your way out. He searches your face for a change of heart. You don't have to decide now, but if you hear news, please come to me. I'll speak to the governor and make sure you're paid for any information. Anywho, I got what I wanted. Introduction to Brabazon, and that took, what, 20 whole minutes, did it? And more gun stuff. Alright, I'll buy more gun. And off we go to London. That is a wall. Or is that a wall? That might be a route. A route to Ravine, one of the two. You know, it's a good thing that coconut trees have such resilient roots. Because child me digging on the front lawn. Because, you know, child, want to play, want to explore. And I see islands. Up in the hills even. So it's rocky. And I don't want to face him just yet, because that is straight up suicide. It's all about the angle of your thrust. You don't want to thrust head on, not right away. But at a bit of a slope to push you forward and sidewards quickly. And hey, storm that speaks, hello. Never mind, I'll speak to the storm later. Look at how long that goes, it's so persistent. Alright, Flotsam. Don't be a trap, not yet. Not a oh, it's crockery. That's worse than an ambush. At least ambush gives experience. Crockery gives nothing, not even economic value. Alright, good. Regular Dreadnought. Almost forgot about the Dreadnought guests, which are the worst. This closed to St. Dominic Station. The sky bustled with engines. And look, it's the Queen! Say hello to the Queen in the Throne of Hours! Oh, there's a Queen in her Throne of Hours. I just shot up somebody's manor apart for no reason. Her renewed majesty, hello! Could I get the, there's London. 625 experience. What about the Throne of Hours? There we go. More locations, more XP. For you and me. The vagabond inhales a hearty dose of smog. Good for the lungs, Captain. Sure, buddy, sure. But what could I say? I was dumb in my youth, too. 18, dishwashing. Sticking my head in the big dishwashing machine just to look tough. The Ministry's monitors. St. Dominic Station is thick with crowds. A brass band plays. The cause of the excitement is an unfamiliar locomotive in imperial blue. A delicate, gleaming craft whose elongated nose houses an array of lenses. A top-hatted official from the Ministry of Public Decency is delivering a speech. The first of a fleet of new monitor-class locomotives. They will be Her Majesty's watchdogs, scouring the skies for enemies of Albion. The crowd cheers. Well, most of them. Then my voice of the protest. Not all of the crowds are enthusiastic. A desperate mix of proletariat, academics, and bohemians heckle the speaking official, my people. Join them. A skeptical academic is curious about who these enemies of Albion are. Criminals, unionists, anyone whose opinions differ from those of Her Majesty. A scowling station worker adds his tuppence worth. All of them fancy scopes and sounding equipment. That's for spotting smugglers. The revenue men put a lot of money into this. Another grunts. This isn't the first one either. This is all just for show. The monitors are already out there watching. One of the more fiery objectors flings a half brick. It rings on the plating like a bell, scratching the fresh blue paint. The constabulary closes in. You scatter. So, first things first, I could do any and all of this, but first, I want shops. I want to see the Crown and Misery Company yards. Reclaim locomotive? Nah, I don't want the scrappy little engine welded together from bits and pieces of other less fortunate scrappy little engines. Belvedere. So the best I could do now is the Agravian class Juggernaut, and the Juggernaut, we remember from last year, has pretty good boosts. It's got good thrust to it. Same amount of hold, bit more crew, a whopping 90 hull, and same amount. Hold up, is that minus? Oh, just minus one small guns plus one big gun. Same amount as auxiliary slots as what I'm carrying right now, with 2 shield slots. It is like my default for how long? Bazaar's got what? Literature for the Avid Horizon. And gemstones for the Mausoleum. Navrodentine gemstones. How I even got that? I don't think I do. That's okay, I'll do stuff here. And then go back. Palmer and Planter Trader's Wood. I'll toss out Trader's Wood. We go there so infrequently. Could you believe it? 2 crockery, what a crock. But hold up, what if? What if I sold, not bank, Spitalfields? Spitalfields. From bank, sell all of my immaculate souls. Just 3,500, not quite enough to get the New engine. What about that? Plus a thirsty... No. Because that cost even less. 4,000. And all my bronzewood? Plus bronzewood would be enough. But then I lose all my good stuff, you know? Nah, I won't. I'll just circle around for a bit. Do my job. Whoops, not you. Undock. Dock. And all this London exploration will be tomorrow. Cause now's about time to end game, innit? So who's online and ready to receive this glorious raid of 1? Well, it's not just one. There's also another TV viewer, Commander Root, Lurks, and Nightbot. ITs. No worries. So who's on tonight? How about this? It's such a tiny raid that it's not going to trigger any alerts, right? So what I'll do is I'll toss all of us into what I want to watch. Oh, and Macaw's playing Blue Chicago Blues. Ooh, hoo hoo. Can't say no to that. Let's go watch Macaw for a bit. And see you all tomorrow for more fun times. And more death, because I'll be honest, scary. Way scary. Dreadnought guests. Scorn flukes. It's the worst. But see you all then, should be fun.
Alright, look at all the topics. I have to ask you about the 8th